2015 U.S. Chess Championship turned into a slugfest ahead of the rest day. Top-rated player Hikaru Nakamura gambled early on, but he won a needed point to emerge as the clear tournament leader. Five-time U.S. Chess champion Gata Kamsky won against Grandmaster Ray Robson, the young challenger who was doing so well up to that game. Meanwhile, in the U.S. Women's Chess Championship, Irina Krush suffered early on, but she rallied late to defeat the tournament challenger. More amazing chess will start in the chess capital of America as we begin round 6 right now.
Hello and welcome back to the U.S. Chess Championships and U.S. Women's Chess Championships after a rest day that we had yesterday. In just a few moments, all of the action will get underway at these tables behind me, including the interesting matchup of former Webster roommates Wesley So and Ray Robson. So let's send it down to Jen, Yasser, and Maurice to kick things off.
Thank you. We are back. The 2015 U.S. Chess Championships and U.S. Women's Chess Championships. I'm Jennifer Shahade. I'm here with Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan. And we hope that you guys are rested from our faces and voices.
I certainly feel refreshed and recharged after that rest day. And as we go down the home stretch, I'm sure the players needed that day as well.
Right, and I think that we're going to see it today. We've got some of the most exciting matchups that we've seen in the tournament so far. Let's look at the standings in the open section. Well, world number 2, Hikaru Nakamura in the clear lead. Not a shocker in the second place. Wesley So, also an elite player. He's in the top 10. Then we've got, at 3 points, a great group of players. Defending champ Gata Kamsky, young Ray Robson, and Caden Troth, who battled to a win in a crazy game yesterday, or 2 days ago, rather.
Right, against Conrad Holt. Very, very fortunate win for Caden, but nonetheless, he's tied for third.
And only 16 years old. There you go.
Extraordinary.
Meanwhile, in the Women's Chess Championship, we still have the same clear leader, Katerina Nemtsova, but the difference here is that defending champion Irina Krush has bridged the distance a little bit. She's only a half point behind, so it's going to be real critical to see how these two continue to do in the next few rounds.
Exactly.
Now, lots of bloody matchups in store for us today. We've got Grandmaster Maurice Ashley for what we should keep our most close eye on.
Okay.
Well, talk about a big money matchup. The two players that we absolutely have to pay attention to in this tournament because they played for a bunch of money, I will call it, in the Millionaire Chess Open last year. And that game was between Wesley So and Ray Robson. They are college teammates, and this matchup features a game that we saw in the Millionaire Chess Open. They are playing for $100,000. $100,000. Wesley So knocked off his good buddy Ray, and he admitted after the game that he had kept a secret back move in mind so that Ray would not know what he would spring on him. So expect Ray to be seeking revenge in this game. Absolutely. Now, on the women's side, there we see a picture of the two of them smiling. This was, of course, before the big matchup when they had to kill each other. And Wesley was the leader and the victor in that matchup. Expect Ray to seek revenge today as they play against each other in this round, particularly after Ray has lost his game. Now, looking at the women's side, we see a matchup of Olympic teammates. Friends playing everywhere. Tate Abramian, who started off slowly, she now has 2.5 points in the championships, definitely in position to make a charge against Sabina Feuser, who's standing pretty at 3 points. She is absolutely looking to cement herself and her standing in the tournament. We see Tatev there looking quite relaxed, definitely coming back in the tournament. So we should see an awesome game from these two players as this matchup continues and this championship continues here in round 6. Guys?
Thank you, Maurice. I'm actually looking at other games as well. I love that matchup, Anna Sharovich and Irina Krush. I was actually thinking before the tournament that Irina, while she's the big pre-tournament favorite, Anna had a chance at nipping and scoring one of the high places. So that's going to be a big matchup as well. Now, also on the open section, I really do like the matchup between Hikaru Nakamura and Sam Shanklin. Those are two Olympic players for the U.S. Olympic team. We'll recall that Sam Shanklin won the individual gold medal in the Olympics on his board, so I'm expecting a very big matchup in this game. Strangely enough, they've never played before. This will be the first time.
That is a shocker.
Yeah.
Very surprising. Now, a game I'm really excited about, Troph Sevian. So you've got the two young stars, the very gregarious and positive Caden Troph, always smiling, and then the serious and superstar Sam Sevian, who was actually just featured in The Guardian. There was a long interview with Sam Sevian where he was very eloquent on all sorts of issues related to being such a champion at such a young age.
Yeah, really very mature. Both of them are extraordinarily mature young men.
And here they are. And I mean, today they've played many battles before. They've also played many battles in this very club.
Yeah.
One of their most exciting battles, Sam Sevian, was white, and it was a wild Sicilian Zozen.
In the junior championship, I was there and I watched that live. Funnily enough, this is their 10th match. It will even up their colors between them. Coming into the round, they've played each other 9 times before. Very balanced scores, 3 wins for each player and 3 draws. So they're used to having decisive battles between these two players, and this is a crucial one. If Caden can best Sam in this game, well, he'll be securing his number 3 position in the tournament. So huge matchup between the two young all-stars, I would say, of the championships.
Now, in this case, Caden Troph playing white, so we won't see a Sicilian, but I think we'll see a pretty interesting game nonetheless.
Oh, for sure. So we've got a lot of key battles.
Yeah, maybe some of the best matchups of the whole tournament, honestly. You've got Caden versus Sevian and Nakamura versus Shanklin.
Exactly.
Gorea versus Naroditsky, but especially
Ray and Wesley, that's huge.
Yeah, so those 3, I think, though, the Caden Troph, the Nakamura, and the Robson, those are just going to be so critical for us.
In a game where I'm not expecting fireworks, but I do think it's a very important game for the event itself, is a game between Alexander Onishuk, who's drawn all 5 of his games.
So therefore, it's hard not to predict that he's going to draw.
Fireworks. But he is playing against the defending champion, Gada Kamsky, who in the past has never lost to Onishuk while having bested Alex twice. So Gada Kamsky, should he pull off, let's say, a minor upset by winning with the black pieces, he's still a force to be reckoned with as the fight for first place would heat up.
Alexander Onishuk, such a solid and strong player.
Exactly.
It seems to me that Gada's first thought will be equalizing.
Of course.
Yeah, Onishuk had some winning chances in some of his games, so probably a little bit disappointed to have all these draws.
And for Gada, he's had some really poor positions, so Gada can only be thanking his lucky stars that he's sitting on a plus score as he gets ready to play this round 6 match.
Yeah, so lots of excitement in store. I can't wait to see as they're about to begin the moves. Any opening predictions? How about Nakamura? That's always the fun one.
Yeah, this is the tough one as well, because Hikaru, in his game with Naroditsky, he gambled somewhat with that rook takes c3. It turned out to be a great gamble, and it worked fantastically. The exchange sacrifice, of course, I'm referring to. Maybe that gives it a little wind in the sails, and I'm going to go with e4 on opening move for Hikaru.
I'm going to go with d4. Another game which I'm kind of interested to see the opening is Timur Gorea versus Naroditsky, because Timur says that against the more controlled, studious players, sometimes he likes to hit them with something weird,
right?
Like the way that he did against Veruzhinakovian, even though it's a bad opening.
Right.
So I feel like we might see something similar to that today.
Except for one small detail there. Naroditsky plays a King's Indian defense, which gives a wide berth for white in terms of which line he would like to choose. And I'm thinking that Timur will go into a King's Indian.
So you can go do a d4.
Yeah,
not
I do
the wing
conventional. do something conventional at the start, but have something very creative in mind down the line in one of the main lines.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, because you think there's so much room for creativity within all of those sub-variations.
Oh my goodness, yes.
So you're predicting a D4 as opposed to an E4.
That's right.
And it looks like his hair has gotten kind of gelled up on the free day. So somebody got a haircut or a new hairstyle.
Gotta say, Timor does stand out. No question about it.
Well, we've got the two most creative hairstyles are pretty clear in both championships, right?
Tata.
Gare and Tata, yeah.
And then I totally agree with Maurice on table 4. That matchup between Ray Robson and Wesley So, a lot of bragging rights on the line, but such an important game to the standings in the field. Again, Wesley So a clear second with 3.5 from 5, and Ray nipping at his heels, half point behind. Ray has the white pieces. If ever he was going to beat Wesley So, today would be an excellent day for him for that to happen. Maurice.
Indeed, Yaz. Well, the first time these two guys met, these two young men met, was in Belfort, France, in the World Under-12 Championship. They drew that game, so they have been tracking each other's careers all this time. But the last game they played is the critical one, $100,000 on the line in the Millionaire Chess Open. And this position is the critical position from that game. In this moment, they had played a lot of blitz before the Millionaire Chess Open. They had practiced against each other, getting ready. They didn't know that they'd meet each other in the finals. And there they go shaking hands. When they got to this position, Wesley was asked about this, and he admitted that this move, Queen A4 check, this critical move here, Queen A4 check, he had not tried in any of the blitz games. He had held this particular move back from his good buddy. It turned out to confuse Ray. Ray spent a lot of time on this move and blundered pretty quickly after that, as a matter of fact. In just a few moves, he got this position. He played the move B6 and was stung by rook takes B6, dropping a pawn. Of course, you can't take back because you dropped the rook, and that was all she wrote. In just 12 moves, he was already out of there. So revenge is certainly on his mind. They may be good buddies, but hey, a U.S. championship is a U.S. championship. Guys?
Thank you. We're seeing a classical king pawn defense in their game. Ray opening up with E4 and Wesley responding very quickly with E5. Looks like they may be heading towards a Ruy Lopez. Let me just see.
We haven't seen a lot of Ruy Lopez's in this tournament, actually.
No,
so
we haven't.
That's kind of a surprise.
More Sicilians and offbeat openings, yeah. So normally speaking, amongst elite players, you see a lot of classical defenses, including the Ruy, and there we go.
Now the question is, and we have initiated the Berlin, so now Ray has a big choice whether or not to go head on for the Berlin as white or to try to avoid it.
Yeah, the Berlin ending after castles, or D2, D3, which has become increasingly popular as well. And in the game, I actually got one right for a change. Hikaru has opened up one E4. Sam Shanklin essaying the Caro-Kann. My favorite defense is black. And we see this advanced Caro. By the way, the advanced Caro is considered today to be the most theoretical, most topical way of meeting the Caro. The main move here on move 3 for black is bishop f5, developing the bishop before closing the center with e7, e6. So we're expecting Sam to play bishop f5, which he has. Now, white actually has a wide variety of choices. He can go for the older line, knight c3, e6, g4, which promises a fierce tactical battle, or he can go for the more sedate short defense. I call it the short defense. Nigel is offended when I refer to this idea as the short defense, but basically what white does is he just sets up.
Because you're not supposed to defend as white, guys.
Yeah, well, and black is going to attack white in the center, and white defends the center. Hence the short defense.
Yeah,
by the way,
that's funny. That I remember once I played against the former women's world champion Antoinetta Stefanova, and I played against her Scandinavian, a line that was like very solid.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what she said actually after the game. She was like, somebody asked her what they thought of my opening. It was like solid. You're supposed to be aggressive with white.
Exactly.
So these are like kind of negs,
Yeah,
right?
right.
Nice defense is white.
Nice defense, seizing the defensive. And by the way, Hikaru has chosen the path blazed by Nigel Short with knight f3, e6, bishop e2.
And we do have, and so instead of, you were mentioning the anti-Berlin with the d3 move in the Robson-So game,
right.
But Robson chose another popular option, which is a simply castle here.
Well, castles, in fact, is the main line, and we get into that ending, which we're about to see. What has happened in a lot of the elite have been playing d2, d3, as we saw, for example, in the World Championship between Magnus Carlsen and Vishy Anand, and c2, c3, and a lot of games from this position. But they have gone into the Berlin ending, popularized by Vladimir Kramnik in his 2000 World Championship match against Garry Kasparov. But he didn't play, pardon me,
That's what I meant.
one.
So we played this.
D4.
Instead of playing d4, you played this rookie one idea, which we've seen a lot of lately. I feel like we've seen that in St. Louis, maybe a Nakamura game.
Oh, many times.
I think we've seen Nakamura play that in the Sinquefield Cup against Magnus, and he
Carlsen,
got nothing.
Nothing, and the game was ended in a draw. This is the Berlin ending that
you were expecting.
Yes.
The
Okay.
thing about Rookie 1 is it doesn't offer much of an edge, but it does keep the queens on the board, and that's why a lot of amateur players are attracted to it, but a lot of the strong players acquiesce to the fact that they're going to have to play the endgame if they want a big edge.
Exactly, because this variation, it's too tame. There's simply not enough play in the position, yes, for either player, for that matter, to gain an edge. And after bishop e7,
so you're going to call this the anti-Berlin defense?
Something like that. Okay, I think we saw bishop f1.
Yeah, so they can play
bishop
this
e7,
more blunt, bishop d3, but you're not going to get enough pressure on h7 ultimately, because we're going to reroute our bishop to f6 and be able to play g6.
Exactly.
Kind of
a lot of games have continued like this, and you have mentioned Hikaru Nakamura's game from the Sinquefield Cup against world champion Magnus Carlsen, knight c3. I believe knight e8 is the theoretical move, and the players are playing very quickly. So knight e8, in fact, was played. Knight d5 has been played. Bishop d6 has not yet been played, but all of these moves have been seen on many occasions. All right.
And we'll see what Robson has up his sleeve, because clearly he's the one who picks the opening, whereas Wesley is just kind of trying.
Is responding to the choices made by white. Precisely
exactly.
So.
And we've got Grandmaster Maurice Ashley with some thoughts on this variation.
Well, Wesley So is known to be a Ruy Lopez specialist. The way he's been playing the black side has been simply incredible. In Tata Steel that concluded this year, he had a wonderful performance, coming in second place. In fact, he only lost one game playing against the world's elite. But this game caught a lot of people's eye. The game he played against Vasily Ivanchuk in that competition. They got to a Ruy Lopez position, not the same line they're playing now. In that game, he played a6 and b5. But in order to temper the game a little bit, Ivanchuk chose d3, not going into any complicated lines, but Wesley said, no way, I'm playing d5, and I'm going for it after knight bd2, queen d7, sacrificing that pawn on e5. This is a variation he had studied beforehand, and after knight f4, knight f3, guess what? In this position, he slapped down, knight takes g2, sacrificing a knight, smashing the king side open, and after king g2, a5, this line rook takes e7, prompted by Ivanchuk. At least Ivanchuk thought he had to play this way to take on e7 to try to slow down black's attack. But after rook to a6, here came a rook to the king side. He promptly crushed Ivanchuk in that game in only 26 moves. So we know he's dangerous in the Ruy Lopez. I think Robson knows that as well. So he's played a somewhat quiet line to make sure he doesn't get into any of Wesley's shenanigans, we'll call it. Guys?
Thank you, Maurice. Going around the tables, I'm looking at our defending champion, Gadakamski's game on table number 3. It's a God is known for his Slav Sicilian. He does it at a little bit offbeat Sicilian, as he likes the Schlechter
Right, the
Slav.
ones with G6.
A lot of the lines with G6. This is the Cherbrinsk Slav A7, A6. In fact, this move was made popular by my trainer, international master Nikolai Minev from Bulgaria, but for some reason he doesn't get the credit for it, although he played a lot of games on the black side. E2, E3. Bishop f5, bringing out the bishop before locking in the bishop with e7, e6. And here's a maneuver you don't see every day, although it's actually common to this variation of the Slav. Queen b3, taking advantage of the fact that the bishop on c8 no longer defends the b7 pawn, and rook a7, simply protecting the pawn and saying, okay, what's your development setup scheme like with your queen on b3 and your bishop on c1? How are you going to get anything?
That's why the development of chess theory is so cool, because if you, even a strong player, if they didn't know about this theory and they saw somebody playing this,
like rook a7, like what do you do? Yeah, what are you thinking about?
But then everybody gets kind of collectively stronger because of all this theory that is accepted, and we're like, okay, we understand this now.
Yeah, well, absolutely, and that's a fantastic thing about chess, is the archives of these millions of data games from the database, and you get to see what players of generations past thought about particular positions, what creative ideas that they've included, and then they get absorbed, and suddenly, like, everybody knows how to play against an isolated queen pawn because they see so many great players do it. Knight h4, very intriguing move by Alexander Onishuk. He doesn't want to allow black just to play e7, e6 and complete his development. So he says, well, what I want is to get the two bishops. I'm a little curious about this move, knight h4.
Understandable. If black had all the time in the world, he would love to play h6 and bishop h7.
Exactly. But now the retreat, okay, clearly white's idea is if you can get black to retreat his bishop here, well, you get to snap it off. You win the two bishops, something you can look forward to. Same principle involved here. Black can coax white's kingside pawns forward and claim that he's created weaknesses on the king side before losing the bishop. But the move I'm expecting Gada to play, because again, he does like the Schlechter Slav variation so much with g7, g6, is to temporarily put his bishop on the awkward square e6.
Not as awkward when we can't play knight g5, right?
Right, because your knight is already stuck there on h4. So I would expect Gada to play bishop e6. It's not to everybody's cup of tea. Nonetheless, a very solid choice by Gada were he to make that.
Yeah, because white's going to have to retreat that knight at some point to f3 anyway. Do you think Alex is intending on pushing his f-pawn forward first? Like with a move like f4?
Yeah, that's double-edged for
Yeah.
sure, because it kind of looks like a reverse Dutch where these pawns, not quite a Dutch, but
the bishop on e6 is a little weird.
Yeah,
So maybe it's justifiable.
Right. You could do something, I suppose, like this, but then at a certain moment, black just says, great, I'll trade off everything and I'll play bishop g7 and castles.
And it looks totally solid and nice for black. I mean, maybe instead of bishop d3, I would have played like knight f3 or something, try to find knight g5. Meanwhile, some news from Maurice Ashley in the women's section.
Jen, it's not every day you see a novelty on move 5. The openings have been explored so much in chess that move 5 novelties probably mean that they're not good moves. Well, take a look at this sacrifice on move 5 in a game between Alyssa Melahina and Victoria Ni. First, let's just go right to the opening itself because it's so early on. E4, D5 takes, not queen takes, but knight f6, a very popular move. I try it myself all the time in blitz. Knight f6, you could play c4 and go into those positions, but a lot of players like to play quietly. Knight c3 to say, take your pawn back, please. No complications. Bishop c4, I'll just play for a lead in development in space. And now the move c6, guarding that knight. And now queen f3, insisting, I want your knight, give me a pawn. I'm attacking your knight 3 times. How are you going to defend it? Well, this move has been responded to different ways. e6 has been one response. Another response after queen f3 has been bishop e6, quite an exotic move, threatening to take on c3 and attack the bishop on that square. Well, not quite, but setting up that tension. And then another move, more standard move here, a knight f6 has also been played. 3 popular responses. Yaz, take a look at this one. Knight d7. What's that about? That looks like a free pawn sitting on d5. This move has never been played before, at least not in the databases I have found. And it just looks like I could borrow your knight, and I could take this pawn 2 ways, queen takes or knight takes. The engines are giving black a slight deficit. Well, significant enough. Not a full pawn, though, but that looks, to me, like a pawn. Yes?
Looks like a pawn to me, too. A creative pawn sacrifice, I must say. Knight d7 would not have been in my list of candidate moves, but I suspect that Victoria has prepared this a little bit at home. And surprises in the opening are very important at the elite level. If you can get your opponent thinking early, get them wrong-footed, so to speak, oftentimes gambits can pay dividends. But this looks like a very strange one. I haven't seen it at all. I must admit it's new to my old eyes, and I've been around. I've seen a lot of gambits.
Meanwhile, we've got another exciting opening in the women's championship between Anna Sharovich and Irina Krush, where Irina is already sacrificed an exchange.
Oh, yes.
So she's taking a cue from Nakamura. I think that Irina already at this stage in the tournament realizes that she wants to rack up some victories. She's a half a point behind, and she wants to win this title clear.
Well, of course.
So
and
even with the black pieces, black-white, she's playing for a win.
And she's recognizing that Kate has been playing great, our tournament leader. A bit of a mismatch, at least on paper. Kate's a big favorite, even though she's black against Jennifer Yu. If Kate were to win, well, Irina's got to keep pace, and so she's taking some risks here in a mainline Benoni.
That's right.
variation.
So Irina doesn't usually play the Benoni, but we should note that Anna Sharovich played with G3, which usually makes the Benoni a little bit more theoretically viable.
Agreed. And just to show how the players have got here, okay, with G.
So basically, from the very beginning of the opening with E6, Irina could have easily been intending on knight f3 or knight c3 to play a Nimzo Indian or a Bogo Indian.
Right.
But we don't know, but there's a high chance that she's specifically playing the Benoni against G3.
Exactly. So G3, C5. Now, D5 is by far the most important theoretical move. If White's playing for a big edge or trying for a clear opening advantage, D4, D5 is the way to go. Another a popular way of avoiding the Benoni, in this case, is knight f3, and lots of games from this specific position. But Anna picked up the gauntlet, accepted the challenge, played d4, d5, and the players soon found themselves in a mainline Benoni g3. Bishop f4, this is considered the most reliable move for White. Knight e4, again, a very principled decision, knight e4, no problems with that. Oftentimes, it's always a big question of whether or not Black needs or should throw in the move a6 and a4. Irina went for knight e4 right away. Takes, knight d2. Rook takes f4. It's funny, and exchange sacrifices go back and forth. In the old days, rook b4 was considered one of the key moves for Black in this variation, as Black's pieces are bearing down on the b2 pawn. And what White was supposed to do was sacrifice an exchange with b3, bishop takes, queen takes, and thanks to all of these weak dark squares around Black's king, this was considered to be an advantage for White.
That fianchetto queen is always pretty sweet.
Exactly. So instead of rook b4, Irina says, I'm going to give up my exchange, thank you, and I've got a pawn and a bishop for the rook. Rook b1, bishop back, knight c4, knight a6.
Now
and
they're blasting out these moves because they both know them.
Yes, this is all. This whole line has been blazed. The trail's been blazed for quite a number of years, and there's a lot of approaches for White. The most direct approach and seemingly the most natural would be for White to play for the central break e4 followed by e5, and things can get wild, let's just say, after e4. Black oftentimes plays, for example, queen f6, queen h4 ideas targeting this pawn on f4. On a very good day, what Black wants is to play knight, oops, my arrows are going terrible. On a very good day, what Black would like to do is to be able to play knight c7 and b5 and get her majority on the queen side working. She's got a 3-1 queen side majority.
Maurice's thoughts on this game?
It's kind of incredible watching these two players play because they seem to have reversed roles. We remember that Anna Shevich in round 1 of this tournament, she was the one who sacrificed a couple of pawns and sacrificed a piece against her young opponent. I believe it was Jennifer Yu. And she is also a 4-time champion from Belarus. She knows how to win this title. She's here for the first time, and she knows how to win the national championship. But she's playing against a 6-time champion, Irina Krush, who is not known to sacrifice chess pieces. She likes to squeeze her opponent. She likes to play solidly, so I'm quite surprised to see her in this line. If you had asked me and said, who is playing black and who's playing white, and you gave me these two names, I would have said, well, of course, Irina's on the white side and Anna's on the black side. So they have reverse roles, these two great champions, and they're putting us in for a treat as the move bishop h6 already showing that she has aggressive tendencies in this game. This should be a very exciting matchup between two fine champions.
Another game that's heating up already. Kamsky, I'm sorry, not Kamsky, our game with Nakamura and Shanklin, in which Shanklin has played the move of the tournament.
G5.
You might want to guess it, yes,
right.
Indeed. So,
let's see what we had. This is an old idea of Gada Kamsky. He trotted it out in Tilburg in Holland a better part of 20 years ago. He was a young prodigy, and he was up, I believe, against Jan Timman. And Jan Timman expressed a complete horror, shock, surprise when Gada played this line with h7, h6, knight g3, g5. So what Black's idea is simply, first of all, he's keeping his bishop on f5 so that there's no knight h4 type of ideas forcing a trade of a bishop for a knight. And on a very good day, what Black is planning is to play bishop to g7, followed by f7, f6, putting pressure on White's center, but at the cost of really weakening the queen side. Knight e1, I believe, is the way that Jan responded. So the idea behind White's retreat, knight e1, is it's not necessarily that he wants to refortify his center. He simply wants to play f2, f4, knight d3, and get very good squares for his pieces on the king side. For sure, Sam Shanklin would have been expecting this move, knight e1. Strangely enough, it's like if White doesn't play knight e1, there's really not that much play in the position for White. Breaking with c2,
yes,
c4.
we need to have some kind of pawn break.
Exactly. Yeah. Breaking c2, c4. Well, Black's got the d5 square covered, three ways to Sunday. So c2, c4 is not really bringing White any edge. But knight e1 with the idea f2, f4 was considered the refutation of this line. So I'm wondering what Mr. Shanklin has in mind for rehabilitating this line for Black.
And some of the matchups we thought would be really crazy, like Sevian Trof and perhaps Grayev's game, have led to tamer water. So we're going to go back to Grandmaster Maurice Ashley for the Victoria Knee game and check on some of our top boards after that.
All right.
Well, I know that computer preparation has transformed chess dramatically, but Yaz, a pawn is still a pawn, no? Take a look at this line that I really am just dying to see what the preparation is. The game between Alyssa Melahina and Victoria Knee, well, she sacrificed the pawn, did Victoria with knight to d7, and Alyssa said, okay, I'm taking it. It's a pawn after all. Queen takes d5, and we're waiting for some magic move. Simply e6, blocking in her bishop, as a matter of fact. For the long term, she's going to have to fianchetto it. And I started to look at a few variations, just moving forward a little bit, queen e4, queen f6, and queen to e2. And now I said, engines, please teach me. Let me know what's happening here. After bishop e7, knight f3, castles. This is the first move of the engine each time. And so we just played out the line, and we got to this position. The engines are saying White's only slightly better, slightly. but I can count. It's 7 pawns to 6. And I see your strong bishop on the long diagonal, but where are the weaknesses in White's position? What justifies this pawn sacrifice? I have no idea, but classical principles are definitely screaming that White is already winning this game. We will see how this transpires and what Victoria has in mind, as I'm sure Alyssa is sitting there thinking, what the heck?
Or thinking, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Yeah, exactly. I'm a pawn up.
Yeah,
On the other hand, in that position that you did achieve, Maurice, I agree that I would prefer to play White's position, but for a pawn, it's really not bad. First of all, Black's king is incredibly safe. White's king, thanks to that long light squared bishop, and there is a pawn on c2, so that after rook c8, you're getting some nice pressure down the c line. I can understand that there's compensation. I wouldn't say it's enough, but it's not that bad. It's not that bad. I'm a bit surprised with the game between Teryn Schaefer and Sam Seirawan. This is an old line of the English, symmetrical English, I want to say. E2, E3, I remember going back to my junior days in 1979 in Skiën. I was on the black side of this against Alexander Chernin, and we made a very short draw. The idea for Black and White is both players end up playing for D4 and D5. So this is how this line usually goes, and it's pretty darn boring. Was the line that we got between Alexander Chernin and myself. Check this out. That's about that's about as dry as you can get. It's a symmetrical English. White to move, so it's considered.
Check that out.
It's considered that White has a smidgen, a small pull, because it's White's move in an absolute symmetrical
You should have like
position.
a training tournament where everybody has to play this position.
Actually, it's not that bad a position to have a training in. I'll show you one cute little trick.
Just so that you don't like get overconfident.
Exactly. That it's worth playing. There's reasons why you might want a training game in this position. So Queen B3 threatens your pawn on D3. And check this out. I remember winning a game with White that went like this, where, oops, sorry. Yeah, this move, bishop takes d5, where Black was nearly lost after reaching a symmetrical position just like that.
Somebody once had an idea to, I can't remember who had the idea, but the idea to have a tournament where you picked an opening out of the hat.
Right.
Or just like a randomized
I like
opening.
that.
And I can tell Maurice would just be dying to pick this one every round.
No. You pick up the King's Gambit one where the thing's a total mess. This is not a mess.
You know, once back in the 90s, I had an event that we did in Harlem in the African American community, where we chose the positions where everybody would play. We were trying to study opening theory, so we picked positions for people to prepare and come into so-called thematic tournaments. This one would not even come close to being considered on our drawing board. I could tell you right now, you would have to almost put a gun to my head to make me have to pick this one for us to play against. Maybe that's why I was never that good at endgames, Yaz. That just is a snooze fest. You were talking and I was going to sleep on that position. Sorry. But Teryn Schaefer, you know, he's a youngster and he knows that the younger guys are tactical. And in this case, his junior, Sam Seirawan, so maybe he's trying to avoid complicated lines, but he himself is extremely tactical. As we saw yesterday, if you weren't here to see this game, Caden against Conrad Holt, where Caden was on the ropes. He was dead busted, but he tried one last trick, knight e3 check, and all Conrad had to do was just march his king to f3 and challenge his knight, and that would have been all she wrote, game over. Instead, he played the move king h3 and was stunned by the move g5, and suddenly his king was either getting mated, queen h6 was on tap, or he was losing material, which he did after rook d6, g4 check, king to h4, knight to f5. Thank you very much for the donation of the rook, and he went on to win that game. Tactical slugfest is what Teryn Schaefer is known for. This game he's playing right now is like, let's change the channel.
That's, I can't help but think about this disturbed criminal who's so perverted that all he wants to do is put a gun to Maurice Ashley's head and make him play the English.
Oh, no.
Like that. It's like, don't give me all your money.
Actually, I used to play the English. Thank goodness I woke up and started playing E4 move 1. But I used to play the English, but you know what? When I played the English, I played the Botvinnik attack, and it was to mate you. That's the way I used to play. It didn't quite work out all the time, so that's why I switched over.
So that was a spectacular interview, though, with Caden Trofe, a spectacular finale to the game. And actually, Caden's got a fan page on Facebook where he posted a direct link, I think, to the interview. Because, on YouTube, you can time code it so that you just, click to the exact interview moment.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, and actually, all of our shows are archived on YouTube. So you can go back if you happen to have to miss an hour. Maybe you have a meeting or something, like something for work,
and get
dentist
that little
appointment.
snippet that you wanted.
Go back and find it.
Well, very good. And let's just go to our board number 1 in the ladies. Jennifer Yu versus Kate Nimkova. This was I always played the English my whole career. This was an old favorite of mine. And I recall in the day that C7, C5 used to be the main variation.
Right, what is this opening called with 3,
It's
4?
like the Flora McKennis English variation or something like that.
Yeah, so you like this for white, not for black.
Yes, and I remember a very, very nice game I won against Victor Korchnoi as black. I had debuted in the Vaikanzei tournament, and I had this really, really cool idea prepared. Victor Korchnoi was the number 2 player at the time, and instead of playing the theoretically recommended bishop d2, I played king f1. And the idea was to retain the 2 bishops, play bishop to b2, queen to e2, rook to d1, and I got a fantastic attack against Victor's king, and he went down in flames. The modern approach has been, after queen takes f6, d4, the modern approach has been not to attack white center with the move c7, c5, but rather to switch it up and to attack white center with the move e6, e5. Knight c6, knight f3. Whoops, let me get this. Okay, so these moves have all been played. E5, and this is a strange move. Knight takes e5. That's not the theoretical move that I'm aware of. I thought that everybody in this position actually plays for bishop g5 here, picking up the tempo against black's queen.
Yeah,
a lot of the variations continue queen g6, h4, h5 with a whole long theoretical fight ahead.
Now, one of the interesting things about this opening, if you want to go back to the very beginning, is that if you are playing the Nimzo Indian, it's a bit annoying when your opponent plays 1c4. Because in this very line, white can play e4, so you have to be prepared for this line.
If you were wanting to play bishop b4 and play a Nimzo, you don't get that. e4 really cuts across the whole idea of the Nimzo. The problem with bishop d4 in this position is, thanks to this pawn on e4, the knight can get attacked, and if the knight drops back, then white gets a very quick initiative with the move queen g4, and black's whole strategy of knight f6 and bishop b4 has simply been refuted.
Yes, it's a very woeful version of the Alekhine, isn't it?
Hence d5.
So you have to play this, or if you want to play the Nimzo, you could just pick a totally different opening against c4.
Well,
but that's a lot more work.
Yes. And again, this is all considered mainline stuff. Now the question is has Jennifer erred with the move knight e5? Well, let's take a look. After knight takes e5, for sure her intention is not to recapture, because after queen takes e5, quite frankly, I would prefer black's position. But Jennifer is probably...
Because white would have to be compelled to go into the endgame, otherwise c3 would hang.
Precisely. But Jennifer is probably thinking, hey, wait a minute, haven't I... talk about winning a pawn as in that game of Victoria and between Victoria and Elisa. In this particular case, Jennifer may be thinking to herself, well, gosh, if bishop d6 happened, I've got this move f4. Ooh, and I could be winning, but I've got a sneaking hunch that this position is actually not that good for white, and that after, for example, a move like bishop g4, challenging challenging white to win the pawn, then black looks to my eyes
Tiny
to
little
be
threat there.
to be an excellent shape
Checkmate
after
threat, and
castles.
so if we play, for instance, f3 in this position.
Yeah, we'll just
now
maybe just drop back with the bishop and just saying, okay, I'm a pawn down, but look, you've got all kinds of issues to address still. Your king's in the center.
Even in the end game.
Yeah, this
King
is
safety matters.
Yeah.
And we've got Maurice with an update from the pawn grubbing game, Malakina.
Yes, that line just goes to show you can grab pawns. I think Jennifer has prepared that position, though, guys, because she just looks so confident and calm in that moment. Hard to believe that she didn't get to this position and knew that this is what she wanted to play for. But the other game is definitely gotten interesting as well. In this moment, remember I suggested the move knight f6? Victoria said, I want to play rook to b8. I want to showcase my bishop immediately, but also with activity. So if you play a natural move, for example, like knight to f3, well, b5 will land on the board. b5, keeping some aggression on that side of the board, prepared to play the move b4, but also preparing bishop to b7. So if you slow me down with a3, then bishop b7. Still, if you take a look at a couple of moves, queen e2, bishop to e7, still sacrificing this pawn. Well, let me just play solidly with d3. Maybe I will take that pawn at some point. So I just want to give this line a6. And now bishop f4, gaining tempo on that rook. And we get to a position like this one after castles. And again, the engines are saying, we like this bishop. We like the aggression. It's a worthy pawn sacrifice. Maybe white's a bit better. Maybe white's up a pawn. But still, this is something worth doing for black. So a very interesting line here. But Alyssa staying remarkably calm and composed and upright. We know she's a ballet dancer. That looks like a ballet pose right now. Another position, though, just quickly, not because it's interesting. Actually, it's straight out boring, but it's confusing me as to why this position has taken so long for Wesley to get to. He's played the move knight to f6, more trades afoot. This is looking peaceful, guys. Like Ray decided not to go into any fighting lines against his opponent. So a couple of positions that are going to peter out very quickly, it seems, into potentially just dull fights. Guys?
Well, we've got a broad range today. Some real thrilling games like Sharovich versus Crush, and I think Shankline and Nakamura is going to be really rich as well.
Right.
And then others that, as Maurice said, seem a little duller, but you never know. We've been really surprised in this tournament. Games that seem like they've been headed towards Splitsville end up blowing up, right?
Yeah, exactly.
There's one really good example of that, which I'm going to remember as we take a short break and come right back for round 6 of the 2015 U.S. Chess Championship.
"2014 was a great year for chess. Chess24 brought you live interactive broadcasts from top tournaments. A play zone where you can take on opponents from all around the world 24/7. Interactive beginners courses, ensuring you pick up the basics fast while having fun. A tactics trainer to sharpen your chess by solving puzzles adapted to your level. Hundreds of interactive videos. Chess24 on mobiles and tablets. Most features are free, but limited for registered members. Chess24 is offering a special premium membership for just $9.99 per month or $99 per year. See you at chess24.com.
I'm Mike Matheny. Whether you play chess for fun or want to boost your child's academic performance, come visit the Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis, right here in the chess capital of the U.S. From a welcoming, diverse environment to a scholastic outreach program, now in over 100 schools, our center, across from the World Chess Hall of Fame in the Central West End, has it all. So whether you've played for years or never before, we invite you to experience all chess has to offer.
At our hashtag US Chess Champs, one person who we particularly love tweets from, none other than Gary Kasparov at Kasparov63. He's been tweeting a lot about that Sevian upset win against Wesley So. He congratulated Sam Sevian for his win against So in the US Chess Championship. He's the youngest ever to beat a top 10 player in a classical game. And then he pointed out that he was 15 when he beat Polyeski, who was likely top 10 at the time. Even in the USSR, there were few opportunities for a kid to face a super elite. He also mentioned that kids now have computers to train with and can get better faster, but postulated that perhaps if I'd had computer and internet as a kid, I wouldn't have found chess.
Exactly. Tetris. Tetris is a great game.
Well, we do have very exciting news for you today, actually, related to Gary Kasparov. He's going to be here at the St. Louis Chess Club later in the month in a special match, Battle of the Legends. He's going to be playing against Grandmaster Nigel Short in a combination of Blitz and Rapid.
Wonderful, and that will be April 25th through the 26th here at the St. Louis Chess Club and Scholastic Center. So two of the great names of the world of chess, Gary Kasparov and Nigel Short, here in St. Louis. How exciting. Unfortunately, just after the U.S. Championship, I won't be here. Oh, rats.
But yeah, that will be live streamed as well. So you guys are going to want to put that on your calendar. That's a weekend, April 25th to the 26th. And we've got a comment from Grandmaster Maurice Ashley on what proves to be an epic matchup.
Well, I will be here, yes. Sorry. I'll be back from New York to watch that one, to talk about that one, to call that one. Those two guys are legends. Absolutely. They played that great World Championship match back in 1993 in London. They sent London ablaze with chess for about a month. And Nigel Short, he battled valiantly, but he was overcome by the great champion, Gary Kasparov. So it's good to see Gary playing chess again. You know, he's a guy who loved to sack pawns in the opening to prove his initiative. And we have a matchup in Gary's style, sacrificing a pawn and some deep opening preparation. Well, in this one, actually, it's the game between Sharovich and Irina Krush. This is the kind of game that you would say Gary Kasparov is the black pieces. No question about it. Sacrifice in exchange. The initiative seems to now be on black side as white is playing very solidly. I remember you talked about playing e4, Yaz, but this bishop on h6 proving to be quite powerful. It's a bishop that will never be fought against again in this game because white doesn't have a counterpart. So Sharovich chose to play e3, stay solid for now, but this d pawn is going to need some attention soon. After knight c7, this pawn will be under fire, although this bishop is sitting here, seemingly a good piece. We're going to see some b5 action happen. This bishop is blocked by this pawn, and we want to wonder, what does white plan to do? There are no open files. The exchange up, you're ahead in exchange, but you need an open file to prove it. Black will develop quite quickly and comfortably in this position. But the pawn sacrifice line I was talking about was in the game with Victoria Ni and Alyssa Melachina. If I could just find it quite quickly here, we should show that matchup between those two players. And she sacrificed a pawn, did Victoria, in the game, and for some reason the big board does not have it. So I will go back to the studio, let you guys talk about it. I'll bring that game up because a critical moment has occurred. Guys?
Thank you, Maurice. I'll get that game for you myself. I'm just looking at the Sabina Feuser-Tatev game. Looks like a closed Rui Lopez.
Which
with
is apt to
D3.
blow up later.
Yeah, with D3 it doesn't really, it's not that exciting. All right, what has
But
happened?
it'll get exciting. That's the thing, so close.
Yeah, so what has happened in the Victoria Ni game, after Elisa captured the pawn, she went queen e4, rook b8. That was the enterprising move that Victoria played. Knight f3, b5, queen e2, b4, knight e4, bishop e7, and they've reached this position. It has a lot of similarities with the Rubinstein French Caro-Kann positions that I get a lot. I remember getting a position like this, which actually came out of a rat, a modern defense with g7, g6.
Sounds like a great opening.
Yeah,
Well,
exactly.
what's better, the rat or the dragon?
I
mean,
the dragon.
that's a trick question.
Yeah. My opponent's pawn was on d4, so let me just imagine d4 for a second. And I remember having this very annoying move, queen b6, where I threatened to play bishop a6 and prevent my opponent from castling. And my opponent had a lot of regrets that his pawn was on d4 and not on d3. So I can imagine Victoria getting pretty fair compensation in that particular case. Let me go back to the game on table number 1. In the open section, there's Hikaru Nakamura, world number 2 player, playing against Sam Shanklin. Sam played h6 g5 in Gardiev fashion. Knight e1 was played by Hikaru. Knight d3. Interestingly, Hikaru didn't go immediately f2, f4, which I thought he should have. Instead, he played knight d3, knight g6, and I think we're up to date with the players. And one thing for sure, there's no way Hikaru prepared for this position at home. I'm going to give Sam the edge in terms of preparation, but I just don't think that this position actually is strategically that good for black, and I do prefer white's position after the move f2, f4.
All right, well, Nakamura Shanklin proves to be an exciting game. Now, we haven't looked at Jacobian yet.
Okay, let me go down. Just looking at the Wesley So Ray Robson game, that really does look boring.
And now, yeah, why? Didn't Ray want to get revenge?
Well, the point is all the knights are off the board after knight takes, queen takes, d4. For example, after b7, b6, you could say that white has a little bit more space, but once this bishop comes to b7 and the rook comes to e8, the open e-file is like a chopping block with all of the rooks getting traded, and this one is fading into a very, very boring game. Alexander Onyshuk, Gadakamsky, we're going to call that, roughly speaking, balanced. Well, this is actually interesting. In the Caden Troll Samuel Sevian game, instead of going for that d4 and that d5 position I had shown earlier, stop my beating heart. Knight f4 to prevent black from equalizing with d5 was Caden's choice, keeping much more play in the position. So that's a battle that's shaping up nicely. This is the Conrad Holt Varusian Jacobian game. Let's just take it from the top.
We got a Bogo Indian with the very combative move, knight bd2, trying to keep the most number of pieces on the board.
I like this move, by the way. It's one of my favorite moves against the Bogo
Keeping the
Indian.
bishops, because you like the bishops.
I like the bishops, and I like this way of capturing the bishops.
What do you like more, 2 bishops or snagging pawns?
Too much snagging. I'll take the pawns. I'll take the pawns. I actually the knight is my favorite piece, even though you hear me harping on the bishop. To my mind, the knight is one of the things that gives chess such a magical fantasy. As Maurice would say, the rooks and bishops are very linear pieces, but the knights hopping really can be very, very surprising.
And the knights always move like the knight too. So like it's cool how you can go back and look at ancient chess problems with the rook and the knight, and they're exactly the same.
Exactly.
You can't go back that far with like the bishops and the queens because they've all changed.
Precisely. Yeah, you can't look at a 9th century manuscript and figure out a bishop ending because that wasn't how bishops moved. Okay, queen takes d2, all very straightforward stuff. I also shout out to Grandmaster Walter Brown, a 6-time U.S. champion. He loved this particular position as white. He played it very, very well in his day. d7, Queen c2, that's a kind of an early move. You're not 100% sure as white where your queen belongs, whether it be on the e2 square, the c3 square, the c2 square. I don't like this committing move that much.
He wanted to stop knight e4.
Well, if you say Walter Brown's games, Walter would say go ahead and play knight e4. Walter liked to put his pawn on b4, his bishop on b2. If you go knight e4 in this position, Queen c2, f5, you always have to be cognizant of this center break, d4, d5 takes knight d4. These types of sacrifices for white, very common. Walter played them very well. Queen c2 was played by Conrad.
Speaking of Walter, I know that he was here at the St. Louis Chess Club pretty recently, and you did an event with him.
At the World Chess Hall of Fame. We had an evening together, and Walter relayed stories of his career and all of the great players he met in his life, including his really wonderful game that he had with Bobby Fischer. So lots of stories in his very
I think that's online
extraordinary
somewhere too, right?
career.
On YouTube
Yes.
as well, yes.
Yes, that was all captured and put on the chess channel that we have.
Yeah, great. So you'll never get bored on the St. Louis Chess Club YouTube channel. You can go over previous editions of the Sinkfield Cup, conversations with Yasser and Walter Brown,
Sure.
and dozens, hundreds by now, lectures.
Yes.
From the Grandmasters in Residence, anyone from Firouzja Nakovian to Yasser. We also, I was here
Yourself,
several times.
Maurice, hello.
Yeah, Irina Crush is in that library.
Exactly.
Just-
Ronan Harsvey.
Even Josh Friedel. Josh Friedel is doing some of the annotations for the website, and I think he has a few videos as well.
Yes.
So yeah, just you're gonna find somebody you like, or you really don't like people.
And yeah, exactly. Alejandra too. A very,
Oh
very,
yes, of course, Grandmaster Alejandro Ramirez. John Donaldson is actually in town, and he's going to be giving a lecture on April 9th entitled A Prodigy's Progress, and that's going to be all about Bobby Fischer in conjunction with the Bobby Fischer show that we have up there now.
Yeah. John, on top of being an international master, is a world-class researcher. He's fantastic at unearthing lost documents, lost letters, and giving some fantastic insights into the lives of legends. And, of course, Bobby Fischer has such a fascinating life, and John's unearthed a great deal. He'll be lecturing over, I think it's Thursday evening at the World Chess Hall of Fame, but I think he's going to be a special guest in our studio later today.
Yeah, so keep your eyes open for that, and if you're in striking distance of St. Louis, well, a good excuse to come and check out the show, hang out at the Kingside Diner, and then go check out John.
Absolutely, absolutely. And also I know that John has been America's Olympic team captain on numerous times. Immediately after this event, he'll be going to Armenia to captain the American team in the world.
Oh, right, yeah, he's very beloved in that role. And
yeah.
I mean, it's just with all those, all great gentlemen that we have on the U.S. chess team, and wonderful women in the women's team, but still, like, a lot of egos also.
Yeah, it's hard to massage all those egos all the time, but he's very good
at who manages to make sure everybody gets along with everyone.
And allocating the colors properly. Oof, a thankless task. Let me just get to the current position between Conrad Holt and Var. D takes b4, an interesting imbalanced position. Again, I like the two bishops here. I think Conrad will be very pleased with the outcome of this opening, as he'll be feeling that he has a plus in the position.
Speaking of the World Chess Hall of Fame, we've actually got Teryn, who's over there to talk us about a new exhibition.
Lovely.
Thanks, Jen. I am here with Emily Allred of the World Chess Hall of Fame, and we are talking about the featured chess set of the month, and you guys have this wonderful project going on here. Do you want to explain what chess set you guys have now?
Okay, this is a Coca-Cola chess set created by the Franklin Mint, and it's part of our permanent collection. It's coated in 24-karat gold, and it's based on the design of antique Coca-Cola dispensers. The featured chess set project usually displays something from our collection or something loaned to us by people living in the St. Louis area. We try to show sets with interesting stories as a means of showing how chess brings people together and inspires creativity.
This is a very cool iconic branded chess set. What are some of the other cool sets that you guys have had in here?
We've had everything from chess sets owned by famous players like Donald Byrne to kind of cartoony chess sets. Like we had another Coca-Cola chess set that had the polar bears and Santa Claus. And then we've had also some artistic chess sets like a 3D printed chess set.
Very cool. And if you're interested in loaning your iconic chess set, you can visit worldchesshalloffame.org and learn more about this project. Jen, back to you.
Thanks. Yeah, a lot of chess sets I would like to have.
Oh, yeah.
That's what the founder of the chess club here, Rex Singfield. I was looking at some of the great jewelry that they have over at the Q Boutique. They always have great stuff.
I know, you're a frequent
Yeah.
customer, boy.
Yeah, they see me. They're like, "Where's the suspicious coming?"
Yes. You're easy.
And I'm looking at Rex, and he's like, "For you, jewelry is like I am for chess sets. Most
Yeah.
women, he loves the chess sets and collecting them."
And he's a big collector, and he's got some really, really beautiful chess sets. He's got one of the 20,000-year-old, the
Were
ivory.
you thinking of Krumiller?
No, I'm thinking of Rex.
Oh, okay.
He's got the Siberian ivory. What was the animal that went extinct tens of thousands of years ago? The big elephant-like animal. Woolly mammoth. Thank you. The woolly mammoth chess set in Siberia is a huge depository.
But shouldn't we be trying to save them?
They're gone. They're extinct. And he's got a woolly mammoth, 20,000-year-old ivory chess set. That's gorgeous.
Oh yeah. And I mentioned Krumiller because he's going to be featured in another exhibit upcoming in the World Chess Hall of Fame. He did a fantastic one, prized and played a couple years ago.
Yeah, we had dinner together, and he was telling about his collection, how slowly, collectors, it's interesting, they never go in with this idea that they're going to have a world-class chess set collection or a world-class stamping collection. They just, something intrigued them, and then slowly, and before you know it, the whole house is full of really luxurious chess sets. Really, really nice.
And we've got Maurice with some news from the championship.
Well, if you want to talk about extinction, some of these positions being played in the championship should be extinct. I mean, there are some real snooze fest going on the open side of the championship. This game between Onishchuk and Gadakomsky, way too respect among the two veterans in the competition. I don't even want to look at it any longer. It's driving me nuts looking at those games. But on the ladies' side, however, we are seeing some real imbalances. Already we have a mate threat in the game. We did see this happen, this line with queen to e2 in the game between Jennifer Yu and Katerina Nemtsova, our tournament leader. She is down a pawn. Bishop g4, queen takes e5, queen takes, and castles. And now Nemtsova is currently down a pawn, but she looks as though she has terrific compensation for it. Her perfect pawn structure, these double pawns in White's position. I only found one top-level game in this line between two 2,600 players, and although White was up a pawn, these pawns proved to be very vulnerable, and very quickly, White lost the A pawn, and the game ended up petering out into a draw. This is after several moves, but still not a very exciting variation for White to play. Maybe she's hoping that she'll have some chances against this leading opponent, Katerina Nemtsova. So Jennifer's going to have to be very careful in that game. The other game we were talking about paying attention to is this one between the six-time champion Irina Krush and her illustrious four-time champion Anna Sharovich. In this game, Anna has not played it too impressively. I got to tell you, this line with e3 and f4, the knight on c4 is definitely well placed, but this nice bishop on this long diagonal. It looks like Black has easy play. No pressure really by White's forces. So it looks as though Black will be able to develop pieces and not have too much trouble. She looks like she has the initiative so far. And this other cryptic game on the ladies' side, as you can see here, the game between Alyssa Melahini and Victoria Ni. Victoria's proven her point. She has this great diagonal here, this rook open file. That is, in terms of having great activity, it's only when you start counting do you say, oh, she's down a pawn, isn't she? And we know she's down a pawn, but she's saying, I've got play, I've got pressure. Alyssa must have been somewhat surprised to see this position on the board, but clearly fighting games, and the other game as well, a big game between Sabina Feuser and Tatev Abrahamian. everything still on this chessboard. This is a great rear Lopez, a foot. So I guess it's ladies' day. The men might go extinct, Yaz, after this, if they keep playing chess like this while the women are fighting it out tooth and nail. Guys?
Yes, indeed. The women are bringing it, much less so the men's game. Lots of very solid, what we would call stolid, stagnant positions on the men's side. Going to Sam Shanklin and Hikaru Nakamura. Hikaru, our tournament leader, has played the move f2, f4 as expected, trying to prove that Black's kingside advance was actually simply premature, and that White's pieces are going to find some really delicious squares over there on the kingside. Let me just show you one example of what I mean. If I've got the current position right, imagine for a moment g5 takes f4. Otherwise, White would be happy to snap that pawn on g5. Let's imagine knight d3. Black takes the gut check decision to castle long, and after knight takes f4, the only real way for Black to justify his play is to play the move f7, f6. But that takes, that's a very bold decision, because after a move like bishop g4, we can see how White's pieces in this particular line that I'm giving could be unforgiving for Black, as suddenly White's forces, his two bishops, just take over the whole game, and Black's king is actually under pressure as well. So this is a variation where Hikaru Nakamura could easily overrun his opponent, and this is something that Sam Shanklin has to avoid.
Well, yes, and you know, Sam Shanklin, I think this game could get exciting. Remember that Sam Shanklin loves his nickname from last year, Sam the Spoiler Shanklin.
Yes, yes.
And that was, he beat a player who was leading at the end, Josh, right?
And also, I believe, Var Kobian, too. Var
yes,
was having
Var, that was a really good game.
Wow, that was great stuff, yeah.
Yeah, and so Varusian was playing so well, and then, like, Sam just smashed him out of the gate. And
the smashing is correct.
and he loved it. You know, some people might be like, oh, that's kind of like a little bit of a backhanded compliment, spoiler. Sam was like, no, I'll take that.
I'll take that. Well, remember what Sam said. He said he started horribly, something like 1.5 out of 4, pretty much like what he started here. And then his second half, he really shone, and as you say, spoiler, and he turned out to have a positive result. But at the moment, he's suffering, and if he's going to play spoiler, he's got to do it today against the leader in the tournament, Hikaru Nakamura. Hikaru is not trying to help Sam have rescue his performance in the tournament by losing today. So Hikaru does not want to see that, and Sam is...
So plenty of juice in the women's championship,
yep.
And then also in this critical game where we'll see how Nakamura, does he continue to rack up those wins? Actually, one really great tweet that I saw was from one of the best tweeters in the business, the Norwegian journalist Tarjei Svensson, and he had this tweet with the top rating lists for both classical, blitz, and rapid. And what you see Carlsen number one, and Nakamura number two.
That's wild.
And that is fabulous to see, obviously, as an American, to see Nakamura right up there, right next to Magnus Carlsen. Because, you know, a few years ago, I think Nakamura was interviewed in New in Chess, and he said, I am Magnus Carlsen's big competition in the coming decade.
Yeah.
And a lot of people were like, well, that's pretty egomaniacal.
Yeah, that's bold.
Because, you know, there's some younger players who are almost as high as you, and there are people who are higher rated than you. But hey, Nakamura is proving them right today.
Yeah, it's turned out to be prophetic. And very interesting. I've had a lot of conversations about like this, especially with the Russian/Soviet players. We're talking about blitz chess. And I'm a big proponent of blitz chess. I love blitz chess, and I basically grew up playing blitz chess, as did Hikaru Nakamura, and virtually almost all U.S. players.
Certainly Conrad Halt, also a very well-known blitz player online.
Exactly. A lot of us play blitz, whereas in the Soviet school of chess, it was more about, you know, theory and classical games and things like this, and Michael Botvinnik really put a damper on the whole idea of blitz chess. But if you look at that standings of the live rating list and look at it backwards before going forwards, the two best players in the world in blitz are also the two best players in the world in classic. So I've always felt that, listen, if you're going to be a really good good player, you're probably going to be a really good blitz player. And I've always felt that I was stronger in blitz than I was in classical chess, and I always felt for a long, long time that Hikaru was much stronger in blitz and bullet chess than he was in classical. And now it's kind of evening out a bit, and well, number 2 in the world. Bravo, bravo.
So yeah, big moment for Nakamura, and Nakamura said something. You gotta listen up, I guess. I mean, you know, he matches ambitions with the work and the devotion to get there. Now, speaking of blitz chess, we are going to take a quick break, and after listening to Yasser's sage advice, we know what you're going to be doing.
Enjoy yourselves.
We'll be back with more from this exciting round in the 2015 U.S. Championships and U.S. Women's.
It's safe to say that Hikaru and Wesley are, at least on paper, are the favorites, and the results that they've demonstrated over the past year or two have been phenomenal.
Well, we have two obvious favorites, Hikaru and Wesley, just by rating alone. Of those two, you probably might give Hikaru a slight edge just because, you know, he has more experience, I suppose, and he's won this tournament many times in the past.
I would say probably 90% chance that either myself or Wesley So wins. Anyone else wins, that would be a huge surprise. Certainly, I think I have as good a chance, obviously, as anyone. But of course, we'll see what happens in the individual games.
My goal is just to really play my best and just have to focus on playing my game. And I think, you know, if I play good chess, then I've a good chance like all of these other guys.
There are 11 games, 11 long games, so we'll take it one at a time. And after 2 weeks, we will see who is the best player to come on top.
They're the guys to beat, but I think in this tournament, anyone can beat anybody. There's no easy games, and if either of those guys makes one bad move against anybody, they will be punished. So while they're the guys to beat, I wouldn't necessarily just throw anyone else off.
The rest of the guys, including me, we're gonna try our best to, you know, to hold them. But whether we'll succeed, we'll see.
Nobody is counted out, and everybody will fight to the last drop of blood, so it'll be quite a tournament.
Hello and welcome back to the 2015 U.S. Chess Championships and U.S. Women's Championship. I'm Jennifer Shahade. I'm here with Grandmasters Yasser Seirawan and Maurice Ashley, and I sure hope that you won your Blitz games on our break.
Exactly.
Or Bullet. You could have gotten like 3 Bullet games in.
Yeah, for sure. A quiet start in the open section thus far, with an exception. On table number 1, Hikaru Nakamura, Sam Shanklin. That game has really heated up. Players have castled on opposite wings, and Sam Shanklin has just offered the number 2 player in the world a pawn by castling queenside. Exciting game happening here. Not too much elsewhere, but this is where all the action is. On the last few moves, I've been stumping for f4 for some time. Hikaru got around to it, and Sam just said, I'm ignoring the fact that this pawn on g5 is hanging. Go ahead and take it if you want. Well, let's have a look. Let's imagine takes. And I don't think there's Black has any desire of helping White by bringing his bishop out to g5. So I think that Sam has a different idea. For example, in the position, he may be thinking something along the lines of knight g6, with the idea that if you take, captures on h6, I can do it. Yes, we can. Rook takes. Sam has ideas of rook h8 and f7, f6. His queen on c7 is lurking, keeping in mind that it's kind of got what we would call an X-ray attack against the pawn on h2. These are, I think, the type of ideas that Sam is hoping
to earn back his nickname, Sam the Spoiler.
Yeah, to sacrifice a pawn. This is the kind of compensation he's hoping to get. I'm not saying he will, but this is certainly what he is visualized.
Well, speaking of sacrifices, how is our defending champion Irina Krush's sacrificial play with Black against Anna Sharovich going?
Well, in that game, we saw this early exchange sacrifice, and when we had left it, I actually like Irina's position quite a lot. She has pawn and bishop, but the real problem for White is that her rooks aren't that well positioned. And with the rooks on e1 and a3, it looks a little bit artificial to my eyes. And I would say after rook e8, for example, not the only move, but a pretty decent one, I actually prefer Irina's position with a lot of play still to go. I mean, it's not over or anything like that. A lot of play still in that position. Going to our leader, Kate, she is playing against Jennifer Yu, obviously with her last move, castles.
I see this line that you predicted, actually.
Yes.
With Queen E2 and Bishop G4.
Exactly. The players have kind of caught up with our prediction. F2, F3. Kate actually dropped back with her bishop on to f5. She wanted to keep the e-file open so that when she brings a rook to the e-file, she'll be attacking this pawn on f4. Well, how's that for a gutsy move? G2, G4, saying, I want to use my pawn majority, but on the other hand...
But pawns don't move backwards, especially not in the endgame.
Right. So now a key decision here. Does Kate continue to want to leave the e-file open and drop back with her bishop, for example, to g6? Also, another possibility would be to play bishop to d3. I like bishop g6, and by the way, as much as I like pawns, I like Kate's position because I can see a very easy play for Black. All she has to do is play bishop c5 and rook e8, and suddenly Black has a huge initiative, and Jennifer would be in trouble. Maurice, you have some thoughts to share.
Well, I'm somebody who likes to sacrifice pawns too, and that position absolutely looks like something that's great compensation for Black. No reason to think that she's worse there. Those ugly-looking pawns on c2 and c3 don't leave a great impression. Take a look at another game where a pawn was sacrificed for compensation, and though it looked nebulous at first, it's starting to look real concrete right now, and it's the game between Alyssa Melchina and Victoria Nie. Remember, Victoria Nie, I believe, is married to former champion Yuri Shulman, and so he's no doubt preparing her for the games, and he has prepared his charge quite well. It's good to have a hubby who's kind of good, huh? This game, take a look at what happened here. A very surprising move by Alyssa. She played the move knight d6 in this position, attacking both bishop and rook. And why not? Bishop takes on f3, a big-time exchange, challenging Alyssa now. Do you want to play queen takes in this position and give me back the pawn with a rook on the 7th rank? No problems there at all for black. But do you also really want to capture with a g-pawn? That's just ugly. I mean, I just feel like I have comp right away now. Again, we see those double pawns. Down a pawn is black, just like in the game we're looking at with Nemtsova. Down a pawn, but this is not leaving a good impression, especially with this pawn on b4, restricting the 3 pawns in the position. But in another game of critical importance is the game between Annie Wang and Nazi Pakidze, and it looks as though the youngster is about to win a pawn by force. Will black have compensation in this line as well? Take a look. When we saw this position, rook d1 happened after a trade, castles calmly. Oops, c5 appeared on the board, and she couldn't do a double capture because there's a rook waiting in ambush behind that queen. So she played knight f6, c d6. The problem here is if she simply captures back, well, this pawn is hanging. We might throw in a check first just to get the king to move. And now, snack time, a free pawn in the middle of the board. Black's really going to have to prove compensation here. But I've been saying that on a few boards already, so we will see. We're seeing on the women's side of the championships, black sacrificing pawn after pawn after pawn. The same thing happening in the Shanklin game against Nakamura. So at least on several of the boards, we see aggressive chess, enterprising chess. And in the other game between Crush and Anna Sherovich, she sacrificed an exchange. So several great games going on here at the championships. Guys?
Thank you, Maurice. And just continuing our look at who is on the leaderboards, again, a very quiet, we'll call it dull game for the moment, being played on table number 2 between Ray Robson and Wesley So. A lot at stake in the standings in this game. Wesley has just played this move c7, c6, telegraphing his intention of just dropping back with his bishop on c7, playing the move d7, d5, completing his development, and then a lot of pieces would be traded. I'm expecting a draw in this game. Also, a very solid game being played between Gada Kamsky and Alexander Onyshuk on board table number 3.
So certainly not quite as dry as the position you just pulled up.
That's right. At least there's a little bit of imbalance. C takes d5. I actually thought that Gada was going to play e6 takes d5. If he plays the Slav defense in his own peculiar fashion, he played knight takes d5, allowing white this expansion in the center with e4, but Slav defense players know that this knight on b4 can be a very good piece. Not only does it restrain d5 type advances, but there's always this knight c2 type of fork that white has to keep in mind. Rook a8, now Gada just dropped back with his rook. The rook no longer needed to defend the pawn on b7. Gada's intention, of course, is to just complete his development, centralize his rook, and castle quickly. Bishop f4. At some moment, I'm expecting that Alexander Onyshuk is going to play the move d4, d5. We're going to see a massive amount of trades going on,
and
I'm expecting
anything there with that 2 bishops.
And I think it's going to be little of anything at all. So I do see this game also.
Well, it's unfortunate when the break that you need to open up your bishops also requires you to remove one of them.
Yes, yeah. When you're forced to trade after forcing the game open. Now, in the matchup between our 2 youngsters, if I can call them that, Caden Trove and Sam Sevian, an intriguing move. I'm not quite sure I fully understand this move, knight on c3 to b5 by Caden.
Inducing the move that black is kind of wanting to play anyway, that free move d5 at some point. And I think black ended up getting in that move.
He, in fact, did play d6, d5. When Caden went knight on g1 to e2 to f4, it was clear that he was trying his very best with his bishop on g2, his knight on c3, to prevent black from getting in this freeing break d6, d5. From white's point of view, his bishop on c1 is not ideal, And therefore, I had expected Caden just to simply play b2, b3, bishop b2, and then decide how to best continue. Caden went knight c3 to b5 right away, allowing his opponent this break d6, d5, which I thought he was doing his best to avoid. Now, the question is, Jen, is this
what
pawn
exactly?
sacrifice?
I think there's
If
going to
we
be too
take-
much heat on you.
Take.
After takes, so you're going to take with the
Take.
knight
Yes.
takes, bishop takes. I think knight e5.
Okay, you've got all kinds of double hits here. You
Yeah.
could play knight e7 is
Okay.
an intriguing double hit because you're attacking the bishop as well as the
Knight
knight.
e4 isn't it even a possibility?
You could play bishop h3 with a double hit, a rook against on f1, the bishop on d5. So let's just pick one.
Let's start with knight e7 or knight. Well, bishop h3. I thought. Okay, so bishop g2.
Forced. So I always like to look at the forcing lines right
And
away.
you just want to play queen d5 and rook d8.
Precisely.
Yeah.
I want to play queen d5 and rook d8, but after e4,
I can play e4 though. Yeah.
yeah, it's possible that white might have a little bit of something here. It's hard to say because black has a pretty good grip on the d4 square, including this diagonal. The pawn on d3 is a little bit backward.
Yeah, but I can move my queen and play rook d1. So let's try one of the others.
Okay,
Like-
the other variation was knight e7.
Or
which-
knight e5. I mean, I was looking at attacking the pawn on d3 as well, but knight e7, let's try that.
Okay, because the bishop and knight are both attacked, and I don't want to play knight c3 and allow bishop takes c3, I'll drop back with my bishop. Now, in this particular case, because I've abandoned this long diagonal, black might simply just say, okay, I'll put my bishop on c6, try to play queen d7 and queen h3, and looky, a lot of weak squares around white's king might be pretty good compensation. Certainly black has an initiative in this particular case.
So were you also, after knight to e5, were you also going to play bishop c4?
No, in the case of knight e5, I was thinking I would just drop back with the knight to maintain my bishop on the d5 square. If you played bishop f5, my intention, well, here goes, was to play e3, e4. Bishop h3.
I could also play bishop g4. Well, bishop h3, rook e1, bishop g4.
Precisely. So bishop h3 is an exchange sacrifice for white. I think black is doing pretty good in this case. So maybe knight e5 is the correct move. Knight c3, bishop here. I may end up having to play a move like bishop e4. Knight takes d3, bishop takes f5, pawn takes f5. Well, at least this is an imbalanced position. Lots of play in this
Right,
in
and
this
instead of
case.
bishop f5, we could also consider bishop h3. But in any case, we've got news from the Women's Championship, which is heating up from basically the start of the games.
Yes.
Maurice.
Incredible openings all around on the women's side. Let's take a look at this game between the youngster and the first time initiate to this championship, Arpuva Verkud playing against a former champion, Rusudan Galiziani, and this game has gotten really interesting, strategically interesting from the start. You know, I like to talk about the most important trade in all of chess, and that is the move bishop captures knight, creating an imbalance that you can use either in favor of the two bishops, of course, or the knight that you just acquired. Can you make it work? Well, take a look at this really instructive, really dynamic moment in this game. Bishop takes c3 after the move a3 was played. Queen takes knight bd7, knight f3, b6, placing the one bishop black has remaining on a long diagonal. And after bishop g5, bishop b5, now knight to d2, potentially getting the move e4 at some point in the game, but h6 played. And now after h6, bishop to h4, queen e7, and I want to take a note of this. f3, preparing to move e4. Now e5 was played. e5 challenging the center of the board. And look at this next move. White decided to play bishop f2 instead of anything like e4, d5, and allow e4 for black. Now, in a book that John Watson wrote, Secrets of Modern Chess Strategy, he talks about the idea of opening up the game when you have traded your bishop for the opponent's knights. Despite the fact that the opponent has the two bishops, You want to open up the game quickly to prove something for your knights, because in the long run, the bishops will dominate. No way you can shut the game down, or often you cannot shut the game down against two bishops. So if you don't do something dynamic quickly to prove something for your knights, you could get in trouble in the long run. And so here Black is deciding, let's go for it. We're going to go and also try to dominate these light squares. Remember, she gave away a dark square bishop, so she's going to be weak on the dark squares forever. This dark square bishop that White has, White's going to try to put to great use. But she's strong on the light squares, so she tries to dominate on the light squares with the move e4. But what does White do? d5, trying to take some of those light squares away from Black. Black is now castled. The challenge here for White is White may face a crazy shot in b5 at some point, breaking open the structure and also trying to prove I am the one who's master of the light squares. So there's lots of action happening in this game. Young Arpura Verkud has to watch her back, or she might come under a steaming attack in another game of importance, the game on board one between our champions, Irina Krush and Anna Sharovich. Well, we saw the same trade again in this position, rook a3, after she had already sacked an exchange. Was White thinking about sacrificing an exchange on a6? I don't think so, but Black was having none of it, so she said bishop takes knight herself, queen takes b5 was played, and now after queen e2, a5. And now we see 3 pawns. This one passed, another 2 potentially, the other b pawn passed, this dark squared bishop in the game. I'm liking Black's chances here a lot. It looks like Irina Krush is back on track, showing why she was the clear favorite in these championships. Guys?
That's right. That position looks like a lot more fun to play for Black.
Exactly.
Just difficult to defend for White.
Exactly so. Again, very difficult game. And because of that, the strategic motifs that Maurice was talking about in the game of Rook, just a second. Yes. I wanted to go back to that game between Apurva and Rusa for a moment. First of all, that book by John Watson is an absolutely fantastic book, and what he was talking about, when you give up the 2 bishops, you have a bishop and knight combination. You don't want to sit back and just wait for White to open the position advantageously for the 2 bishops, but he termed it accelerate play. You need to accelerate play by forcing the action, and that's what Rusa did with this move e4, and Apurva said, okay, d5, just as Maurice was explaining, I'm going to shut down your bishop, and after the move castles, Apurva played bishop d4, bringing this dark square bishop into the game, and she's, I think, intending a line like knight takes e4, knight takes e4. If you see a lot of trades on the e4 square, then bishop takes g7 is clearly what White has in mind. Now, having said that, this move b6, b5 really has to be taken seriously. For example, after takes, pawn takes, Black says, I'm going to wait to pick up this pawn on e4. I'll do it eventually for sure, but in the meanwhile, where are you going to put your king? If you put your king over here on the queen side, well then after moves like c7, c6, the queen side could really blow up, and we'll have a game
Another slugfest in the Women's Championship. We know that Rusadon loves to play enterprisingly with Black. We do have a special guest with Teryn over at the Kingside Diner. Breakfast all day.
Yes, thank you, Jen. Last night was the NCAA Men's Basketball Tournament Finals, and here at the Chess Club of St. Louis and at Cortex, the Innovation Center, they actually had their very own March Madness tournament there. It was the Cortex Innovation Madness, and Doug Eckert here, he was the champion. So what was it like to kind of team up with Cortex and the St. Louis Chess Club?
It was great. They had about 50 players that had never played USCF tournament chess, and they were able to come down and see what a chess tournament was like, and we had a lot of fun. The last round was in a bar. We were at a picnic table with about 60 people drinking beer, cheering us on. So I think that's the way it's supposed to really work, instead of the quiet stuff they're doing upstairs.
Yeah. I mean, it just kind of shows how chess is growing here in St. Louis, and Cortex is an innovation center. So these people aren't necessarily around chess a whole lot. So explain how it was to have the business community embark on chess.
Well, that's exactly right. I mean, we had a situation where we have startup businesses in this business center, and it was intended for people there to be introduced to chess, to interact with some people in the chess community, and do something for St. Louis. So it was a really enjoyable event.
Yeah, and not only that, also the USCF Jean Hoffman from there. She has moved her office to Cortex, correct?
Exactly. We have the United States Chess Federation headquarters is in Cortex, and hopefully they're going to make that a permanent home. It's a gorgeous facility there, and it's a real tribute to St. Louis that we have that there.
And what's it like as a member of the chess club to see this chess grow here in St. Louis?
You know, there's over the years we have a high school chess league here. There's probably been 20 or 30,000 people that have been through that high school league over the last 25 years. And I think it's an opportunity for people here in St. Louis to come down here, socialize, get back together with old friends, and also see, new friends and make new friends. So it's a good thing for the city.
There you go. So this is just another example, and also the St. Louis Open coming up for ways that anyone can get involved in tournaments here at the St. Louis Chess Club. To learn more, visit stlouischessclub.org. Jen, back to you.
Thank you, Teryn and Doug. That's a great interview about the Cortex Innovation Center. I was there last week, and Jean gave me a little tour, and it's just an amazing place.
It really is.
Really inspiring.
Great incubator lab for high-tech companies and startups. Very nice idea here in the St. Louis area. I also did a simul there, and I enjoyed it very much. And that's where the USCF has one of their corporate offices in that building.
That's right. And we've got some news from the big matchup of the day, Nakamura-Shankland.
Well, we had the big matchup as Ray Robson versus Wesley So, but that one's going, let's just say you don't need any insomnia medication for that one, because it's definitely a snooze fest. But the one we are really paying attention to is the game between Nakamura and Shankland is putting it to his illustrious opponent. Come get your number 2 in the world. I'm ready to sack pawns against you anytime. We saw him play this move in this position after castles. After F4, he played castles right here. He says, you want my pawn, take it. And captures was possible, except there's this move, C5, trying to crack Nakamura's structure. The problem is if you don't allow that structure to be dismantled by playing C3, then C4 chases your knight to a bad square, chases it back to D2, and now Sam could say, I got my pawn back. Hello, I'm even again. I'm doing well. That's not something Nakamura wants to see, that move C5. So F takes G5. C5, by the way, we should note, any capture here also totally dismantles what was once like this wonderful wall of pawns on D4, F4. They're both gone after this double crack with G5 and C5. So Black would be happy in this line. However, we know the number 2 player in the world is not going to go for that, so he played the move knight D3, stopping C5, saying you're not going to play the move. Now let's get back to this discussion about your pawn on G5. You're going to give it to me? And Sam said, sure, you can have it, because guess what? I'm only interested in the move C5. I want to see your structure fall apart. Stop me now. C5 is coming to the board, and White's going to have a fallen structure. I looked at one line with the engine after F takes G5, C5, and it said, sacrifice a piece. Don't even worry about it. You got one pawn in your hand. If C4 takes, get a second pawn in your hand and give up this piece for yet a third pawn you'll get for the piece, and then some aggression against Black's king. The F7 pawn is hanging, and maybe, just maybe, White will be doing well in that line. But that's a pretty shaky line to be going down. So I'm not sure what is going on in that board. These two great players duking it out in a very unbalanced position. Guys?
Wow. Nice game. Crucial game, in fact. And Sam Shankland, gold medalist for the U.S. Olympic team, as Maurice said, is bringing it in his match with Hikaru Nakamura. Speaking of somebody who's really bringing it, I'm going back to the game between Alyssa Melakina and Victoria Nee. I really like the way Victoria has played this game thus far. She's just played the move Bishop takes F3. Alyssa, in order to maintain her pawn, her extra pawn, recaptured with a pawn, compromising her king shield. Rook C6 was played, knight C4, and look at this move by Victoria. E5 e6, e5 with the tempo, getting ready to
our rover.
the rover variation. Now, if Alyssa was to capture this pawn, then after queen takes e5, the rook comes down here to c2, bishop f6, and black is doing great. On the other hand, if you recapture with your bishop, then after rook e6, this is a very unpleasant pin along the e file, and that could very
well. You'd have to try d4 and queen c4.
Well, exactly.
But that looks like a very shaky ground indeed.
Exactly, something white may not want to do, which is to leave that pawn alone. But if she drops back with the bishop, then it looks to me like after moves like rook g6 or other preparatory moves, rook c6 now the other one, another move, f7, f5, things definitely heating up in this game of Victoria Knee, and I like how she's played it so far. I mean, very bold, creative.
So the Grave of the women's championship so far.
She's
this is
making
Bizarro.
the games interesting.
Bizarro pawn sacrifice, which is working out. And another exciting game in the women's championship. Maurice has some news for us on.
I don't know what the women did yesterday, but they've come out all guns blazing today, particularly on the black side. We're seeing sacrifices on every board. And take a look at this game we were looking at between Arpeva Verkud and Rusudan Galutiani. We saw this position, 2 bishops for white, looking to press that advantage home. But after e4, definitely looking to accelerate the game, as we talked about. d5, trying to calm things down. Sooner or later, my bishops will work. Really? Well, that's what you think. c5, attacking the bishop, not wanting to give up her 2-bishop pair. She dropped back with bishop f2. Now, she could have traded in this moment here instead of that. She could have traded, taken en passant, but that would have eliminated the bind she had in the position. If she had taken on this square on c6, bishop takes back on c6, and look at that wonderful bishop, the light square dominating piece. White is yet to develop her kingside forces, so that's definitely a telling sign here in this position. But the move she chose after c5, bishop back to f2. Now, you might argue, I put my bishop on d4 so that maybe your knight can't go to c5. That's a very weird argument, tepid at best, because this knight could also go to e5. So c5 is not a move you wanted to encourage in this position. I don't think. Depositional idea, maybe or maybe not. b5 has now occurred, and it looks like black is just swinging for the fences. All the pawns going down the board with e4, c5, b5, and it really looks as though white is in a world of hurt here, as the initiative has just simply been snatched by black. Galutiani looking quite confident, and her young opponent just played the move b3, having to deal with this hyper pressure from this former champion who's looking to get back into the winner's circle. Guys?
Lots of action in the ladies' game. I'm looking also at the game between our 2 youngest competitors in the tournament, Caden Trofe and Sam Seirawan. When we left it after the move d5, we were investigating what would happen if white took the pawn, and our conclusions were that there was enough play there for Sam.
And so many options for black too, so it would have been quite a lot for white to calculate all of it.
So Caden decided, okay, let me just play b2, b3, a move I actually thought he should have done a move or two ago. And Sam said, okay, after you've got in this move b3, I can see you want to play bishop b2. I want to clamp down on the center. Black has just played the move d5, d4. There was a capture on d4. There was a knight trade because black is anxious to activate his bishop. And it looks like another kind of a reverse Benoni pawn structure. In this moment, Caden can play a move, for example, like b4, and it looks like a pretty, I'm going to say decent to very good Benoni for white. I like this idea. If you can get in b5, this bishop on g2 is exceptionally good. And after e5, well, the knight could simply drop in on d5. And now you've got to worry that maybe this bishop on g7 plays too passive a role. I don't think
that's right. We don't like playing that against Benoni. Similar with the Yanisharevich game, you see that the bishop on g2 against Irina Krush's enterprising play is just a little bit ineffective.
Exactly.
And that hurts her chances to kind of drum out counterplay.
Precisely so.
And that's exactly why Irina chose the Benoni against that specific line.
Right. Well, let's have a look at what happened, because in that game between Anna and Irina has just played the move When we left it, she had just played the move b5 and a5, and these
Just did that.
these pawns are looking very formidable.
Scary.
Because this bishop will drop back to the g7 square, where it will support even more the connected passed pawns, and it looks like black is getting ready to roll white up. In the meanwhile, this rook, by the way, if you imagine that we're going to make a bad move for white, for example. After the move c4, this rook has actually no squares on the board that it can move to. Every square is covered by the pawns.
So you'd just be threatening b4.
Exactly. So Anna has had to do something about that. She moved her rook right away, but at the same time, she's not really, well, this move, queen f3, does defend this pawn on f4, making the move e3, e4 possible.
She's got to get something going.
But I think it's too late. I think black's pawns on
Black's rolling.
Are just too
At least she can
strong.
also play bishop h3, so she's got to get counterplay, bishop h3, e4, e5.
Okay, but okay, let's just put a move on the board for black for a moment, b4. If you move your rook, imagine that you're going to play e4. Well, look at that. Look at that beautiful square the knight would come to. So after, for example, a move like bishop g7, that knight is going to be formidable anywhere on the at c3, d4. I'm thinking Irina already has, strategically speaking, a winning position at this point. Maurice, your thoughts, please.
I completely agree with you. I'd love to have black in that position, complete compensation. Compensation might not even be the word because you're just doing so well. You just stand better, period. Those pawns are raining down on white's parade. As calm as she's trying to look inside, she must be churning, is Anna Sharovich, as she sees that she has no play. She has all linear pieces left. She's got two rooks and a bishop, no open lines to speak of. How is she going to crack open the game to make her position any good? But take a look at another game. I mean, on the women's side, all these games with the black pieces are so intriguing. In this position, we saw Annie Wang steal a pawn against Nazi Pikidze. Looked like she just stole it. But, you know, we know when development is not complete, you don't feel that comfortable. You like stealing pawns when your king is safe. Tucked in safe. You said, I really have the pawn. Forget about it. But here, Pikidze's saying, look, I'm almost completely developed. My king is tucked in the corner. Take a look at your king and your bishop and your rook. When are they going to get in the game? So she played the move knight f5, already threatening the bishop on e3. Now, if the bishop were to drop back to d2, knight g4, and those knights are coming stomping down into the position. And if e3 trying to develop, bishop e6. You want the b pawn? Go ahead. Rook b8 will get that back for me. Tremendous development and pressure. And if you play the natural move, bishop to c4, ooh, please let me get out of here and castle. Knight d4, I don't think so. A wild shot suddenly. Don't touch it with your pawn, obviously, because bishop takes bishop. Discover check. Hello, am I mating you maybe? Maybe I'll just take your queen just to make you feel bad. But after knight d4, if you play back knight takes d4, looks like a piece sack. Queen f7, hitting the f2 pawn with mate, threatening the bishop on c4, and this is looking horrible for white. She might have to just castle and give away an exchange just to get black off her back. This position is tremendous already. Pikidze showing that there is compensation for that pawn she sacrificed against Annie, and poor young Annie Wang in her first championship. Man, she's finding out it's tough playing with the big girls. She's going to have to find a way to survive here at the championships. Guys?
Thank you. And also things heating up on the Jennifer Yu, Kate Nemtsova game. White has just played this move. We left the position after bishop f5, g4. Jennifer's trying to use her motley majority over here on the king side. Good choices for Kate. She chose bishop c2 with a very direct threat of rook to d1 check. So bishop g5 came, rook d7, and now king f2. And for Kate, this check looks super compelling. I was just looking at a variation that went bishop e3, rook d2 check, bishop e2, bishop d3, rook e1. And this is a really a strange position, because at the end of the day, if the best black could do is only trade, then Jennifer would end up in a position, I'm just putting where, strangely enough, she's got great chances to draw and might even have a slight edge. How weird is that? For example, if you play a move like f7, f6, and I play a move like, say, rook f1, and if you take, we're even in pawns, but actually white's majority now is a good one, and on a very good day, the king could come up, so big things are happening.
I think black can improve on the play, though.
I'm sure she can, but big things are happening in the game of Kate's our leaderboard, our leader in the women's championship.
And Maurice, with some news from the Goletiani game.
Talk about big things happening in a game. This game could really explode in black's favor. We're talking about the Arpuva-Verkud game where black had the disadvantage of the two bishops. Well, let's call it the advantage of better development in order to give up your bishop to get that. Take a look. Quiet play by white. White is begging, praying. Could I castle and develop? Black is accelerating the play and has a move now that maybe just winning. Maybe just winning. Take a look at this move. Bishop takes d5, a sacrifice in the middle of the board. Thank you for the pawn. And if you take back, knight takes on d5. And once you move your queen somewhere, pick a square, e3. And there's no way you're happy if you're a white in this position. You're going to be hanging on for dear life, hoping to survive because black is all over white. So we're waiting to see if Goletiani finds bishop takes d5 and starts to roll in this game. Guys?
And more things are heating up in the open section in the game between Conrad Holt and Var Akobian. We're going to go back to these parts. Var played a5, b5, queen c7, castles, rook c8, rook c1, knight c5, daring white to accept the pawn on h7, which Conrad did. He took on f6, takes on f6, takes on h7, Var to play. I'm thinking that Var's intention is to play king g7, but it might be to play king f8 and king e7. So Var's to sacrifice his h-pawn.
So let's try king g7.
King g7.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, because if we put a rook on g8, it's going to be
really nice, right?
And that could leave an argument for king h8.
Right.
Because we're going to be threatening f5, and then when you move the bishop away, we can put our rook on g8 as well.
Exactly. Now, I'm thinking that there's no way I want to retreat my bishop. If I retreat my bishop here, bishop d3, I just think that this combination of this great horsey on c5 versus the bishop on d3, I don't care about being a pawn down. So if I were white, I would probably essay the move knight d4, thinking that
sacrifice.
Precisely, I will give up a bishop for 3 pawns, and I'll get my knight on f5, and I'll play my pawn to f3. So I get 3 pawns for a piece. Hard to judge. Hard to judge. I don't know what's going.
So perhaps king h8, because I feel like all those lines will be more attractive with our king on h8, so that we can just start playing rook g8.
Okay, so king h8's a good move. I approve. Knight d4, f5 perhaps. Otherwise, well, there are other moves, of course. f5. Let me take, in this particular case,
you're going to take with the queen instead. Whereas if you take the knight when I go on g7.
Well, right, exactly. If in this case, then I do. Whoa, let me not speak too quickly. Knight takes f5 does set up a queen c.
So we can't just cavalierly play
rook g8.
Oh, well, we could play queen b2, king h7.
Maybe you can cavalierly play rook g8 and just roll with the punches, because after king h7, your king's still safe, and you've got rook takes g2 in the position.
But your queen takes move, and that's why that actually there's a lot to think about here. Normally when you see bishop takes h7 check, there's a clear move that's best. But here, all 3 options are possible.
Yeah.
So king f8, king g7, and king h8 all being considered by Baruch and Akobian. And in our board 1 battle, well, between Nakamura and Sam Shankland, I'm switching this to the board 1 battle. I know you were trying to say it was So and Robson, but Maurice has some news for you on that.
Well, this is definitely a rich battle afoot. No pawn exchanges at all, no piece exchanges, so still everything on the board to fight for. A quite strange structure. You see the opposite side castling. So definitely a game we expect to have a lot of fun in. And Nakamura has declined this pawn sacrifice twice. And now he's played the move bishop to g4. And it looks as though black can get quite a satisfactory position in this game. You remember Nakamura played against Wesley So, and Wesley played g5 under dubious circumstances. Nakamura played f4 and didn't make it work. In this line, it may be the case as well. Bishop takes d3. Now, you could capture on d3 a couple of ways. Let's just try one way, cd3, which is possible here. Now g takes f4, and now you've got to stop and think, because if you grab this pawn at this moment, you set up the tactic f5, solving the problem of the f-pawn. You can't take en passant, of course, because thanks for the rook. So f5, well-timed move, because now once the bishop move, let's say h5, then this bishop hops to e7, and now it will circulate around to this square. No real weaknesses for black to worry about here, and black is doing just fine. Very solid position. So what is Nakamura going to do if he sees the move? Bishop takes d3, land on the board. There's nothing much for him to do, in fact, because he has to capture here, and then the capture is going to happen anyway. It's what happens after that we'll see. Looks like Sam Shanklin is proving this line to be okay, but he has to find the trade. Bishop takes on d3 right now. He doesn't look that confident. That posture doesn't seem to breed much optimism, but if he finds this sequence, he should be just fine. Guys?
I'm not sure. I think Sam just got this very intense look while he's at the board. Actually, Grandmaster Ben Feingold, who's over at the Kingside Diner doing live commentary with Grandmaster Alejandro Ramirez. Another reason you guys should consider coming out for the April 9th lecture by I Am John Donaldson on Fischer. You are going to have a chance to catch your live commentary, get a bite to eat, see all these players in person, and enjoy all the festivities. But anyway, I was going to say that Ben Feingold said that he thought that this position did not suit Sam Shanklin's style.
Well, Sam has that at-the-board attitude that I like to describe as radiating pessimism. I mean, he always seems to be unhappy. Even when he has a really good position, it's sort of like he wants more out of it. And in this case, it's hard to know what Sam is thinking, because he does have this attitude that, like, oh, I'm under pressure all the time. Actually, I like his game, and I do like very much what Maurice was pointing out, that after bishop takes d3, very easy and straightforward move to see, by the way. Queen takes d3. I'm actually thinking with the queen on d3, Maurice was looking at c takes d3. This move c6, c5, angling again to break up white's extended center, and also picking up a pretty nasty little tempo c5, c4. I kind of like black's positions in this game.
This is your cup of tea.
Yeah, I like this. I like French defenses. I like Caro-Kann defenses. And in this particular case, I do think black's king at the moment is looking very safe. Now, going back to the recapture that Maurice mentioned, c takes d3, takes on f4. That was a really important strategical shot to get in that move f7, f5. It's possible that white should play a move like bishop h5, just being cagey about wanting to recapture that pawn on f4, trying to do it under circumstances where the move f7, f5. Yeah, because that f7, f5 is just such a solid position. Again, just to mention what Maurice had said, was that after bishop takes, knight takes, rook takes, again, after f5, bishop h5, bishop e7, take a look at the respective kings. Whose king has the potential of being more vulnerable, and it's clearly white's. Black's king is super solid. d5, c6, b7, half open g-file against white's king. I prefer black's position.
Love that variation. Well,
yeah.
Don't they say that repetition is the soul of wit? Or is that repetition's the soul of chess improvement? I think that's probably more accurate. Meanwhile,
I'll have to go into my library and check.
Meanwhile, we've got a special guest. We've mentioned this before. International Master John Donaldson is going to be giving a lecture at the Hall of Fame on Thursday about Bobby Fischer, entitled A Prodigy's Progress. Also, many-time captain of gold medalist teams, and he's going to the World Team Championship in just about a week. He's with Maurice Ashley to talk about all of that.
Thanks, Jen. And known for his aphorisms as well, maybe John will tell us exactly where that quote is from, if it even exists. John, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much, Maurice.
John, you're in St. Louis to do a lecture at the World Chess Hall of Fame. Give us a little preview of that.
It's going to be this Thursday. It's going to be in the attic of the World Chess Hall of Fame. It'll start at 7. They'll have refreshments at 6:30. And it's going to be a talk on Bobby Fischer, and specifically on his early development between the years 1956 and 1958, during which time he went from a player about 2,200 strength to one of the best players in the world.
Great prodigy. We're seeing some great prodigies in this competition as well. How are you impressed by the young players, the rise of the young players at this, the youngest U.S. championship ever?
Well, if you look at it so far, the youngsters are making a very good account of themselves. And it's kind of remarkable. I mean, Samuel Sevian, for example, he became a grandmaster before he was 14. He's unquestionably a stronger player at his age than Bobby Fischer. So I think the future is bright. I mean, if you look at it right now, Daniel Naroditsky is rated number 5 in the world for players under 21. Higher up, we've got 2 players in the top 5. And, well, maybe not in the top 5 at the exact moment, but we've got certainly 2 in the top 10, in Hikaru and Wesley. But we've also got another 4 players in the top 100. We've got Gada, as always, and Alex Onashuk, as always. But more recently, Sam Shanklin's about number 85 in the world, and Ray Robson's just recently passed him. They're going leapfrogging back and forth. So this is very encouraging, and I think that players like Caden and Sam and maybe some others here, and they're going to join them soon, and not to even to forget Varjan Akobin's over 2,600. Alex Lenderman's over 2,600. So this really seems like a golden time for American chess.
You look at your chops. You're going to China to be the captain of the world team champion at the World Team Championship, being captain of the U.S. team. Are you like rubbing your hands together, thinking, "Yeah, and the Olympiads is next year. We're going to take that too."
Well, the Olympiad, I'm definitely, will be in Azerbaijan, and that'll be next summer, and we'll be at full strength for that event. We won't be for this team championship that's coming up right now. Originally, the Chinese were going to host both events, but they split it in 2, so we'll actually be going to Armenia. And that's turned out to be a little complicated because at the same time that they're having the World Team Championship, they're having the Super Tournament in Shamkur in Azerbaijan. And if you are curious, you can look on a map and see the 2 locations for those events are less than 100 miles apart. But they could be 100,000 miles apart, considering the bad blood between those 2 countries. So we have playing for us in that event Alex Onashuk and Sam Shanklin and Daniel Naroditsky and Varjan Akobian, who will be returning to his native soil. And then we also have Alex Lenderman. And some
pretty
people,
good team.
It's a very good. Every player's over 2,600. But this tournament's so tough, we'll actually be seeded 9th out of the 10 teams. But I suspect, and I hope, and I believe that we will surprise people. And our goal is to finish in the first half of the teams, and I think that we definitely have opportunities to do that if we play well. I think we're going to have really good team chemistry, and we've got Gregory Kaidanov as our coach. We're taking the tournament very seriously. We're going to arrive in Yerevan about 4 days before the start. It's a 12-hour time difference from the West Coast, so we want to be rested and adjusted. It's going to be held about an hour north of Yerevan in a former Soviet Olympic training camp at an elevation about 6,200 feet. So it's going to be very interesting. Kind of, if you think of the Olympiad, it's kind of like a great chess bazaar. There's like 180 countries, and you see all your old friends from all over the world. But it's there are teams there that they don't know how to mate with bishop and knight. And there are also teams there that they're all 2,800 players practically.
Well, we would expect that our guys know how to mate with a bishop and a knight. But
yes.
That said, the U.S. is about being number 1, and it's nice to finish in the top half.
Right.
And we're certainly looking to be number 1 at the Olympiads. What are you thinking, projecting with Wesley on the team now, Hikaru at number 2 in the world?
Mm-hmm.
What do you think our chances are of winning that event?
Well, with our team at full strength, I think we definitely have chances. We're fighting for the medals, and we're fighting for any color.
Are we the best team in the world as we're situated right now?
I mean, if you look at the objective rating numbers, The highest rated country in the world for their first 6 players is going to be Russia, and number 2 is going to be China. But we're going to be right up there. We might be a little bit stronger than the other countries on the top 2 boards, but they might have a little bit more depth at the present time. But in a year from now, who knows? Because our players are improving quickly and working hard. But some listeners might wonder, why is it we're not at full strength for the event in Armenia? And the reason for that is that a couple of things. One is that for a long time, it wasn't clear that we would actually be participating in the event. We lost in the last round of the Olympiad, and as a result of that, we didn't get seeded directly into it. And because of that, it took the good work of Frank Guadalupe for the U.S. Chess Federation, and he arranged for us to get a special invitation for the tournament. And the problem was that both Wesley and Hikaru had already made prior commitments. You know, they make their schedule at the beginning of the year for the whole year, and by the time we got the invitation, they were already spoken for, if you will. In the case of Gada is a man who's very much of his word, and you know, that's usually an admirable trait, but in this case, I wish it wasn't the case. He said, you know, when I turn 40, I retire from the U.S. national team, and he stuck to his guns, unfortunately. So it means great opportunity for our young players to get great experience, but you know, you always like to have Gada on your team.
Absolutely. Well, John, thank you so much. Good luck with that lecture. We will take a look at the date. The details of the lecture will be on Thursday at the World Chess Hall of Fame. It will be on a retrospective on Bobby Fischer, Prodigy's Progress. We've got plenty of them here in this tournament. You'll give us some secrets as to how to create a chess prodigy, hopefully. I am John Donaldson, a scholar, a gentleman, captain of the Olympic team, the world team, always helping our team play its best. Guys, back to you.
Thank you for that very interesting interview. And it
isn't
actually
that
gives you a taste of why you want to come to his lecture.
Right. Well, I mean, there was that what the heck happened to Bobby Fischer moment where literally from the age of 10 to 15, something crazy happened, and he just went from a pretty good expert master player to one of the world's best. And then when John just threw in this quip, Sam Stronger, meaning Sam Sevian, I was like taken aback.
Well, Gary Kasparov was comparing Sam's defeat of to Carlsen.
His own.
Shirov. Carlsen beating Shirov at 14 years old.
And him beating Polygaevsky. It's such a rarity, but
so
wow.
People comparing Sevian with Fischer and Carlsen, I think that's right where we want him, right?
To be, exactly.
And we are going to take a quick break, and we'll be back with more from the 2015 U.S. Chess Championships Round 6.
Welcome to chess.com. Chess.com is social. Now you can play chess with your friends whenever you want, whether that's middle of the day or middle of the night. You can get instantly matched up with one of over 5 million other members from around the world. You play live games in real time, turn-based games at your convenience, or tournaments with anyone at any time. Chess.com is mobile. You can play online from your computer, or you can play on the go from your tablet or your smartphone. No matter where you go, whether you're at work, grabbing a bite to eat, or just enjoying some time at the park, your games are there with you, and keeping multiple chess games going has never been easier. Chess.com is for learning. Don't just play chess, get better. The best chess training resources have never been more accessible. Learn essential chess strategy quickly and easily with the extremely popular Tactics Trainer tool. Improve your game in ways you didn't know were possible with training videos by chess masters. And regardless of where you're at now, take your game to the next level with multiple simple-to-use training tools. Chess.com is for everyone. Over 250 million chess games have been played on Chess.com. And it doesn't matter if you're a beginner or a grandmaster. Chess.com is the place to play and learn chess. So, create your free account now and see what Chess.com is for you.
Welcome back to the beautiful St. Louis Chess Club and World Chess Hall of Fame. The weather in that clip was exactly like it was today, right?
No.
Today there was a massive storm.
Massive storm this morning.
And
it's cleared up a lot, but it was really dark and rainy and lightning bolts everywhere.
And our fantastic crew here at Spectrum Studios in Fat Chimp, everybody was able to make it to work on time, despite some of them having some long drives over here. So
yes, it's taken a while. It's been a slow developing round,
but something's happening in the game that you have written off for a draw, Robson. So, and remember, this is why we have the Sophia rules. 30 moves.
30 moves. I think actually Sophia is
right.
Even more. But
yes.
yeah. But in any case, it's things are heating up. Like I said, when we left
look at that. Wesley's yawning.
Yeah.
Just as you say it's heating up, he's
right.
yawning.
Queen takes f6. So we had left it about this parts where we didn't think too much was happening. And then the strange move by Wesley, b7,
because of that
b6.
symmetrical pawn structure and the lack of knights, as you mentioned. And the only open file going to be like easily no entry points for either player in that open file.
Exactly,
So,
and we just thought a lot of pieces were going to be chopped off on the file. The strange move b7, b6 by Wesley. I was just
expecting the
bishop.
solid bishop c7, d5,
Right.
and then the position would be very dry indeed.
Exactly, but b6...
But adequate for black, obviously.
Gives Ray an opportunity to get a smidgen of activity. After the move bishop c7, he plonked down d5 with a very nice idea of getting a much better pawn structure. For example, if Wesley had made a mistake and captured this pawn on d5, then queen h5, threatening checkmate, but snaps this pawn on regaining the pawn, and at the end of this variation, black's pawn structure is far worse, as damaged, as we say, or dinged, versus white. And white is ready for bishop d4 and a significant advantage for Ray. So Wesley had to play the move bishop e5 and allow this pawn to stay on the board. And after bishop e5, Ray Robson to play. It looks like I like Ray's position here. I like, for example, a simple move. A simple move maybe. A complicated move, yes, is queen h5. The idea is after g6 to try to get something going over here on the king side. But I thought c2, c3 was a solid choice. In the game of Sam Shanklin, Sam did take the knight on d3. He threw down bishop takes d3, and he's just got the position that Maurice had talked about 15 minutes ago, where the computer said, hey, Sam Shanklin, good position.
Right, so Nakamura, Shanklin, and So Robson continuing to keep us interested in who's going to be leading this tournament after 6 rounds. Maurice?
And some of our fans might be wondering, well, what would have happened on another big move by black, the move queen e5? This move threatens h2 and threatens the pawn without that same Mickey Mouse stuff that you talked about, Yaz, happening to him. Well, g3 doesn't look like that solid a move, but it's a big-time move, blocking the idea of queen takes h2, threatening bishop f4, and taking a piece. So black could just simply capture this pawn, but suddenly the engines go nuts and say, it's over, it's over, it's over. Take a look at what they mean. c4 would be the move, and now this queen suddenly looks hyper-challenged. Where can it go? If it dares stay anywhere near the middle of the board, bishop f4, thank you very much for your piece. After the move c4, where else can it go? You look at all these squares, like this one's covered by a bishop, this one's covered, this one by a queen. It looks like it has to go to the queen side, and now a very nice move, bishop back to d2, again, peppering that queen, saying, find a decent square. Well, if you decide, you know what, I'm just going to hide. I don't want to see you anymore. That's what white said. Yeah, that's exactly what I wanted from you. Now let me go kill your king. On the other side, nothing to protect it. A move like g6, queen to h6, and suddenly bishop c3 is coming, and there's nothing to stop it. A rook will land on the 7th, and suddenly black's just busted. No chance there. Another line black could have played after c4, queen a5, bishop d2. Black could have also tried queen to c5, trying to hang around, but now suddenly b4, and again the queen's at a loss of squares. Nowhere to hide but queen to d4, and now white could play the very nice bishop f4, offering this trade here, but hello, I finally caught her. I've been hunting her for so long, and that queen has been taken off the board. So that's why Wesley avoided all those lines. I don't want any pawns, and played the move bishop to e5 instead, challenging his former college roommate to come up with a good move. Guys?
Thank you very much. Nice variations.
Yeah,
very,
so
very
cool.
nice.
Double attack and then counter double attack here.
And then the whole idea of decentralizing black's pieces away from his king so that you can go queen h5 and set up those nice mating threats. Caden Trove, Sam Seirawan, the two youngest players in the field going head-to-head. They've played 9 games previously, a remarkably balanced result, 3 wins for both players, 3 draws. This is their 10th match. It looks like a reverse Benoni. The players have played the line I had expected after b4 takes. Caden spent some time on this recapture as he was considering recapturing the rook and trying to get active play on the b file. I like the way he captured. And Sam Seirawan throwing it down. This is a very bold move.
Bold strategic choice, allowing white to get a protected pass pawn with c5, but
precisely.
That will also give Sam control of some critical squares, d5 in particular.
Exactly, the d5 square and a move, for example, like queen c7. But this protected pass pawn on c5 is huge. It basically says almost every ending is just white's going to be a very big favorite if he could get into any type of ending whatsoever with that pawn. But
so what do you think about this move b5? Because I know like b5 a very risky strategic choice. Do you think that Sam just thought if I let Caden play b5 himself, my position is just going to be so passive?
Exactly, risky. Sometimes a move that I've described the move b5 as risky. Other players might say strategically forced, because if white were allowed this opportunity of just playing b4, b5 himself, this bishop on g2 versus this bishop on d7 is no contest. That white squared bishop is just so good. And after b5, c5, black's idea is like, I can play queen c7 and challenge on the light squares with bishop c6, and he may have felt that strategically he was forced to play this way, and so he played it, b5. But again, a very important game because Caden playing 3rd place in the tournament, so young.
And important for the future of chess in America.
Absolutely.
This is it.
Yeah, these two guys, you know, at their ages, playing in their U.S. championship games, this is going to be the rivalry that will, in time, perhaps eclipse Wesley and Hikaru Nakamura.
And speaking of young stars, we mentioned that over at the Philadelphia Open, some super young players were doing great, and Wander Leung actually got an IM norm.
Right.
Akshat Chandra got his 2nd Grandmaster norm.
Wow.
And I think he's like 15. Yeah, and he has a website called Quest to GM. The idea is that, you know, he would chronicle his like road to Grandmaster, and it's like soon he's gonna have to change the title of that. Quest to Super GM, perhaps.
Exactly. It's almost like a march of dimes, right? You know, like support me on my quest. You know, like every rating point, you know, donate to your favorite charity.
So those are a couple of kids we might be seeing up in these championships in a couple of years as well. So it's going to be a real fierce battle in the championships, and we've got a preview right here, 2 of the best young players in the country facing off.
Exactly.
And Sam Seirawan, who beat Wesley So just a few rounds ago for an absolute historic result.
Exactly. So much so it provoked Garry Kasparov to even recognize
to take a break from his human rights activism
to say, well done, young man. Very well done. Gadakamsky, for a long time I haven't spoken too glowingly about his game because I thought it was a pretty dry game. In truth, Alexander Onishuk has something to play for.
That's right.
Slightly better pawn structure, the 2 bishops. King may not be super comfortable on e7, And okay, in this position, bishop h3 is no threat, of course, because of rook takes.
That was the
h.
first move I looked at.
Yeah. But it's the type of
great minds think alike, right?
Yeah, it's the type of move that white wants to get into the position. So white, Alex may just start with a move like h2, h4, and he's pressing.
Oh yeah, I love white here. I love white here.
white.
The only thing I don't like about being white here is that I'm playing Gada Kamsky, who's known as the most solid, and great defender.
Hard man to beat, indeed. Very good. So again, a lot of things are heating up. Let's go back, and by the way, f7, f5. The players, Hikaru Nakamura and Sam Shanklin, has gone right down that line that Maurice pointed out ages ago as being more than okay for black. Hikaru, with the white pieces, has no advantage at this moment. Maurice.
Hikaru, yeah. And he hasn't been impressive with the openings in this tournament. Maurice with some news from the Women's Championship.
Yes, that position is definitely critical for Hikaru there. F5, a beautiful move. Sam must be thinking, hey, I'm just in the driver's seat here. Hikaru having no advantage. In fact, the engines think that he is slightly worse. So he's going to have to figure out what to do to save himself. On the other side, the women's championships, we saw Gulatiani play such boss chess. She played the move bishop takes d5 here, c takes d5, and then c takes b5, actually ignoring the bishop on d5. And now after rook fe8, I mean, look at black's pieces compared to white. It's surprising white will survive 10 moves in this position. Well, she fought with c4, and now bishop takes c4, another important trade, bishop for knight. We talked about that as being critically important. And after bc4, how do you accelerate the play? d5, just breaking in the center, and the pawns are rolling, the knights are ready. I mean, this is the kind of position you just duck because it feels like hailstorms are coming down on your head. It looks like Gulatiani is going to dominate this game and win and push herself back into the leader's circle here at the championships. Guys?
Wow, fantastic play there by Rusa. Again, for somebody who's been out of chess for 2 years, she looks awfully fresh. She's bringing a lot of creativity to her game. Very unlucky to have lost in round 5 against Irina Krush. She was doing awesomely in that game. She just had to take the rook, and Irina would have been in trouble. As it is, Irina went on to win that game, and Irina is doing very well today. What is Irina's knight doing on the a3 square?
Yeah, let's take a look over at our defending champions game, and indeed, Rusedan Gulatiani, extremely talented, just accepted a job offer with Deutsche Bank, so she's getting into the financial side of things, right?
We've lost so many to the hedge fund world, the banking world. Dear friend Patrick Wolf.
Grandmaster Capital.
Yeah, U.S. champion Patrick Wolf. He went and fell into the world of finance, and who knows, maybe he'll end up being a major sponsor one day of these events. We'll see. But a shout out to friend Patrick. Anyway, when we left at b4, rook c1, I really like what Irina had done so far. Everything is just, she's looking really good. Bishop h3, just a little bit of a disturbing move. Queen b7, not sure I like that move.
Disturbing move? Is that good or bad?
It's a little tickle. It's nothing
Disturbing.
special. Just a little tickle. I'm not sure about this move, queen b7. Normally speaking, you like your queen on the e7 square in these positions, but queen b7 was Irina's choice. So far, so good. Then bishop came to f1, and now I understand why Irina decided it was the time to put her knight on a3.
She just wants to play b3, b2.
Right. Well, the dream square, of course, is the square knight c3 here, where the knight does so much. But then White's bishop can take up a good blockading post on the c4 square, which is why we've seen this move, knight a3 by Irina.
Very unusual strategic idea, yeah.
But pretty direct as well. The knight on a3 controls the b1 square, and any soft criticism I might have, I'll take back immediately, and I'll say that Irina, in fact, has played this position very well, because it looks like b4, b3 is leading to a strategic victory for black in this game.
Yikes, yeah, this is sure going to be hard.
e4 was played.
She's trying to keep an eye on the knight on a3, so perhaps let's take a look at what would even happen if b3.
B3.
Maybe she has some ideas that she can sneak in a rook C3 move here.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to actually lead anywhere for. Well, first of all, I can just play B2 and followed by B1. But I'm thinking that Black might just play a move like, for example, in this position, Rook B8, with ideas of Queen coming to B4, Bishop coming to G7. At some point, the only way for White to hang in there or to create any kind of counter chances has to be based upon E4, E5, and she's got to throw that move into the position as well.
This does not look good for Anna Sharovich, and it seems like Irina Krush in control, and she's probably going to win this game.
Yeah.
In a very nicely played game. Meanwhile, in our other leader in the Women's Chess Championship, she was also down material with compensation.
Was Kate. Kate is Black. When we left it,
she's half a point ahead of Irina in the standings right now.
We saw this move, Bishop C5 check, which I thought was a kind of intriguing move. I wasn't 100% sure I would have gone for it. For example, in this position, there's even something just to be said for H7, H6. Why? If you drop your bishop back to E3, I have ideas of Bishop A3 with the idea of Bishop B2, and of course Rook E8 and G5. I want to play G5 to artificially isolate this pawn on E5. That was not what Kate did. She went for the rather straightforward line of trading bishops. They've got themselves to this position, and after the move F4, Kate is still behind a pawn. But now I'm not convinced that this position is as bad for White as I felt it was the case several moves before. Why? Because if you go for the most natural move in the position, which is F7, F6, in order to win back the pawn, even should you win back the pawn, I'll have the bypassing move F5. But even worse, after the move Bishop D3, I've got the idea of Bishop F5 snagging an exchange. That Rook on D7 is suddenly a tactical target, and I think the crisis for White, if I can put it that way, has actually passed, and Black is trying to equalize. So a very big game here.
Yeah, it's very important. If Nemtsova doesn't win this game or draws and Irina wins, we will have
a tie for first.
Exactly.
And this is and Kate.
I remember these two play in the last round, Irina Krush and Katerina Nemtsova. So
that's looking.
We've
more
got
and more
a lot
like,
of drama in store in the Women's Chess Championship.
Like that last round game is going to be a deciding game for the Women's Championship.
And now we are going to take a break, and we'll be right back with more from the 2015 U.S. Chess and U.S. Women's Chess Championship. So play yourself a few bullet games and wait for the results of these exciting rounds.
leader.
Hello and welcome back to the 2015 U.S. Chess Championships and U.S. Women's Chess Championships. We've got an exciting round in store for you today. Has anything happened in Robson So? Oh, you want to go here first?
Well,
because that is either going to get exciting or peter out.
Oh, it has been exciting. Let's go back during the break. Maurice,
Oh, no, this one's probably not going to peter out. I
No,
mean, the other one.
Yeah. F7, F5, a lovely strategical move by Sam Shanklin. This F7 pawn on a backward, the backward F7 pawn is on a file, making it vulnerable. F7, F5 was a big strategic move.
It's a pin, basically.
Yes.
It takes advantage of the pin to create a strategic goal. That's why people ask, are you tactical, are you positional? A lot of strong players are both.
Right.
A lot of these great moves like F5 are a combination of the two.
Indeed. And I like Black's position here. Maurice, a while ago, had played bishop e7 with the idea of just bringing the bishop to a nice square on g5. But Sam, looking into the position, played the move knight f6, again, taking advantage of this pin, attacking the bishop on h5, getting basically a passive knight into the game. Very nice move. King h1. Now, the crazy move, I was looking at with Maurice and the engines. Sometimes, Jen, I think chess has advanced way beyond my capabilities.
Don't say that. People at home are going to start getting depressed.
I feel depressed at the moment. So we were looking at this position, and Maurice said, check this out, Yaz. Imagine that Sam just took the moment and time to tuck his king away, king b8. Well, the computer was suggesting rook takes f5. Not a move that you look at, but then when you realize after takes, the combination of this bishop and this pawn on f6 is worth an exchange, and the computer saying that this was the best play for
because
white.
That pawn's just going to f7, so it's not going to be able to be attacked by enough pieces. That, again, it's a kind of an example of the bishops of opposite color working in favor of the sacrificer.
The sacrificer, I like that. Okay, the sacrificer, yes. So that was Hikaru's idea, but Sam perhaps recognizing that possibility had played knight takes h5, eliminating that bishop, queen takes, and queen g7. Very nice moves by Sam Shanklin.
The board, okay, queen g7. We've got more moves on the board. That's why I'm getting confused.
Okay, more moves on the board.
That queen ended up swapping.
Okay, let's see what happened. So the queen came back. Queen did slide over to the g7 square. Maybe, now that I'm thinking about it, maybe the move rook g8 and rook g5 would have been a better choice. Sam played the move queen g7. Hikaru, recognizing that danger was lurking on the open g file, dropped back with his rook f4 to f3, and is going to trade rooks as we speak. Yes, he has. He's played the move rook takes g8, queen takes g8, and brought his rook into play with rook f1.
So a re-rover, perhaps.
Yeah.
You got to re-up.
I'm not sure that
this kind of seems
I'm
like
so happy with...
It worked out better for white, you think, this exchange.
Yes.
Now we could try to bring the rook back in with a rook to d7, trying to get to g7, but the problem now is that we're also leaving the e8 square open.
Exactly.
So that's why I think that the trade of rooks has benefited white, because that rook on d8 was always performing a function.
Certainly so, and I do think that it's move 20, where queen g7, we can easily double guess this move and perhaps point out rook g8.
Maybe Sam was angling for like a queen g5 in a lot of situations, but unfortunately I think once Hikaru slides that rook out of the way, queen g5 can easily be met by queen f7, which is going to probably gain too much counterplay against all of Black's weak pawns.
I'm thinking that actually Sam perhaps decided to decline. Well, actually, there's no repetition. I'm sorry.
There is queen e7, yeah.
There's queen g6, and you don't get a repetition. So things are happening there. And Maurice, your thoughts, please.
Well, we've got a couple of games on the women's side that may be properly categorized under OMG. Like, whoa, what is happening here? First of all, a game that looks like it's about to be over soon. We should be interviewing the current champion, the 6-time U.S. champion, Irina Krush, because she is blowing her opponent off the board, just rolling her right now. You look at this position, the move e4, b3, a takes b3, a takes b3, bishop to d3, and now she's played b2. And a pawn on b2, white having no play. This game looks all but over. This one should be done. But take a look at this game between Arpova Verkuda and Rusadan Gulitiani. We saw this move d5. And what is the one move you probably would not play? Castle's queenside. Like, what's up with that? And of course, it didn't need any invitation, did Rusadan, to play the move a6. And man, I would not want to be on the white side of this position. I'd just be shaking my head thinking, when's dinner? Because this is just done. Black is not giving the two bishops a chance at all. Remember, we talked about if you have the knights accelerate play, you have to give up your bishop for a knight. You accelerate play quite rapidly. And here, look at these two bishops. They look like they don't even exist. Guys?
Kind of mean, Maurice.
Yeah, that's
No one's ever called me mean.
That's a cruel game for
Bishops,
sure.
crying bishops.
And we've been seeing a lot of pawn sacrifices in this round 6. And the Wesley So game, Ray Robson, important battle in our standings. I liked what Ray had done. I was double guessing Wesley's move b7, b6. I thought that gave White the time he needed to develop his pieces, getting a good game. d5, excellent move. Maurice had taken us through what would have happened after queen e5. That would have actually been in White's favor. So Wesley chose bishop e5, c3, c takes d5, capturing the pawn and challenging White to show his compensation. And queen g4, not the move that I was expecting. I was expecting queen h5, but queen g4, I'm thinking that with this move, Ray is setting up for bishop g5. There's a problem with the bishop on d6, and he's keeping an eye on this d7 pawn. Intriguing move by Ray Robson. I'm not 100% sure. Maurice, was queen g4 good?
It's definitely one of the top moves for the engine, Yaz. Queen g4, getting compensation for that pawn. But there's bigger news happening in a game between the two youngsters. It looks as though Sam Sevian has played a knight maneuver that he will soon regret. Take a look at this board. Here we were liking Black's position. We thought he was perfectly fine, maybe a natural move like e5. But he played this move, knight to e8. You look at a maneuver like this one, knight back to e8, and you think, man, you just disconnected your rooks. You have put the knight on a weird square, and exactly where does that knight plan to go? I mean, it can't go to d6. If you move your queen and put it on c7, then the only place for it to go is d5. But you could have gone there from f6 if that was your plan. So what was the real point of this move? He will have to let us know, because it didn't need, again, no invitation. Bishop b2 happened. Guy said, what about your d-pawn? Did Caden Trope, and after e5, f4, and now White's pieces are the picture of harmony, and he has a very specific initiative going up against this pawn. f6 looks just ridiculous in this position. So instead, Sevian played rook to d8. Thank you for the pawn. And now after bishop g4, rook f4, ganging up on this poor d-pawn. He's played the move h5, but this position looks terrible, and the engines are screaming, much better for White. Big time, up a pawn, great position. And after this move h5, he just has to find a queen move and then start hunting the pawn down. The engines really like White here. So it looks as though that knight e8 maneuver is something that is going to have to be shelved. Guys?
Yes, unfortunately for Sam Sevian, our record beater here, crushing, well, not crushing, but defeating Wesley So at just 14 years old, is not looking pretty in this game. The problem is that I think that pawn on d4 is going to go, and we've just got
very little compensation to
Black's
show
down two
for
pawns right now at the moment.
Exactly.
I mean, obviously he's going to be able to recapture one of them on e5, right?
But check this out. Doesn't it have echoes of the game between Irina Krush and Anna Sharovich? If White were to sacrifice an exchange, just let me show you what. Remember how in Anna's game and Irina's game, the queenside majority could roll. Rook takes, and there's idea of knight takes b5 as well as knight c6. So there's an exchange sacrifice, but also I was thinking, well, what if I just take this pawn? Rook takes. Maurice mentioned a queen
Well,
move.
he took with the bishop actually.
He took with the bishop, but I was just thinking about this as a potential line. Bishop takes and just dropping back with the bishop. And my idea is as simple as it looks. I just want to roll up the board with my d pawns, and in conjunction with my two bishops, which are controlling so many squares in front of the pawns. That looks very, very good for Caden.
Indeed, that looks pretty lovely, but instead
bishop takes
bishop
d4.
takes, and now
let's go back
what
here.
would have happened on bishop takes e5 here? But instead Sam played bishop to h6. So after bishop takes
d4, which was played, you're thinking bishop takes
no,
e5.
I'm just wondering why he didn't play that, because unlike with your idea, you could play bishop f2, whereas here you just have rook e4. It's true, but I thought this would promise black a little. Well, I at least I'm happy that
yeah, you would think that this was a normal continuation if
we're down one pawn and we don't have much compensation, but at least we're maintaining the pin on the e2 knight, and d3 is a little tender, but it's not enough compensation. But instead, Seirawan probably determined that, so he played bishop h6 instead.
Wow.
With ideas that rook could end up becoming overworked. It can't move slide back to f1 or f2 because d4 hangs.
Rook f2, rook takes, absolutely.
So it's going to go
probably to the e4 square and simply challenge. I mean, I was already looking at voluntarily
sacrificing the exchange. So now after bishop f5,
just go ahead and lose the rook.
Not too worried about this.
But if you were to get your pawns to d4, well, you've got three massive pawns going up the board.
This feels like a position where I should be allowed to move my pawn from d3 to d6.
Yes, well, if you do that, it's all she wrote.
It's curtains, huh?
But it definitely looks like Caden's in the driver's seat on that one. I want to go back to our first board.
And we've got an exchange of queens here that occurred.
After the trade, rook f1, queen g5.
So perhaps Nakamura thought that if he just tried to play a move like queen f7, queen e7, and Sam would keep pestering him with this trade of queens, and he would have to end up acquiescing to it anyway. For instance, maybe he could even play queen e8 here.
Right.
Although I'm not sure why. So why do you think Black wanted, if he thought that he could trade queens in all these different ways, why do you think that White decided to take on g5 and kind of straighten Black's pawns off?
Well, I think Hikaru did it for a very specific reason.
Reason, not strategic, but more tactical.
Maybe strategic, actually. The idea was that after g4, if Black were to advance his pawn to f4, which looks like a kind of a very normal move, well, this knight on b3, which is doing absolutely nothing, could suddenly have a very bright future. It would play knight to d2, followed by knight to f3. It's a great blockading knight. It keeps constant pressure on this pawn on g5.
It reminds me of like the knight that you often see in queen pawn openings on c3 with the black pawn on c4.
Yeah,
and that's always a good knight.
Yeah, a beautiful blockading knight. And suddenly with the knight on f3, this pawn on g5 will be constantly protected by the bishop on e7. Rather, I want to say the bishop is anchored to the pawn on g5. And White, on a very good day, will play king g2, h4, and after trade play king h3 and g4, g5. And maybe Hikaru's position would be for choice. Certainly no risk of White losing. So I think it was a strategic decision, a long-term strategic decision with the move g4. Now, having said all of that, Sam Shanklin does not have to play the move f5, f4. He may be better advised to simply capture the pawn on g4. Maurice, you've got some thoughts on this exciting developments in round 6.
Well, we've just been tracking these games on the women's side, so we don't want to lose touch with two games, in fact, that will be ending shortly by my estimation. They just look terrible for White in both games. You know, champions, they play like champions. First of all, Rusudan Galatiani, this game, we saw a game of Nemcova's earlier in the tournament that looked like the model game so far. This one has now risen in my mind as one of my favorite games. Admittedly, White didn't play so powerfully, but Black, man, what a show of dominating chess. And in this position, A6 was played. We see these pawns raining. Black is ahead in development as White's pieces just look positively anemic. And now she played the move E3, making her bishop even worse, trying to get this bishop into the game. Well, after A takes B5, C takes B5, now D4, blasting forward in the center of the board after ED4, CD4, and Rook D4. Now Rook takes on A3. White's king has absolutely no protection whatsoever, and all these pieces are just going to exit stage left toward this king. If you try to trade queens, that's definitely not going to help, because now E3, move your bishop somewhere, E2, and this poor bishop is going to die. We expect resignation shortly in this game. And in another game from the Ladies' Championship, Irina Krush is crushing her opponent now. Look at those pawns on B2 and C4. The dark square is dominating the queen. This bishop can come back at any time. And C3, C2 is a threat. We might trade first and then let it happen. This game is also all but over. So the 2005 champ and the current champion showing her stuff as Anna there has to fight just to try to stay alive. But I don't think it's going to do any good, as it's clear that Krush is going to win this game. Guys?
Thank you very much, Maurice.
Yeah, we're having some pretty bloody battles today in the Women's Championship. I think, normally the Women's Championship goes well into time control, but I think a couple of games today are going to be finished in the Women's before.
Well, that Rusa game is really a beautiful
massacre,
game.
And a massacre in Irina's game.
Yeah, and the game between Var Akobian and Conrad Holp, I like very much how Var has handled himself in this game. This is almost a model game. After this move, bishop takes h7 check. We were wondering where Black's king was best placed. I like his decision to go to f8, because on e7 the king would be beautifully protected by a wall of pawns in the center, and the open h-file and g-file would give Black great play against White's king. Bishop came back, bishop f3, gf3, and this is just a very, very nice position for Var. King e7, f3, a4, also a nice little move, reminding White that there's a passed pawn over here on the queen side. So when if a lot of major pieces get traded off the board, that a pawn will have a big say for the remainder of the game. Rook a2, rook g8, and we've got this position, and I really like very much strategically what Var has done in this game. I am giving him a very big advantage, and if I got this right, that Var is at 50%, and he would come up the victory in this game. So that's very nice.
Well, he is a master of the strategic play. And meanwhile, over in Trof and Sevian, Trof took your wisdom, Yasser, and he voluntarily gave up the exchange. Did he do it in the right way, Maurice?
I'm not sure he did it in the perfect way or the way Yasser suggested, but he did it in a way that seems like it's keeping an edge for him. Instead of moving his rook away or even capturing on g4, either one of those moves was good. He decided, let me drop my bishop back right now. I have plans. I'm going to point both my bishops at this queen side, and a capture did happen. G takes, and now down in exchange is White, but count him. He's got 6 pawns to 4, so he doesn't care about the material. He wishes he could pick up this d pawn and drop it in one move on d6. That ain't going to happen because of queen to d7, and now this pawn is under heavy pressure. Should he defend it? Yes, it's a move, d4, but the Indians are saying, no. Think about your c pawn. You got 2 bishops supporting these guys. Give away this pawn. Why not? Let that happen, and after rook takes, play the move knight to d4, and suddenly the b pawn is under attack. If you defend it with knight to c7, bishop back to f1, hitting the rook, hitting through to this pawn. He's going to pick up these 2 passed pawns on this side. Even though this position looks really nice for White, the Indians are saying it's not that much better. So we're not sure if he played it the best way. It looks like he did not, and the game is still a big fight, although it looks like it's in White's favor, if anyone's. Guys?
Maurice, one of those amazing positions where visually, when you look at the position, you think to yourself, boy, White's just got a massive advantage. These pawns are just going to go up the board and charge, and win a convincing game. Whereas the computer shows that with very precise play, the advantage isn't
Good luck with that.
Yeah,
but let's take a look at
powerful as
the
it seems.
bad side. There is sometimes a negative side to pushing pawns forward, and I think that we might encounter that in our battle between Jennifer Yu and Katerina Nemtsova.
Let's have a
Crucial
look.
for the standings in the women's championships, as it seems clear Irina Krush is going to reel in her win with the black pieces, but things are looking up for Katerina too. Somehow this white pawn has advanced to e6, which would be really awesome if we could remove our bishop and play f5. But I'm wondering here, with that king on e3, can't we just win that pawn?
Well, let's take a look at how the players reach this position. When we had left it around the move f4, g5. Good move, undermining move, bishop d2, rook de7, preparing the straightforward captures on f4, followed by captures on e5. Rook b1, attacking the pawn on b7. That was met by b7, b6, fair enough. Bishop e4, f6, really blowing open the position. Bishop f5 check, king b7, e6, and you're expecting simply bishop d7, right?
Yeah, I don't see how we're holding on to that pawn.
I don't think we are.
And that we have bishop e4 check, but
okay,
so if we
let's
play
say
bishop e4 check, I guess this is the issue.
c6.
And now you have so now.
I would
no.
this.
I was also thinking you could play.
Well, I was afraid if I played f5 that black would sacrifice a piece and end up winning this bishop back on e4 with basically a one position. So I was thinking from white's point of view, it's time to bail out. Let me take this bishop. You would capture my bishop. I'll move my king, keeping both rooks under attack.
And then after rook e3 check.
I'll keep attacking both rooks. Each rook is anchored.
So you can keep an eye on it, indeed. Okay, so...
And then it's a winning for white, right? Even though white's rooks haven't even been in play. So we go back here, right? So bishop d7, right? That's
so bishop d7, bishop e4 check.
I'm not saying c6 is the only move here, but I'm just saying this is the trick that white Jennifer might have set up for
and the problem is
the tournament leader.
We can't really play bishop c6 because of f5.
So in this position, maybe the question is somewhere back here, after bishop f5 check, Kate played king b7. She could have probably played bishop d7. Would have probably been a solid choice, shall we say? I don't know. But some tricks in the position here now, suddenly after this move, e6.
Indeed, tricks galore, huh?
The tricks are for kids.
So bishop so to recap, if bishop d7, bishop e4 check seems forced. Now, bishop c6 doesn't look good because of f5.
Precisely. Well, I'll trade for sure. So I don't want you sacrificing an exchange. And now with this protected pawn on e6, it's all good. What's so funny? Something.
Well, we've got, we have a special guest coming on with Teryn, V. Friedman. We had I Am John Donaldson in earlier, who's all about coaching the best players in the world, well, actually captaining the best players in the country, some of the best in the world. And Aviv, on the other hand, is doing
the coaching
that for the youth players, including some of the players in this very tournament.
Absolutely.
And in this tournament, he is helping in a lot of different ways with the production.
And the statistics and getting all the research of the players and how they met. It's funny, I've been reading a lot of Aviv's notes, and he's saying, well, in this particular matchup between, say, Wesley and Ray, they've played each other X number of times. And I was there at their World Under-12 Junior Championship. So Aviv's been around. He's seen the good and the bad.
And let's go to Aviv Friedman with Teryn.
Thank you, Jen. Yes, that is a great introduction for Aviv. He's a jack of all trades. So not only is he a statistician, he is also the rotating trainer in residence here at the club. But let's talk about what you're doing behind the scenes in the broadcast truck.
Okay, hi, Teryn. So among my jobs, I'm a statistician. I'm giving some stats info to the broadcasters, usually the night before, a little bit about the players' previous matches. And during the broadcast, we're trying to catch games, and I try to get in touch with Maurice or Jen about important moments in the games. And of course, I'm also the liaison to the production team, who are not really chess players, so I kind of translate the chessic part of the broadcast to them.
They're telling me in my ear that they didn't like that, saying that they weren't really chess people. They're saying, yes, they are. They're experts. But you, my friend, are by far a huge expert because for the past 20 years, he has been the coach and lead delegate for the U.S. youth team and world events, coaching many of the players upstairs.
Yes, that's true. Some of them actually had the pleasure of coaching personally during those events. Like I had worked with Ray Robson in 8 different world events and with Alyssa Malakina in about 7. I even had the pleasure of working with Hikaru Nakamura once. But people like Sam Savian, Caden Trofe, and Daniel Naroditsky, they're all world champions to the age groups that also traveled with us. And so, of course, Jennifer Yu in the women's division. And yeah, it's a great tournament. It looks like a jumping board for many of the players to later come to the U.S. Championship and advance further in the world.
Yeah, and one of the big matchups today between Ray Robson and Wesley So, you helped coach that first matchup.
Yes, that was a cute anecdote. Actually, the first time that Robson and Wesley actually met was in 2005 in the World Youth in Belfort, France. And in that tournament, I prepared Ray for that game. And Ray was completely winning, but he let Wesley off the hook, and they ended up in the draw.
There you go. And not only do they have that connection, but the Shine Friedman Scholastic Project, many of whom have been involved in that as well.
Yes, that is correct. Mark Shine, my partner in crime, and myself have created this mini foundation. We gave scholarships and awards to players at a very young age in order to encourage them to play chess, a little bit like the Sanford, but like a mini Sanford. And now we're doing lots of chess camps. And part of the first recipient was indeed Ray Robson. He was the person in mind when we created that, to give the little players have a chance to at the Grandmastership. And other recipients have been Caden Trofe, Sam Savian, Alyssa Malakina, Daniel Naroditsky. So we try to help a little bit and give them some stipends.
Well, there you have it. Aviv Friedman, the jack of all trades here at the club, and really helping to form the youth here at the chess tournament. We will send it back to Jen, Yasser, and Maurice.
Thank you, Teryn and Aviv. And yes, that's true. It's all about the youth. And this Chess Club and Classic Center in St. Louis, going to hundreds of classrooms and trying to make sure that everybody in St. Louis, even if they're not going to be a champion, can be a chess player.
Yeah, chess player, and benefiting from chess, the discipline that chess brings. Tensions are ratcheting up across the board in the open section on table 1 after the move g4. Very nice move by Hikaru. He's taken, I prefer Hikaru's position after the move rook f7. Sam's pieces are quite passive at the moment. Rook e8 was played, king g2, bishop e7, and now a key moment here on move 29 by Hikaru Nakamura. I think the world's best player missed his opportunity here to
the world's best player?
World's second best player, I apologize.
Magnus is listening. He's turning off the broadcast.
I think Hikaru should have jumped with his knight to c5, provoking this trade, and then we're in a rook ending, and thanks to the activity of both the rook and the white king, I prefer white's chances in this position. Instead, Hikaru played the move king g3, which looks very good, but it runs into a problem. If Sam plays b7, b6, keeping this knight at bay, and after a move, for example, like king takes g4, reclaiming the pawn, and then after, for example, either king d7 or king d8, Sam is about to activate his rook with rook over. Black's chances here of saving the game, I think, are simply excellent. I don't think that this is going to be much of an advantage for white, but nice play there by Hikaru to seize an advantage. From the position, Sam came out some great shots, f5, knight f6. I just think that he misplayed it on move 20, that queen g7 move. Let me just see what it was. It was queen g7. And that was a moment where I think if Sam had played the move rook g8, he would have had an advantage.
And Rusadun, we got some results in. Well, at least one. Rusadun Golatiani has won against Apurva Verkut in that slashing victory, where certainly Apurva wishes that she had not castled queenside.
Her king went down in flames. I see that on on the board there. So congratulations for Rusa for playing an excellent game.
And Gray of Naroditsky is also over, and that game was a draw.
A game, unfortunately, we didn't pay too much attention to as we were following the leaders. Yeah.
Yeah, follow the leader.
Follow the leaders.
We were briefly mentioning, okay, yeah, we want to take a look at it's So Robson now.
Right.
Robson So.
Again, things have heated up across the boards. On table number 2, Wesley So in a bit of trouble here against Ray Robson. Queen G4, very fine. Excuse me, a very fine maneuver indeed by Ray Robson. D6, Queen A4, and guess what? After this maneuver by White, White is set up for F2, F4, trapping the bishop on E5 in the middle of the board. That provoked Wesley to drop back with his queen in order to give his bishop the F6 square retreat. Rook D1, Bishop E6, Bishop E5, with a very straightforward idea of Bishop C6, give me back my pawn on D5, and then let me target this pawn on D6. Wesley So in trouble in this game. I noticed that, noting the time control, by the way, 8 minutes for Ray Robson, 7 minutes for Wesley. So both players have really been burning their clocks in this game, only at move 21. A6 has been played, Bishop C6, B5. I'm imagining that Ray is going to drop back with his queen, and I like Ray Robson's position very much.
Yeah, very strategically strong. So what started as an insipid opening, turning into some real chances for Ray against one of the top 10 players in the world. Meanwhile, Maurice has some news from us in the Women's Championship as Irina continues to roll those pawns down the board.
Well, you absolutely can't call this opening insipid in any way. The way Irina played from the very beginning, she said, I want to win this game, sacrifice it in exchange. And now when you look at the position, she has 2 dominant pawns down the board. The question now is, will she be able to break this blockade? Well, there's a very cute line she has. Will she find it? I don't know, because it's counterintuitive. Bishop takes on F4. Her opponent, by the way, just played queen to D3. She could take this pawn, but she would run into rook to E4. That looks like you're about to drop a piece. Well, she could calmly play queen to B3, and after rook takes, she could even calmlier play takes on E5. Now this rook has to go somewhere. Let's just put it on E4 square, because there's a tactic that you set up after knight takes, rook takes, and suddenly the move C2. Look at that. You lose your queen, but I pick up mine with check, pick up your rook. It didn't matter where your rook was, by the way. This pawn becoming a queen, the queen's going to move out the way, and then the other pawn's going to get home. So it looks as though she finds this paradoxical idea back here. Not too sure she would want to play it. This is really a computer's move. Bishop takes F4, and she's spending quite some time trying to find what exactly is the best move. You know, when you're in that situation, when you know there's something that breaks the back, and she's sure it's there, but she's not sure exactly how to do it. In the meantime, Anna's looking stern, like she knows she's busted, but she can't give anything away in this position, hoping that her opponent will make an error in time pressure. 5 moves to go with 12 minutes. That's not serious time pressure at all, but will she find the right way to go in this moment, guys?
Meanwhile, in the Women's Chess Championship, Jennifer Yu versus... And the Nakamura game has been drawn. So Nakamura and Shanklin agreed to a draw. Hikaru Nakamura drawing with White. He's never going to be thrilled about that, but hey, this was a well-fought game. Kind of similar to what Irina said at some point when she was a little disappointed for not being leading in the tournament. She's like, hey, my opponents are playing really well.
Right.
And I'm even lucky to have 3.5 out of 5.
True that.
Because she was, of course, speaking after the game with Rusidan Goloziani, where Rusidan mounted this powerful attack, and Irina was really on the ropes. And she said, I didn't play badly. They're just coming at me.
Right. Well, I understand the feeling, because Anna Sharovich is feeling it as well. I mean, it's not like she played any real bad moves, but bang, you know, Irina came at her, sacrificed in exchange, took the initiative early, and just played exceedingly well. And Anna's sitting there saying, hey, I had the white pieces. What did I do wrong? Because she's staring at a lost position.
The best game that Irina has played in the tournament so far.
Without question.
And we have another winner from the Women's Championship, a big victory today by Rusidan Goloziani against Apurva Verkud, who was doing the best of the youngsters in the tournament. And she's with Maurice Ashley.
The 2005 champion, women's champion, Rusidan Goloziani, joins us here in the studio. What did you drink yesterday? What did you eat this morning? You seem like you came out aiming for blood.
Actually, I had really difficult last 2 days. It was really hard to recover after losing to Crush. Especially, you know, I saw Rook D8 move, the one you guys were analyzing. I saw Rook D8, I saw Rook D2, I saw the whole winning line, but I just somehow started to calculate too many lines in that game, so it was really hard to recover. Thank God we had a day off, because I really needed that. And I just said, I have to somehow forget about that game, otherwise I will not be able to play more rounds. So I managed to forget, thank God.
Well, clearly you did, or you at least kept some of the anger from that game into this game, because you played with such force and ferocity. Take us through these moments in the game. There's some very interesting moments here after you played. We got to this position against the two bishops. You played this move C5. Looked like she should have taken on F6 at this moment, but she backed up. And then you played this move B5. Were you feeling like you really had a big attack here, we're going to win this game?
I was really feeling great in this position. Similar, you know, with Crush when I played G5, F4, I really knew, you know, my position was good and I was very comfortable. And same here, you know, I really loved my position and it worked out really nicely for me.
Well, you definitely played very strong after B3. It's not every day we get to play the move Bishop takes D5. You must have felt good taking that pawn.
Yeah, sure. I calculated that move before I played B5, so I was pleased when she played B3. Although I think even if she doesn't play B3, my position is really good.
Definitely. After C takes on B5, Rook F8, Knight C4, and now another nice bishop for knight trade you took on C4 and followed up after BC4 with D5. I mean, black never gets these pawns in the opening in chess.
I agree. I mean, this was a dream position for me. I really felt happy with my pawns coming up, and then A6 after that, and I thought, you know, I was completely winning.
Were you shocked when she castled on the queen side?
I really didn't expect that move, but you know, I was not sure what was she going to do, because I think position is extremely difficult. So I felt like no matter what she does, I have a good game.
Well, then you got to play after E3, takes, and now D4. I mean, my goodness, you were just after her in this game. C takes, Rook takes, and then Rook takes on A3. There wasn't much she could do here after you brought your Rook over, double on the file. This was clearly going to be over. Great game on your part. I mean, let's at least show the finish, so that the viewers can see how it went. E3, Bishop E1, Queen to C5, and after Rook C4, a Queen F5 check, and then this check. Of course, the other Rook is coming down as well, and it's going to be made quickly. A really sterling game, one of the great games in the championship so far.
You.
What are you feeling about your chances now? Like you said, you had a bitter loss against the champion yesterday. What do you feel after such a game? What does it do to bring you back in the championships?
I think I'm right in it. You know, I'm not really thinking about long run as everyone else. I'm just trying to do my best in every game, and we'll see what happens.
Well, thanks so much for treating us with this fine game, and good luck in the rest of the championships.
Thank you very much, Maurice.
Great power chess, guys. One of the best games, bar none, of the championships so far by Rusudan Gulatiani, our 2005 champion, starting to play that power chess that showed why she is a champion. Guys?
Very, very fine game indeed. Bravo, Rusa. We actually saw two very, very well played games today. Again, I mentioned the games between Anna Sharovich and Irina Krush, and the two winners are going to be very pleased with themselves because they won with black as well. In the game of the youngsters, Caden Trofe versus Samuel Seirawan, the players have actually reached that moment that Maurice had shown some while back. And in this position, we had been considering the move knight d4, knight c7, bishop f1 as good for white, because white is targeting this pawn on b5. Caden took a different approach. His idea was to keep this bishop on f2 diagonal open so he could go bishop c5. He actually played the move knight g3. Knight g3. I actually like this move very much by Caden. I think that this is just a very nice position for white after knight g3, knight e4, which has been played, by the way. And we can see that Caden wants to put his bishop on the d6 square, put his knight on the f6 square, and mangle black horribly. But we have our special guest in our studio, America's #1 player.
Well, first we actually have Maurice with some news on Melekina Ni.
A very big development in that game. It looks like enterprising play by Black is paying off all over the place in the women's championship. Take a look at what happened here. We saw Black sacrifice a pawn in the opening, and then Melahina play this move. Rook A1. Black has full compensation, and White decided to take this pawn to get something back. And after bishop takes E5, knight takes E5, suddenly knight to D4, threatening knight C2, and she responded with queen E4, only to see the oops suddenly on the board. Queen takes E4, sacrifice, winning a piece, of course, after queen takes, knight takes on F3 with check, and that's going to be all she wrote. Victoria Nie will cruise to victory. Guys?
Ooh, that was a nasty blunder. That's a howler. That's what we call a howler.
And as we get Maurice set up with the number 2 player in the world in both rapid blitz and classical, as we mentioned earlier in the broadcast, I want to point out that we've been getting a lot of great tweets to the hashtag US Chess Champs. And one of them is very complimentary. Leave it up to the Americans to make live chess commentary as enthralling as if you were watching the NBA Finals in overtime. We'll take it. A couple more comments. We've got excellent news. Kasparov to play short. Can't wait. That's going to be amazing. I love today's broadcast. Maurice is awesome. Who else do you know that brings such enthusiasm to 5-hour games? And then finally, this is my favorite. Maurice would look awesome with red hair. Who doesn't look great with red hair? Ooh. So let's try that one out. Love it. Ooh. So Maurice, soon to be redhead, with Grandmaster Hikaru Nakamura, number 2 in the world.
Mike.
Yeah, right. Check that out. That's not going to happen anytime soon. We are with the number 1 player in the competition, number 2 player in the world, Hikaru Nakamura. Hikaru, today's game was a stiff fight. Very interesting. Caro-Kann, what were your thoughts while the game was going on and how enterprising Sam seemed to be playing?
Well, okay. I mean, I played badly, I think.
You say that every round. Win or lose.
No, I mean, it's not so much that the moves are bad, but the way I used my time. I mean, I used so much time early and just not very good usage of time. So, I mean, the moves were okay, but, I mean, okay. I think F4 was just kind of stupid to play when I basically used like 40 minutes on the last 2 moves, to kind of just go into something where it can be very messy. I mean, is rather stupid at this point in the tournament, especially against, I mean, one of the stronger players certainly that I have to play, who I had to play. So I didn't think that was very good. I thought Sam played all the right moves for the most part up until about move probably around like move 19 or so. I mean, I thought it was just equal, or maybe he could even be a little bit better. But once he did this knight takes h5 move, I think I'm just a little bit better. And I have a feeling that the endgame is drawn, but I could have done significantly more than I did if I had gone knight c5 instead of king g3. But that being said, I mean, okay, Sam played well, and I think a draw is a pretty standard result.
Are you disappointed, a little disappointed in the result today?
I'm not disappointed in the result itself. I mean, okay, Sam's a very strong player. Certainly, it's better than losing. At a certain point in the game, I thought I might lose today. But that being said, it's not disappointing to draw. It's just the manner of the moves, the usage of the time, a bit of everything that I'm not happy with. But that being said, I mean, a draw is a draw. I'm still, I guess, leading the tournament or something like that. So I mean,
you still are definitely leading the tournament, but someone who's chasing you seems to be in a little bit of trouble. I'd love to get your expert assessment on this position between Wesley So and his rival, college rival, Ray Robson, or at least used to be college rival. This position started off like a tepid Berlin, anti-Berlin. Mm-hmm. Now it looks as though White is trying for something, although Black is generating some play. What's your assessment of this position?
I mean, White's not just winning, or something like that.
Well, the engines are saying that.
He took on b4. Okay, yeah, queen h4. Yeah, I mean, no, it looks okay actually. Looks fine for Black. I didn't see that there was this move queen h4. I just didn't look for a long enough.
Which move were you saying? Give us a.
No, I just didn't see that there was queen h4. The screen's small, so I didn't spot that.
So
but
were you thinking
that being
you could
said,
take on b4 now?
Yeah, but okay, after queen h4, I mean, yeah, it's equal, right? Or so even better here.
Queen h4 definitely is a strong move. Yeah, Black might even be better in that line.
Yeah, I mean, I suspect somehow it'll be a draw, but yeah, cb4 looked wrong. Maybe bishop d4, maybe.
In fact, yeah, that's the engine's first move.
Yeah, but I mean, it's not enough. Bishop d4, take on c3, takes.
Hold on, I'm trying to
Bishop
get this
d4.
mouse to go. So, which one you want to take on c3 now?
Yeah, just bc3, what, queen c7? I mean, just.
And you're saying this should peter out. Oh, not
well,
that
queen
move.
c7. Yeah.
This mouse pad they gave me is quite a little bit of a challenge. We'll fix that later.
Yeah, I mean,
C7
it's going to get into some end game that's, I mean,
Just
White's symbolically better, but it should be a draw. So, I mean, it's a position, certainly.
So you're halfway into the champion. You're past the halfway point, in fact, of the championships.
What did he just do, actually? He just sacked on e5, or he did something completely insane.
Okay, well, you definitely distracted me. He takes on e5. He played rook takes e5. That's a big development. Rook takes, d takes e5, and
he played bishop c5.
And bishop to c5. And the engine are saying that black is slightly better here. These passed pawns are in the position, but black has passed pawns as well. We've got this guy here.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Something's going to happen. I don't know.
Something's going to happen.
Yeah. I mean, I suspect that it's enough counterplay for white, but, I mean, again, it's going to be pretty hard to play this position, and, I guess I can't see the time, so I can't really comment there, but, I mean, it looks...
Well, Wesley has 6
messy.
minutes and 22 seconds. Ray only has 23 seconds and counting.
Well, is that correct?
down.
You sure? You sure that's correct?
That's, we're supposed to be accurate. Ray only is less than a minute to play 12 moves. His bane of time pressure is back again, bothering him.
Well, I'm not so convinced. I mean, because like I said, when I looked at the screens upstairs, every time Sam had 10 minutes less than he actually had. So I'm not sure that I trust the times. I mean,
okay, thanks for correcting that for us.
Well, I don't know. I mean, maybe this relay is different, but the one upstairs with the blue screens, every time I looked at my game, it showed Sam with like what did he have, like 20 minutes or 19 minutes, and he always had like 29 or 30 minutes. So.
Well, I'm being told that the times are accurate, as a matter of fact.
Okay, well then that's just insane. I mean, how you got this low on times in such a position is rather impractical.
When you're finished with your game, I know during the game it's tricky to do, but when you're finished with your game, do you take a look, glance over at your main rivals' games, even after you're long done? Do you want to know exactly what happened? Pretty much real time?
Not really. I mean, I'm just focused on my game primarily.
I mean, when you're done, though, I mean, when the game is over, you can relax.
No, I mean, I'll run back to the hotel and take a look later. But I mean, I'm not that concerned. It's still 5 more rounds to go, so long way to go. Anything can happen.
So the final question I had was that it's 5 rounds left. You're past the halfway point. Is there a feeling, a need now to step up the pressure a little bit? You got to try to win this tournament. Do you think there's a bit more urgency now that there's only 5 rounds left?
Well, I mean, I'm leading the tournament, so I don't know about urgency. I think if I was, like behind by like a point or half point even, then you can make the case for urgency. But I mean, I'm still tied for first, I guess. So, or winning. I mean, depending what happens in this game, of course. But just not a big deal for me. I mean, I'm just gonna play the way that I have been playing, and hopefully things work out. If they don't, they don't. But that's life.
Well, thanks so much for joining us. Good luck in the rest of your games.
Thanks.
Grandmaster Hikaru Nakamura leading the tournament as of now and looking to stay that way in the rest of the tournament. Guys?
Wow, so we've got lots of news. Thank you. Lots of news here in the chess championships where as we approach the time control, it looks like things have changed a lot in the Trost-Sevian game.
Well, again, that Ray Robson-Wesley So game that got wild following this exchange sacrifice on e5. I mean, visually it looks really brilliant for white. These 3 connected passed pawns over here, escorted by these 2 bishops.
That's right. That's why it's so important.
But there is counterplay based on moves, for example, like queen c4, inviting a trade of queens and trying to utilize an open d-file. I think Ray may have overestimated his whole sacrifice.
Yeah, because you can't really calculate everything here, so it comes down to what you said in an earlier broadcast, judgment.
Yes.
And this does look scary for black.
It does. You're facing these 3 connected passed pawns, but look, there is counterplay in the position. Wesley has just played the move d5, d4, opening up his bishop. Bishop comes to d3. Imagine you could kick this rook to some bad square, let's say a1. This d-pawn could just race all the way home. So by no means is this a one-sided game at all. I think it's all moves all results are possible. But again, it's the time trouble component of this. Ray down to his increments only. He's got 38 seconds. He's just played the move Bishop B7. This is wild.
And
Maurice.
we've got some huge news in the Women's Chess Championship as we see what might be a first for us.
Checkmate.
And only in this championship.
A checkmate.
Yes, incredible. We see mate on the board, but it's not a first. There was a mate. Remember, Anna Sharovich got mated by Nemtsova in the second round, was it? She had the black pieces. Nemtsova has done it again, mated another opponent. This woman is mating everybody. She dropped mate on Jennifer Yu. We could go back to this moment in the game. Actually, maybe even further back. It didn't look like she was going to mate her, but she did get this bishop. I think I have to go even to here. She played this move, bishop to d7, and after e takes, d7 check, king takes, she was going to get her bishop back, rook check, king slid back, and king to d3, trying to avoid things, but now rook takes, and black was doing quite well. F takes g5, f takes g5, rook g1, and this allowed rook e2, and suddenly the white king is feeling the squeeze from the two rooks. h4 was played, not realizing what was going to happen to her. She played this line, only to see c5 check, king d5, and now king c7, totally putting a net around the white king, and it's just going to be mate. Rook bd1, rook e5, mating her second opponent. Katerina Nemtsova playing like the champion to all rights, definitely dominating. In the meantime, look at this turnaround. We saw this game here, queen d3. We thought bishop takes on f4 was the right move. She played rook to c8. She still has an advantage here, but she's taken away some of it because she allowed queen a6, suddenly attacking her rook, rook d8, and now e6 with counterplay. She's still better, but after this trade, she is no longer better. e6, this move was supposed to be responded to, after e6, fe6. This move now, de6, knight takes b1, and e7, and it looks like she's blown her win after rook to e8. White can now play queen to c6, and the game is no longer advantageous for black whatsoever. It looks like she has totally blown the advantage here. If queen c6 is played, queen c6, the magic move, Irina Krush looking like she was back in charge, dominating the game, no longer the case. And it's just up to her opponent to find this move. A fighter is Anna Sharovich, and still thinking about the move right now. Not in any time pressure whatsoever. Actually, she's about to make her 40th move, so she's got 7 minutes to meditate on this move. I have no doubt that she'll find queen to c6 in this position, and Irina must be kicking herself. Such an easy win for her, now blowing it and changing the nature of the championship dramatically because she was coming back. But now Nemtsova surges ahead. Guys?
Very crazy turn of developments. Now, luckily for Irina, she doesn't know how big the win she missed was. She feels in her bones, well, she knows that she missed something. But if she saw it at the moment, she would have played it. So it's like later when she goes back and checks with the engine, she sees how big it was. Well, kind of like what Rusa was saying, how disappointed she was to lose to Crush because she saw that whole line with rook d8, d2, but and she thought she saw something that looked even better.
Exactly. Well, this was a win that she definitely let go. Big developments. I think that Varakobian is winning as well in his game with Conrad Holt.
And then Trove Sevian has made a major turn as well.
Is also a major turnaround. I thought
this is the round of turnarounds, isn't it?
Wow. I thought that Sam Sevian was in deep trouble. In fact, again, all three results possible in that game. I no longer think that Trove has an ironclad.
This round is like the revenge of the rooks. People keep sacrificing exchanges in really attractive ways.
Yeah.
And somehow it's like their opponents are fighting back with the rooks, right? Because we see that in the game with Irina Krush, where Sharovich is fighting back. Robson's exchange sacrifice is better visually than it is in reality. And then finally, in Trove Sevian, same exact thing. Trove's position looks so beautiful, but Sevian managed to fight back.
Exactly. And we've got big developments in the game of Ray Robson, Wesley So. Bishop b7 was played, rook b8, bishop a7. Ray's trying to pick his exchange back up. Queen e7 came, trade of rooks, and we've got the situation. Ray Robson down to 4 seconds,
Whoa.
2 seconds, 1 second, according to our
And
clocks.
he waited till 3 seconds to make
on his
the move.
clock to make his moves. Whoa.
That he's giving his coaches and fans absolute heart
Heart
attacks
attack.
back home.
So he did play bishop f3, and then he had 33 seconds, so we know he made the move bishop f3 with only 3 seconds on his
And it
clock.
seems like he maybe-
Queen snapped the pawn on b4.
And he caught up with time a little bit because I think he made the move quickly, a5 it looks like.
And anything is possible
Now he
in
has
this
a
game.
comfortable 30 seconds.
Well,
No.
I'm thinking that Ray has got to be very, very careful because this B pawn, pardon me, the D pawn could be huge in the position after a move like bishop b3. You've got to be careful that something like f5, e4, and d3 doesn't come. I appreciate the power of passed pawns. This pawn on a5 is also very powerful.
But center pawns, I like those too. So
Exactly.
This battle,
Anything can
battle
happen.
continues to rage on. Meanwhile, we have in studio the leader of the women's championship, Katerina Nemtsova, and today, if Krush doesn't win this game, she's really going to pull ahead. She's with Grandmaster Maurice Ashley.
The queen of
Indeed, I was going to call her the mating queen, but that might not sound right. But the queen of checkmate, that's a bit better, yes. Thank you very much. Katerina, before this tournament, well, after you had checkmated Anna in round 2, I believe it was, you said, I never checkmated anybody on the board. Now you've done it twice in the same championships. What is going on?
Well, I don't think I said never. I think I checkmated when I was younger.
When you were
but, yeah,
little.
But when I was little. But, I mean, okay, she could resign, move ahead, Jennifer, but it's not a difference. She just didn't see that I can play on mate and not on pawns.
I see. So this game looked dry at first. I mean, she tried to win a pawn and get some play. It didn't look like you were going to win in mating style. It looked like you had to come back in this game. Did you feel caught in the opening when she took on e5 and played queen e2?
Yes, I was looking at this opening, actually preparing it very hard during the free day and today. And I did not prepare knight takes e5 at all. Like, if you just play there...
Let's take a look at that position. We'll bring it up after e5.
Yeah, there's interesting if you capture with pawn. I look at that. So if you capture with pawn, knight takes e5, queen e2, bishop d6, and after c5, I simply castle. And bishop g4, and it's really...
And if she takes your bishop?
Bishop g4, and it's winning, totally.
That looks very nice, as a rook will show up on the e8 square no matter what.
Yes.
So very powerful, but then she surprised you with knight takes e5.
Yeah, because the main line is either bishop g5 or d5, and I've never seen this move before, so I had to think.
And you found a very aggressive line. So this is what I was saying. After you castled here, in this position, f3, bishop f5, she played this move g4. It looked a little bit loosening. You didn't, I mean, winning with a mating attack seemed quite unlikely here, but let's just jump to this position in this moment when she played e6. Were you surprised here? Felt like you were back in the game?
Yes, because I calculated it before and I thought that I'm just getting pawn back. But the problem was that I saw bishop d7, bishop e4.
So let's take a look at that. Bishop to d7.
d7, bishop e4. And now I thought I will play king b8. You capture the bishop. I capture with check. But the problem is that now you play king d3. And even I have another check, rook e3, king d2, another check, rook e2.
And you have to accept this draw.
No, this is lost now.
Oh, no, that's right.
My
It's
rook
even
is
worse.
hanging.
Your rook is hanging. There's no more check.
There is no more check.
And you lose the game. Wow.
So now I got surprised because I had to figure out what's happening, if I can actually save it. I felt a little bit in danger now.
So then you notice the move after bishop e4 check, you realize king c8 saves
Yes. But, I mean, it took me like 5 minutes to find it.
So a little heart palpitation at this
Yes.
moment. Wow, great
I got a
moment.
little
You
bit
played
hard
king
today.
c8. And now this trade happened and her bishop had to go lost after this check, king to d3. And now you took, and it looks like it's all black, this position.
Yeah, I think this is really difficult for white to defend. I don't know if it's possible. Maybe grandmasters can say. But.
Well, it looks horrible for white. Again, her pawn structure is compromised, and you're definitely ahead by a lot. So now you're really cruising in this championship. It's 4 wins, 2 draws. You don't look like you've been in much danger in any of the games objectively. How are you feeling about this championship so far?
Well, I feel very well. I mean, I'm really happy the way I play the opening. The preparation works. I get everything I want in the in the game, and then opponents give me a piece or they blunder. So it's
always nice when somebody gives
very
you a
nice,
mate. And your rival, Irina Krush, seems to be struggling yet again in this position. Do you pay attention to that? I mean, when you saw Anna play the move Queen C6, as we predicted, you gave a little fist pump there.
Yeah.
It seems like you are emotionally vested, of course.
Yeah, I really want Anna to score something because she's back in the tournament and she can really play also for the medal. So
She's a teammate of yours as
yes.
well at Webster.
Yeah, so I'm following Anna Sharevich and Ray Robson. I hope Ray is also doing okay.
Well, you guys are playing sterling chess from Webster University, really showing us something and why you guys are the college championships. So we wish you the best and good luck in the rest of your games.
Thank you.
Well, Katerina Nemtsova just looks like a boss. She is owning the championship so far on the ladies' side. Let's hope for more great games from this young lady who's playing quality chess. Guys?
Thank you, Maurice and Katerina Nemtsova. Meanwhile, we've got to switch over to Robson. So this game is playing on increment for both players. And it looks like Ray is on the verge of losing on time every move. Let's back up a couple moves, and we're also going to keep this shot of the board.
I'm shocked. Really, Jennifer, I'm shocked. I think Wesley has played terribly in this time trouble phase of this game.
This bizarre G5 move, which is the move of the tournament.
After the move A5, I just cannot, for the life of me, fathom this move G5, which not only weakens the king side, but just gives white all kinds of opportunity.
Especially with the pawn on E5, it really creates a strange-looking impression to have both of those pawns like sitting ducks. So after G5, what happened?
Well, G5 was a terrible, terrible move. I mean, again, and this pawn on B2 is not meaningful at all. What black needs to do is just be able to play D3, D2, and to prepare that advance would have been everybody's move. Bishop B3 here. Again, I've mentioned F5, E5, E4, these types of ideas. This move plays itself.
And they're
G5,
playing on increment, by the way. Both players with less than a minute on the clock, just playing on the increment before they reach move 40.
Terrible
and right now
move.
we're actually
H3,
at move 39.
H3.
And
Queen takes B2, terrible move, a really, really bad move. Queen D6. Now, bang, suddenly it's almost game over. Check this out. This A pawn is going, E5 pawn is hanging. When the E5 pawn is captured, black's king is in terrible disarray. Some incredibly bad moves by an elite player of Wesley's caliber. Rook C8. By the way, he barely made that move. He made that move with 8 seconds on his clock. I actually saw his time tick down. After Rook C8 came, pardon me, where is...
Queen takes E5, and you might want to...
Sorry, I have to update. So Rook C8, Queen takes E5, attacking this pawn on G5. Thank you for that tempo, by the way. H7, H6. Queen takes D4. Did he need to do that? I thought he was going to go A6. Never mind. That was played. And maybe Ray has given his opponent a chance because the rook can get behind the pawn.
Both of them in time pressure. No, he said after Rook C1 check, he said Rook D1.
D1. Oh, yes, of course. No, Rook D1, of course. And Ray is in the driver's seat
not
here.
allowing black to get behind the pawn.
Well, this is winning. Then it's just a win for
And
Ray.
they've just made time control.
So this is simply a winning
Because that
position
bishop on
for
F3,
Ray.
this is not a rook endgame. There's
No.
bishops on the board, and that changes everything. You take those bishops off, totally different. But with that bishop just eyeing the A8 square, Robson's getting in there.
No, it's won. It's just a flat-out win. You just go Rook A1 and A6, and it's just a flat-out
And
win.
he's going to have to play Rook to A7, but then you can always just play Bishop B7 at the right moment
And this is just over. This rook
bring
is
the king
terrible.
in.
Yeah.
Once you bring the king in, it's kaput.
So Ray Robson, who by the way went into the round a half a point behind Wesley So, is going to win this game. A huge, huge victory.
And then despite his earlier loss, he's still going to only be half a point behind Hiro Nakamura.
Exactly.
After he wins this game.
And this is really shocking because going into this position, if we back up to here, to this position, I would actually like Black's position here. I thought that Black was doing more than fine. That was my assessment, at least. And it reminds me of the game that Wesley lost to Sam Sevian. When they started getting into time trouble, although it was very complicated, I actually thought that Wesley had an edge in that game, and then just a whole series of bad moves. He ended up losing it. This position, I actually like this position. A whole series of really bad moves by Wesley, and did he miss Rook D1? That's terrible, because after the move Rook D1, Ray Robbins should win this game.
That's right. So Rook D1, a key move, not allowing the rook to get behind the pass pawn with Rook A1. And the bishop endgame will be totally winning for white in a similar manner to what we just looked at. That pass pawn just can't be stopped.
And indeed, Ray
In
just
fact, that will
played
be
the-
even more.
Yeah.
That would actually be even more losing, because you can't even get your king back in time. We're just going to stick our bishop on F3 and play A7, A8.
And this is what has happened is A7, A6. And Wesley must be wondering what's going on in this tournament, because he just hasn't played well in the critical phase of the game when time trouble has reared its ugly head. He has just played very, very poor moves and nothing else to say. In another game, our defending champion, Gada Kamsky, has been nursing a disadvantage for quite a while against Alex Onyshuk. Alex Onyshuk, very meticulous, great technical player, as is Gada, but Alex Onyshuk with an edge in that game. But again, it's all about Ray Robson. And finally, let's go to our junior players. Sam Sevian, Kaden
I was
Schroff.
thinking you had the junior championship up here, but they have also made time control, so we can check out how that all fizzled out as we, I don't know if it fizzled out, how that all shook out, after our guest Victoria Nee, who's coming off a victory in her game. She's with Maurice Ashley.
Hi, Jen. You know, you say junior players, but the average age in the women's championships is 23 and a quarter years. I mean, that's how young the championships are. So everybody's youthful, including the young Victoria Nee in this championship. The first time we've had you on the show this year, Victoria. Welcome.
Thank you.
Congratulations on your game. You've got to tell us about this moment in the game, and we're going to pull it up on the big board. When you played this move, knight to d7, and all of us were saying, what is this? That just looks like a fat pawn. You must have prepared this line. Tell us the secret behind this move.
Yeah, we kind of analyzed it like for hours. Like, probably not me, like Yuri was analyzing like for a couple hours.
Yuri Schulman, of course,
Yeah,
your coach and husband.
Yeah, so, I mean, it's kind of gambling, but still like taking all the factors like emotional, physical, like psychological. I think it's nice move, and kind of, you know, you have to think, you have to choose like the best moves in this position.
That was quite a daring move, going down a pawn right from the opening. We're talking about move 5 already, gambiting a pawn. Did you feel that you had to sort of keep a poker face in this moment just to make Alyssa feel the tension of your knight d7?
I mean, I was pretty confident because I saw different games in this opening. I analyzed this position, and I was pretty confident. So.
But knight d7, I couldn't find in the database at all. I mean, it looks like, as far as the database is concerned, this is a new move. Is there something that didn't make the databases?
I mean, I think there was played like one game or so, but I don't know.
By who? Some beginners?
No. I mean, I think some of the players, but it's not like, of course, it's not popular because, you know, you don't want to blunder or you don't want to give away a pawn like right from the opening. But sometimes, you know, I would go for position where you're down a pawn, but still you have some like better development or attack.
Compensation you definitely had. And then we jump later in the game. At this moment, when you play knight to e6, you're already proven that you had enough compensation. And in fact, it looks like black's just better staring at the board. Were you shocked when you saw this sequence of move appear on the board, and then suddenly you got to play knight d4, queen e4? Must have felt good to play queen takes on e5.
Yeah, it was very nice. You know, I felt great. You know, but you know, at some point, you know, I feel that, I mean, Alice of course could choose like better moves, but you know, in time trouble, you never know. You know, we both made mistakes. So, you know,
was this a time pressure blunder in this moment?
She made it pretty quickly, like within a minute. So, and we had like about 5 minutes or so. So.
What was her reaction when you sacrificed on e5? Did she see it coming, or did it come as a big shock to her?
I mean, she moved queen e4, and I think within 20 seconds she realized that queen e5 is coming. So, yeah, it's pretty obvious. Yeah.
So you're sitting at 50% in the championships. Do you have any aspirations of maybe making a move?
I mean, I mean, 50% is good, but you know, it was hard in the beginning to start because I didn't play for 7 or 8 months. But right now I'm kind of getting in, so hopefully I will continue like this. Yeah.
And we know you're rooting for your very good friend Anna Sherovich, who's going up against Irina. She looked dead to all rights earlier in the in this game. Now she's come back against Irina. What's it like? I know you played her and got a draw earlier, some fighting draw between your very good friend. Now that you're able to root for her, do you feel the pain when she's suffering during the game, even yourself, while you're playing your own game?
No, I'm trying to concentrate on my own games, so I didn't see like all the games. You know, I just look for a little bit, but it's not like that. I'm feeling really pain. Of course, I feel not great for her, but you know, hopefully she will be able to come back. You know, in women's chess, everything is possible. So, you know, I mean, if you're winning in that, you might lose, you might draw. You know, 3 results are most possible all the time. So.
I'm glad I didn't say that because Jennifer Shahade would be all over me right now. But thank you very much for a very entertaining game, and we wish you the best in all the rest of your games in the championship.
Thank you, Maurice. Yeah.
Guys, Victoria Knee. Anything can happen in women's chess?
Anything can happen
You
in
please
chess.
comment on that, Jen.
If I can suggest, I would like to dub the move Knight D7 and call it Victoria's Secret.
Oh, love that.
What do you think? Can I get respect? No? All right.
I just wanted to see how good you were at fist bumping.
Wesley So, dead lost. I believe
The game is over.
The
Ray
result
Robson has
won.
defeated Wesley So. Fantastic comeback by Ray, who started out the tournament crushing, had a setback, and now back just half a point behind world number 2 Hikaru Nakamura.
With a +2 score, having played
Fabulous.
against some really great I'm really stunned. I'm really blown back by Wesley's play in the 2 losses that he's had. He's had very, very decent positions, and he simply collapsed. He played a number of moves that I would have never have guessed him to play, and the final position with Bishop B7 is indicative of just, it's terrible play by Ray. Just terrible. Terrible play by
poor
Wesley.
Ray, sitting here right with Maurice.
Terrible play by Wesley,
Well,
but great play by Ray. No, I'm not taking anything away from him. He can't do anything if his opponent's playing bad moves. He's just got to take advantage of them, and he did.
That's right. Grandmaster Ray Robson now doing great in this tournament, just behind Hikaru Nakamura, and he's with Maurice Ashley about today's surprising victory, right?
Upsetting.
I think when you said the word surprising, Ray was like, what are you talking about? Ray Robson, welcome to the show. Congratulations on your victory.
Thank you.
This was a wild game. It started out, frankly, as a snooze fest. I mean, the game was kind of boring. The opening was kind of dull. But then it got really interesting around the middle when you sacrificed this pawn on D5. Tell me, what were your thoughts going into this game playing against your former college roommate and good friend, Wesley So?
Well, I know Wesley, and I know how good of a player he is. So I was just trying to play a normal game, be solid. I mean, with white, it's going to be hard for him to hurt me. So I was just trying to play normal moves, and if I got an advantage where I could press, then I try. But otherwise, if he played very solidly, a draw would be okay.
Well, I was billing it as a rematch and a revenge match from him taking $50,000 out your pocket at the Millionaire Chess Open. This wasn't your attitude going in? There wasn't a little bit of revenge on your mind for that loss?
I mean, it wouldn't be revenge just for that loss, but for so many other losses. But no, my main focus wasn't on revenge. It was just on playing the best I could. Yeah.
So where did he go wrong in this game? It looked like he was okay, more or less, and then suddenly that was it. I mean, can you tell us where he went wrong exactly?
I don't know for sure, but starting off in the beginning on move 11, he played this move Knight F6, which basically everyone plays C6 there, and it's very solid for black, and he actually had played that before. But for some reason he thought for a long time, and he tried to come up with a new move, I guess, and he played Knight F6, and I think after that he misjudged the position, and he realized that he can actually be worse, and he has problems developing his bishop on C8. And so I missed this move Bishop E5 that he played on move 16.
Well, let's go to the position so our fans can see exactly what you were talking about. In the position you're saying was right here, the move Knight to F6, you said, is not the usual move. And after this trade, queen takes F6, D4, C6. And bishop e5 happened later in the game?
Move 6, yeah, right there.
Right here.
So yeah, I kind of missed this move. I was looking at c takes d5 for him, or maybe c5. But after bishop e5, I was a little bit worried because I realized I probably have to play c3 and then c takes d5. He's kind of just taking my pawn. But then I realized, queen g4, and I can't be worse. And I'm probably still slightly better because in the long run, I'm at least going to take back this d5 pawn. And in the resulting position, after we exchange bishops, I'll be slightly better. So yeah, I thought that was what is going to happen, but instead he did some really interesting things with a6 and rook b8 around move 20, 22, 23.
So jumping ahead right here, he played a6, and then b5, and then this move, rook b8, giving the pawn back, and then you captured this pawn, and he played the move b4, which really livened up the game. Yeah. By the way, you were in your atypical time pressure in this moment. I say tongue-in-cheek because you often get in time pressure. Well, how was the time pressure affecting both of you at the board?
Well, yeah, at some point I did go below him on time, and then later, maybe towards the end, it was still super complicated, and he also got very low on time, and that probably affected him at the end. But fortunately for me, I think, I don't know, I was able to find the right decisions, and maybe my position was a little bit easier because in the position we had, I had this A pawn. So basically, I just want to try to push it as fast as possible.
Okay, and in this position, you play bishop a7, and we saw this appear on the board, queen h4. Then you sacrifice an exchange. What were you thinking right here when you sacked this exchange? Did you feel like you had enough compensation to make the game crazy? Were you thinking you were better, or were you just trying to survive?
Well, honestly, I think that was the best move in the situation. I think I let the position get a little out of hand, but I still thought that, I have these really strong pawns on the queen side, and my bishops are very strong as well. So I did think that I should probably still be okay, but yeah, definitely this wasn't exactly what I was looking for.
And there's opportunity to push your pawns, like you said. You were able to play the move a4 and bishop b7, and suddenly you just had these crazy bishops going down the board, and you got back to your exchange. Did you think, like right around now, you just could not be worse, especially with your a pawn headed down the board?
Practically, in the situation we had where we're both in time trouble, I don't think I'm worse. I think probably he has a way where he could try to exchange off maybe his e5 and d4 pawns for my queenside pawns and just make a draw. But yeah, I think his next move, g5, looked very strange to me. I'm not sure really. I mean, he wants to play g4, but after h3, he's just weakened his king side. So, in some positions, the g5 pawn will be hanging with check. So I think that was not a very good move in time trouble.
As you said, a tough decision in time trouble. And then all of a sudden, the game turned around right around here. You were able to grab this pawn, and suddenly that g pawn, like you said, became a problem, and you just nibbled on a couple of pawns. And you must have been smiling right around now, or were you still suffering over the fact that you had one more move to make?
I was quite confident that I was going to win the game here. Yeah.
Great feeling. So you played rook c1, and it's not every day you get to play after a6, rook a7, a move like bishop b7 against a guy like Wesley So. This must have felt really good to put that move down.
Yeah. Well, obviously it's, he's the best player I've ever beaten in a tournament. So yeah, it's a great feeling. But obviously I feel bad. I kind of ruined his chances for the tournament. But overall, I can't complain with a win.
Well, you're trying to win the tournament yourself. You're now a half a point behind Hikaru Nakamura. How do you look at your chances the next 5 rounds?
I still think Hikaru is the clear favorite. He already has a lead, and I think he's already played Wesley and Gata. So I'm still expecting him to kind of win a lot more games. So yeah, I'm just going to be focusing on the same things I have the whole tournament, just staying solid with both colors, not taking any unnecessary risks, and hopefully I can kind of avoid the time trouble I've had in the past 2 games.
Well, thanks so much for joining us and entertaining us with your chess, and good luck in the rest of your games.
Thank you.
Wow, Ray Robson, well, this sets up a great penultimate battle. Do you know Ray plays Hikaru in the penultimate round with the white pieces?
Wow.
So that's going to be a real exciting one for us.
That is amazing.
And that's a Saturday, so that'll be good for our fans at home too. Like they don't have to go to work that day. And they can just,
come out and
they
enjoy
can just watch
the
Ray
action.
and Hikaru battle it out. Well,
No, hearty congratulations to Ray.
and he's so nice. Even when he's describing the move G5, he's it's not like it's a conquer. He's like, I don't think that's a very good move.
Yeah, I don't think. I think that was a howler. Yeah, and speaking again, it's really a great victory for Ray. You know, his best win against the strongest grandmaster he's ever had. But boy, I really have the feeling that Wesley somehow something went completely wrong for Wesley in that game, and I really actually preferred his position at the moments that I said I did. And for him to lose that, you just don't expect to see an elite player botch two excellent positions and lose them both.
Now, speaking of our elite players, how about Alexander Onashuk? It would be
Yes,
really surprising to me to see, I mean, in this position, it looks like he's got quite a lot. But
He's
I mean,
huge. He's got a huge advantage against defending champion Gata Kamsky. Gata has just captured this pawn
He's
on
in position
b3.
to improve since the last time we looked. I mean, look at that king on g5.
That's huge. That's the big diff. Is this very active king is getting ready to take this pawn on g6, and these two pawns on g3 and h4 are going to win the game for Alexander Onashuk.
I just think it's funny that Onashuk got some good positions, but drew every single game. And can you imagine the solid Gata Kamsky? That's the only one that he manages to win.
Yeah, there's some irony in that one, isn't there? Yes, no question about it. But this looks like a winning position to my eyes. Gata, had better hope that Alex gives him a resource here. Gata's been charmed in all of the previous rounds. He scored a maximum out of the positions he's had. He had some really bad positions. This is one of them. If he survives this, it would be really something something in the air that's saving Gata, because I like Alex Onashuk's chances of defeating the defending champion in this game.
And meanwhile, in the Women's Chess Championship,
Serena.
Well, let's take a look at Tatev Abrahamian briefly, because she is also coming back to be a force in this championship. She does have 2.5 now, an even score, and it looks like she might win this game against Foyger, and then she's going to be on 3.5. In which case, last time I looked, it seemed like she had a big advantage.
Yes, she's a pawn ahead,
and she's a pawn ahead, and what a pawn it is.
A pawn ahead, but with also good pieces like the knight on d6, rook on a6.
And the pawn on d5 itself, the pawn that she's ahead, is ready to march forward.
So no question that Tatev is in a winning position at this moment, and the players have made time control move 43. Let me go to that game of Arena Crush, because it was this was the position where Maurice had explained that Queen c6 was the move that would bring White back into the game, and it was the move that Anna found.
She did play it, but after Queen b8, she's still been thinking for almost 25 minutes. Now, that's not a very practical decision. She's been thinking for 25 minutes.
Yeah, but on the other hand, it's the time control has been made. So first of all, take a deep breath, relax.
You're on time pressure again. You've been thinking for 25 minutes. Now she has 8 minutes left on her clock.
Well,
if you refresh the board.
If I refresh the board, just a second, I'll just refresh.
Okay, maybe she...
I've got 33 for Irina. I got 12 for Anna.
And thinking according to Chess 24, she's been thinking for 26 minutes.
That's a big thing. So
there's no more things like that allowed. This is it.
But the whole point is, check out rook takes d6. This is what she's stewing over, whether or not to give a queen check on d5. But rook takes d6 looks like the most challenging move. Now, there's a lot of ways that that black could go wrong here. Like, this would be a terrible decision. Bishop takes f4, queen c4 check. I'm picking up that bishop, and by the way, your king is going to be in trouble. I suppose she's thinking about rook takes d6, c2, right? That looks like a wild move. Now check out this line for a second. Rook d8 with the threat of queen takes e8 checkmating. rook takes. Now pause here for a moment.
Yeah, you got a lot of options, huh?
Yeah, you can do a lot of things with check, but I think this is a line that's probably going to end up in a win for white. So rook takes d6 is what Anna's thinking about, and she's probably wondering to herself, has Irina missed something? Maurice, this is a wild affair. Can Anna totally turn this women's championship upside down with a topsy-turvy win here after rook takes d6?
And she hasn't done it. She's hovering over her queen. It looks like she's just about to make a move.
Well, it is her best move, rook takes d6, but it is not winning. So we can put the camera on her for a second just to make sure what did she in fact play. She did play rook takes d6.
I thought she was hovering. She was hovering over the pawn, not the queen.
Yeah,
That's
right,
what it was.
right, okay.
No, Irina instantaneously played the move knight
And
d2.
her time is 6 minutes 51 seconds. I can see from the RoboCam. Sorry, Maurice.
Well, rook takes d6, knight to d2. Of course, Irina had been analyzing this position, but this is going to float straight to a draw. She must go for this line, is Anna. She must go for the line you mentioned, Yaz. With rook to d8, this is a good move. Rook d8 takes, and takes back is necessary. Actually, she could also queen doing the same thing because this is exactly what's going to happen anyway. And as you go down the line, you realize that after this capture and this capture, Black can play a couple of moves here. Bishop back or king to g7. But no matter what, white will be able to get a perpet. The reason being is that white cannot stop this pawn from becoming a queen. This pawn is going down the board, and black has created a sweet nexus here of protection, knight and 2 pawns. There's no way to stop that. She must continue to harass the black king, or else she will actually lose the game. So this one is headed straight for a draw, a surprising turn of events, given that black had completely dominated this game. And Irina, you see her there just reflecting on a precious half point that she has thrown away. And we can imagine she'll be disgusted when she comes to get interviewed by us that she did not she did not finish this game off in great style, which is, by the way, how she normally finishes out games that she wins a championship. And she's going back a half a point against Katerina Nemtsova and the surging Rusudan Gulatiani, who was disgusted herself having lost the game to Irina. So not looking great is Irina Krush right now, not the form that we're used to seeing, guys.
And we'll see if Anna finds the right continuation with just 5 minutes on her clock. But as you pointed out, Yasser, you weren't that perturbed with her spending so much time because you thought it was an absolutely critical moment.
Precisely.
And coincidentally on move 41, which is funny because if it had been a move prior, it would have been pretty awful for Anna because she wouldn't have had time to think through.
Exactly.
And maybe she would have played rook takes d6 anyway, but there was a lot of other moves in the position.
Right. And
there
then
was the knight hanging on b1, and there's a lot of things she could have done, and with the time ticking down, she wouldn't have time to go through it.
Exactly. Well, again, I don't know if her optimism has soared or is she thinking that how fortunate it is she could save the game. But rook d8, forcing that perpetual line that Maurice showed, I'm sure Anna sees it. She's no question she's seeing that line. She's probably just wondering, am I missing a victory? I mean, the reason why I might think, if I were in her shoes, that a victory might be possible is because I start looking at moves like queen d5 check for just a moment. If I can put my opponent's king on h8 and play this move rook d8, I start to think, okay, you queen, yeah, it looks okay. I take a queen, you take a rook, I go here, and boy, I've got you. Oops, wait a minute.
Yeah,
queen f1
Queen
check.
f1 check.
And the moment I see queen f1, I say, okay, that's it.
Well, let's go back to the main variation though, because there are 2 options there. So after rook d8 in this position,
that's when I go back and I say I'm going to force the perpetual.
So after rook takes d8, now is there a difference here between e8 and pawn takes d8?
I think they both transpose.
They're just the same.
I think they're trans.
The only difference is like, I think if you go like, suppose you do it, suppose you do pawn takes d8 here, and now after queen takes d8, rook e8 check, maybe black can just play king up or something. Is there? Because I can play b1 equals queen. I don't know if you're gonna.
Are you sure you want to do that?
I don't
know if you want to do that.
I'm not sure. To
Well, first of all, I always have a perpetual, okay? I always have a perpetual, right? Don't I?
Well, I'm maybe not bishop f8. What if I want the? I'm trying to see if I can play like.
Well, tell me, are you playing for a win?
Well, if you play rook takes d8 and I play queen king g2, queen f1 check, I would say that I'm looking for a win.
You're looking for okay.
But if you
you're playing for a win,
if you can continue to check me, then that's probably not good. Like, what is there, queen b7 check here?
Well, I think you may.
Now I lose if you play queen b7 check, right?
Yeah, you may be getting yourself into hot water.
So,
I don't know.
So probably if I wanted to try this, I'd have to do it your way with bishop f8. Queen e6, king g7. We do have a few moves in the game.
Maurice, what have we seen? Rook takes g6. Oh no. What is that?
We have an incredible situation that has occurred in this game. Both players, and particularly Irina, she's going to truly kick herself. I mean, we might have to remove all sharp objects from her room after this. Look what happened here. In this position, after knight d2, the line we were looking at was very straightforward. Play rook down, go for the draw. You guys were analyzing some things. The engine said, okay. Instead, Anna played rook takes g6, going after a perpetual check. Irina calmly took back. It reminds me of the game between Carlsen and Anand when Carlsen made a blunder and Anand just followed along and missed his chance. It happened here. If Irina had simply dropped her bishop back after the sacrifice, the game is over. Black is completely winning. White has no real attack. Now, it's hard to imagine. She might have looked at this line and thought, wait a minute, what about something like queen f6? Oh, but now your position is in deep trouble. Well, actually, you could just take now because you gained a tempo from bringing your bishop back. So what does she do? Rook takes g6, bishop to g7, not taking back that rook, and there is no way for white to create any attack in this position. Maybe she could be desperate to try to play rook takes and king takes, and then maybe take on c3 and hope for a perpet here. But after king to f7, it looks as though she has no more check. Look, the square is guarded right here on c4. So what can she do about the fact that a queen is appearing on the board? Another problem is that she's going to come under attack with rook g8 and queen b5. It's over. Black was completely winning after rook g6. Irina missed that line, and they're going down now into natural play after rook takes g6, pawn takes, queen takes, and this line is actually drawn after bishop to g7, queen e6. She won't have a problem creating a perpetual in this moment. Irina Krush, she took back instantly. She had about 30 minutes. She had over 30 minutes on the clock, and she took back instantly on g6 and blew her win, and now the game is going to end unbelievably in a draw. Guys?
Wow, talk about an eventful turnaround.
Well, that's a shame, too, because Irina had over 30 minutes on her clock. Right. Whereas Anna was the one who was in time pressure. So Irina could have taken that moment to think about all the possibilities.
Yeah, I'm sure the move rook takes g6 had occurred to Irina, and while Anna was thinking about rook takes g6, Irina was probably thinking the same thing, that maybe she was forced to capture. But then the fact that she didn't use her time is really egregiously poor.
And we do see one last trick here for Irina. She played king to h7 rather than king h8. Perhaps inducing if Anna were to play queen h3 check, the king could come up to g6 and there might not be a perpetual anymore.
Right, that was why f5 was such an important check.
So instead Anna played queen to f5, and now it does look as though the two are just going to repeat moves.
Exactly. Queen d5 check and a repetition. Wow, what a game. I mean, I'm drained watching this game. My goodness. Terrible, tough to watch when the players miss such wonderful opportunities. And again, the players are just.
And we're going to probably see a handshake soon because Irina did just play king to h8
and queen h5.
And now queen h5. This time a little bit more confidently.
Exactly.
She's like, who's going to offer the draw here?
Exactly.
So who's it going to be? It's supposed to be. I think there is a kind of etiquette that the stronger player offers a draw, but Anna here is the one who is executing the perpetual. So
right.
I think it could go either way here.
Yeah, I think they'll just they'll make a few more repetitions and then agree handshake. Let me go back to the game between Gada Kamsky and Alexander.
And there it is. The
Wow.
handshake in the game between Anna Sharovich and Irina Krashin, the defending champion, fails to capitalize on what was a brilliant opening and middle game play. Great opening choice, great follow-up, and wasn't able to...
to win the game. And because of Kate's victory, Kate gets a half a point buffer, an additional half a point
buffer. So now
buffer.
she's a full point ahead.
Indeed.
So
now
she was
she's
a full point ahead earlier in the tournament. Then Irina bridged some distance before the rest day with her win over Goliziani, and now Nemtsova is bridging it. But remember, these guys play in the last round.
How exciting
So some
is that?
perfect matchups that we're getting.
Right. Let me just go again to this game of Alexander Onishuk and Gada Kamsky. The players, again, I pointed out that in this position, he didn't go for that. Alex captured on c6 check, takes, and the big difference in the position is this incredibly active king on g5 is just getting ready to take this pawn, take on g7, and then with two connected pawns, black will simply lose. So defending champion Gada Kamsky in deep trouble in round 6. Let's go to the junior danger squad. It looks like Samuel Seirawan has weathered the storm, and my first impression is I think Sam is winning now. So Caden Trofe has definitely seen his advantage in this game disappear, and Caden in big trouble in this particular matchup. Although I do see that Sam Seirawan is down, if the times are right, 6 minutes for Sam, so he's going to be using his increments for the rest of the game, but he's an exchange up and should win this game. So we're seeing a decisive round, lots of decisive games in this round 6.
Yes, indeed.
The rest day did the players well as they supercharged their batteries, and we saw some really excellent games. After a slow start, all the games turned out to be exciting, full-throttle battles.
That's right, and a bunch of shockers, where we thought that Irina was cruising to victory,
yes.
And that turned around. And then the other big shocker for me, and I wasn't saying that I couldn't imagine Robson beating Selwyn White. Mm-hmm. Obviously, Robson, great player, sure. Very well prepared. It was more that I couldn't imagine it winning with White after seeing the opening, after seeing his time pressure,
right.
After seeing Wesley So's, nice counterattacking strategy against the exchange sacrifice.
Exactly.
But then all of a sudden, like Robson so sweetly put it, I don't think G5 was a very good move.
Well, it was a meltdown. It wasn't just one move. That was a bad move. I mean, okay, that was a howler. But I didn't think it was going to cost him the game. It was just a bad move. But then came queen takes b2, which was a really egregious move. That b2 pawn was not meaningful. It had nothing to do with the position. It was all about getting the d4, being able to advance the d4 pawn, and just a meltdown by Wesley So. And I saw him in Vaikonze this year in 2015, where he was so impressive at the Millionaire Open. He was impervious, untouchable, didn't lose a single game, went through the field incredibly impressively, and then 2 meltdowns in the U.S. Championship. Maybe it's the pressure. I'm just not sure what's disconnected Wesley here from his normal stellar play.
That's right. So first U.S. Chess Championship, not in the best form, but still so happy to have him here.
Oh, without question.
Our chess statistician, who on Twitter goes by @ModelChess, said that since So lost, his model has Nakamura now with a 75% chance to win the event.
Uh-huh.
Meanwhile, the Women's Championship, Irina is still the most likely player to win according to the model, just because of her massive rating advantage. That doesn't necessarily account for the fact that Nemtsova clearly underrated, playing a lot better than her rating in this tournament. And she now is a 31% chance to win, according to his rating analysis, with Arena at 49%. Now, obviously, those numbers don't capture everything.
Right. I don't see Nemtsova as being only 31%. She's got a full point lead. Forget about ratings for a moment. She's got a full point lead, but just look at the way she's been playing. She's
right.
impressed us with her play. She could easily have more points than she does already. So I'm not saying that Arena doesn't have a very, very good chance of winning, certainly, but I wouldn't put her ahead of Kate.
No,
at
but this is purely based on rating,
on the
not
mathematics
based
and the models.
Wow, like
and,
Nemtsova.
yeah.
Because
Look
there
at her
are
play.
there are players who play particularly well in these types of round robin tournaments that you can prepare for.
Absolutely.
And I think that Nemtsova is showing that she is one such player.
Exactly. Agreed.
And Grandmaster Maurice Ashley with some thoughts on Onishuk. Is he going to get his first victory of the tournament against defending champ?
Well, big news in this game to be sure. Why? Because Gadakomsky hasn't lost a game in the U.S. Championship in 2 years. He won 2 years ago. He won last year. And now he's gone 5 games without a loss. So this guy knows how to defend, how to hunker down. But he could thank his lucky stars in a couple of games. But this is precisely the kind of position that Onishuk lives for. Some of us want to play attacking chess. Onishuk wants a nice end game where he can nurse you and make you feel the pain. And so right now, Onishuk calculating carefully because he knows he's up against a guy who also likes this kind of positional squeeze, and he does not want to let Komsky off the hook. But the main variation here, guys, it's very good for Onishuk to move rook to b7 check, chasing the king away, and then rook to b5, ready to pick off one of these pawns. If you play rook to c4, thank you very much for your g6 pawn. Oh, by the way, I'm threatening a little mate on the back rank. You better deal with that. And now rook takes e5, picking up yet another pawn. And after rook takes e4, he can play h5. And now these pawns look quite intimidating. g4 is going to happen. g5 is going to happen. He wants to chase this king away from this g pawn somehow. This looks terrible for black. This endgame looks like it should be a win for Onishuk, picking up his first win in the tournament. And I think if he wins this game, he'll pretty much eliminate Gadakomsky from contention of winning this title, barring some disasters by the leaders. And it'll be a change from the championships from the last 2 years. Still a long way to go in this game, maybe, but Onishuk looking pretty. Guys?
Thank you, Maurice.
Thank you, Maurice. And I'd like to give a shout out to everybody who's chiming in at the hashtag US Chess Champs. The other great thing about this hashtag is that the St. Louis Chess Club has a Twitter account as well, so you should definitely go follow them. And they've been tweeting out some of the best photographs that have been taken here. And there have been some amazing ones. We've got Kevin Duggan, who's the director of photography on the set, but also sneaks away to take some pics and some outstanding shots. And then also Leonard Otes takes some beautiful photographs.
I agree. Yeah.
Yeah,
Nice.
I mean, especially Hikaru is one of my favorite subjects because
he's so
just
emotive.
the emotions.
Yeah.
Exactly. And there's also a really good shot because we haven't seen that much of her. So Katerina Nemtsova, kind of a rising star. There's a really great shot of her from today's round as well.
Nice. And where are those photos all available?
If you actually check the hashtag US Chess Champs, you're gonna see a lot of them just from the Leonard sometimes tweets his photos, and then also the St. Louis Chess Club at CCSCSL, just the initials for the Chess Club and Classic Center of St. Louis, also tweets out some of the best photos from the round every round.
Nice.
And we've got a very special guest in the studio, Anna Sharovich. She's with Grandmaster Maurice Ashley to talk about saving the game. How do you do it?
Indeed, we are with Anna Sharovich, who has won 4 championships in Belarus. Anna, you look calm, cool, and collected right now, but you look dead to the world in this game. How did you manage to survive?
I was just trying to find the best moves I could. Well, from the opening, I think she knew the line better than I did. So I just tried, okay, let's use common sense and play some moves because I realized that she was preparing this line for sure, like analyzing. And me, instead of preparing yesterday, I had my exam. And so basically I decided, okay.
Tough being a student and trying to play in the championship.
Well, it's life. I like my life, and you have to combine that. So I managed to date.
Incredible. We were counting you out. You looked dead. There were these pawns raining down on your parade. And then all of a sudden you got this counterplay and you were back in the game. What were you thinking after you got to time pressure? You took on D6. Were you thinking maybe you could possibly even win the game, or were you just looking for the draw there?
You know what? I thought that I couldn't really evaluate like a computer that position. So I was why I spent so much time, because I was calculating rook takes b1 or rook takes d6. After rook takes b1, then probably bishop g7, and I couldn't find how to improve from both sides. But rook d6, I decided, okay, if she plays knight a3, maybe...
Let's take a look at that. Let's just take a quick look, if you don't mind. Rook d6 was on the board. Let me get my mouse. And here, after this capture, you were thinking knight to a3?
So I was calculating two lines, knight a3 and knight d2. And in the game, she played right away knight d2, so she planned that line. So knight a3, and I thought maybe I had some chances like with rook d8. I'm not sure right away, or maybe after queen d5 check, because knight on a3 is much more passive than on d2. So, but anyway, I saw that line, rook takes g6, just in case. I thought I'll be safe there, that it will be draw for sure, so I don't take any risks. If I don't see anything, that's okay. And because I spent like probably 25 minutes calculating, trying to find something, which line to take. So then I said, okay, let's use the common sense. Just don't try to, over push anything in the position where you can't push.
Well, we should point out, however, after knight d2, rook takes g6, according to the engines, is actually losing for you.
Bishop
because
g7?
of the move bishop to g7, and there is nothing for you to do here to maintain your position, and the pawn is going to queen. There is no perpetual check after this move.
Maybe you're right. Actually, when I played rook g6, I saw bishop g7, but she took right away, so I just didn't decide, well, why do I have to calculate that if
she
took
took instantly, which was a surprise for her. She had 30 plus minutes on the clock.
Right, she could have thought of for, I don't know, 20 minutes, calculate everything. So
you kind of got off the hook right here. This was this was a gift for you on this game. You also had the move rook d8. Did you look at this move at all?
Yeah, I was calculating rook d8 all the time. So after rook d8, rook takes d8, ex d8. Queen takes rook e8. What's about?
Were you worried about something in this position?
King g7.
King g7.
King g7, queen c3, right? So it's probably.
Yeah, this line is saying you're losing in this variation as well, which is somewhat surprising.
I think king g7, no?
No, the engine's giving bishop to f8.
Bishop f8. So.
Wow, is this real? We didn't even look at this line at all. It looks like even this line may have been winning for white, winning for black. Excuse me.
No. I didn't want to go for that line. No. So
that's an incredible line. It looks as though it wasn't very easy for you anyway.
Well, that's why I spent so much time. That's why probably I should have taken on b1, right, instead of taking on d6.
In this position here.
Yeah, returning back to where rook was in d1. So
right,
maybe
takes b1.
Rook takes b1.
Right, the engine's giving this line as
equal
for
draw.
The moment.
So
yes.
I thought that would be probably draw. But women chess always in fire.
Second comment about women's chess coming from the woman. I'm not going to say anything. I'm not going to touch that one.
But I think it's cool because women chess will not die. They will live forever, Engine will not kill women's chess, so it will always be fun.
Well, thank you so much for joining us. Crazy game, very entertaining. Good luck in the rest of your games.
Thank you, Maurice.
Anna Sharavic really managing to survive today, guys. Incredible game, absolutely. We'll see how she does in the rest of the championships.
That was a heart-pounding game. Boy, I can feel it for both players. Like after this game, you feel so drained.
And we're worth looking at some of those variations in detail because those are really exciting. Where you queen and your opponent queens, and you allow your opponent to queen with check. Crazy. Now,
absolutely,
it's come up so many times. We should address it. Women's chess, really, it's just chess played by women.
Of course.
And if you look at the ratings, obviously there's going to be more mistakes. There's fewer women that play, so the women's championship has some fantastic players, all in like the top 1%, some of them 0.5% of players in the U.S. and in the world. But not at the same level as the championship. But if you took 2,400, 2,500 players who are men and put them in a round robin championship tournament, actually, I mean, there might even be worseners because the women are used to playing in all sorts of international competitions with the lights and cameras on them.
Yeah.
So I don't think that there's actually any difference in that regard.
No, of course not. And the idea there is, I think you've described it very well. If you say that the women's field is, for argument's sake, a 2,400 rating average, you're going to have a topsy-turvy, up and down, big scores by the winners.
More range, too,
More
because
range.
you've got 2,500 feet 8 by Irina and then 2,200 feet 8 by the weaker players in the field.
Lower rated players, absolutely. You go, 2 years ago, I was here for the U.S. Junior Championship, and these were 2,400 and 2,500 and 2,300 players. And really, there's some wild slugfest with all of the players, trying to score home runs. So without question, until the score sheets are signed, you can't be 100% sure of the result. By the way, I was looking at the game while the interview with Anna was going on. Somehow I think Alex Onishuk may have blown this. I mean, once again, lucky stars for Gada Kamsky. We have left it. Maurice was pointing out a very simple line, and Alex Onishuk went for this move, Rook A7. There was this very straightforward line of Rook B5. This was the line that Maurice had shown earlier, and that was a straightforward stone-cold win. The strange move, Rook A7, King H7, very important move. Rook takes, rook here, Rook takes. And this passed pawn, it reminds me of the Najdorf-Botvinnik ending. I think it's winning for white, but definitely much harder to win than the line that Maurice pointed out. So Gada being given some chances of saving this position.
Now, meanwhile, let's take a look at the battle between our teenagers, Samuel Sevian and Caden Trove.
All right, let me bring that position up on our board. So that's been a real slugfest, but I think when I left it, Sam Sevian, exchange up, was in the driver's seat and was winning against Caden.
That's right, and this looks like it might have just gotten easier with this move Rook to D6, because now we're going to be forcing a trade of rooks, and that's just going to clarify the position.
Yes.
Because we're attacking your knight on D5, so it looks like you're going to be compelled to make that trade. And
Precisely.
then it's just, what are you going to do with your knight? Your pawn is hanging, and this should be pretty easy for black.
I would agree all around. Let's just say knight here, king takes. I'll just put some moves on the board. Caden is hoping that his H pawn, pardon me, will give him enough counterplay to counterbalance the B pawn, but
rooks are good in these types of
rooks
positions.
are really good,
and meanwhile,
knights are not very good in terms of getting over and sacrificing themselves. Sorry.
So instead, Trove played Rook D8, but then Sevian actually had a nice little tactical liquidation plan for that move after Rook to D8. He just played Rook takes C7. This is a cool move. So it's not that he's calculating a pawn in game here, rather. He's thinking that if Rook takes D6, rather than King takes D6, allowing Knight takes C7, he's planning to play Rook to G7 check, that in-between move, which we've seen.
Zwischenzug, gotcha.
The Zwischenzug, we've seen that so many times in this tournament, and now after the king moves, we take on D6, and similar story here.
Right, we're going to get this B pawn. Pardon me, black is going to pick up this B pawn. White's going to pick up this H pawn. But let's just see, is this one, can Caden, no, Caden cannot play king takes because that would allow rook check, and this is an easy win for him. Yeah, but maybe in this position, I just have to wait a move. Let's say I wait a move like this. Play H3. Does Caden have some drawing chances here? I'll show you what I have in mind.
Because what if I just play Rook A7 and then with the idea of just playing Rook A3 after King takes?
Yeah, exactly. Now the question is your king close enough to get over, to get over to, okay, that was
right,
terrible.
if I could just start off by cutting off the king with Rook G3.
Sorry. Okay, I have to do it again. I apologize. Rook takes d6, rook g7 check, king here, king takes, knight c3, king c6, a3.
Rook
Yeah,
a7.
Rook a7.
King takes h5, rook a3, and now you were asking about this move, knight takes b5, king takes b5, h4.
Well, I don't know.
Yeah, because that allows rook g3, which...
Well, again, it's all about
the counting.
Timing. Yeah, the counting. That's a good way of putting it. I think black is close enough here. Yeah, I'm pretty sure black is.
Hey, you're trying to make two moves for white.
Oh, well, that's
if you
probably,
do that, you might
then
you
it's
might
really
get there
easy.
in time.
Yeah, I think that this just does it.
Just in time, right? We should show the finish here, because this.
Gotcha. And check and.
So we were one move in time there, huh?
Yeah.
But as you pointed out, perhaps instead of h4, you were thinking about moving the king first to perhaps save a move.
I don't know.
I don't know if you're saving a move there.
Well, I'm just saying the way that Sam did this, the knight was close to the b pawn, allowing this opportunity. Right here, takes. Maybe here, what's the story? Would the story have been different if I played king g4?
That's the question. But the game has gone in a different direction, in fact.
Totally? All right,
and,
naturally enough.
So Sevian, rather Trofe, has gone for a different type of counterplay. So after rook d8, he played knight takes c7 here. And now he does end up getting the b pawn, but he's not going to be getting the h pawn.
Whoa. Isn't the knight trapped? When you play king and rook versus king and knight, normally speaking, the knight's got to be really close to the king, else it could end up getting trapped in the board.
Snagged really easily, huh?
Okay, for the okay, king f5 was the choice. I'm not sure. I think had Sam just played check immediately, I'm just thinking that the knight just gets trapped. Yeah, I'm sure the rook. The king and rook would trap the knight, despite the fact that it would be knight and pawn versus king and rook. The fact that the knight is all the way over, he couldn't get back in time, and black was winning.
But you know what? I think that
Sevian's
going to win this regardless. Yes,
I think so too.
I think that this is just not quite enough for Kaden Trofe. And
Right.
meanwhile, we got another result in the women's chess championship. I thought we did. Tatev Abrahamian. No, she's still playing, but she's winning.
Right, she has been winning for quite a while. Let's go.
And it also looks like
pick
things
up
are
on
going
that
well
game.
for Nazi Pikidze, who, if she wins this game, hey, she's got 4 points. When did that happen? Because she was impressing a lot in the beginning of the tournament, but then she started drawing.
And her victory over Irina was really
exactly.
That was one. We were talking about great games from the women's championship, by the way.
That
Let's not
was really
forget
good.
that one.
Yes.
That
well,
was
we were thinking that Irina's game today, if she had
was
won,
going to be a model game.
Yes, that would be the best
Absolutely.
game. But
Wow. Okay, and this is the game that you were mentioning. Okay, Tatev is doing sweetly, a full piece ahead. She's definitely going to win this game.
That's right.
And that would bring her up into a plus score, by the way. Will that be,
that'll be a force in the championship as well.
yeah, because she's still, doesn't she, has she already played Kate? Was that the draw? Did Kate already play her in round 5?
Tatev Abrahamian and Katerina, no, I don't think they've played yet, right? Which round do you think they played in?
I thought they played in the previous round, but maybe I got it wrong. I mean, oops. Okay, just a little.
Yeah, you could be right. But let's. Which game were you just pulling up now? This one. Well, there's nothing really to look at here, right?
That's a stone cold win for Tatev. Yes, of course. That was the game. And in the men's championship, let's just, again, check in on our current defending champion, Gade Kamsky.
Yeah, you were right about that, yes, that game. That game was unmemorable. It was kind of dull, right?
Yes.
Yes, a
yeah.
dry one that finished pretty quickly.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So the players are actually playing a very key ending. And I recall a game features this ending of 3 versus 2, pass pawn, Bodvinik, Najdorf, but Black didn't have the G pawns, double G pawns. It was something like G7, H6. And interesting move here by Onishuk, Rook D8. Both of these players are great endgame experts, by the way. So I'll leave it to them to decide whether or not Black can hold. But in my opinion, this should be a winning ending for Onishuk.
Indeed.
I'm just not sure about this move, Rook D8. I'm not quite sure I have a good enough grasp at this moment. I'll go take a break and wash my face and try to remember my technical prowess.
So what a day it's been, huh?
It has been
After the rest
eventful.
day, it's
Wow.
been pretty exciting.
Yeah.
I made a crush.
I'm still
crushing, not able to do it. Victoria Knee's game was also very exciting.
bringing out her Victoria's Secret novelty. Yes, exactly.
Victoria's Secret, I like that.
I do too. And Wesley, the meltdown of Wesley, I'm still horrified.
And Maurice has a comment on today's blood as well.
It's incredible. We said, you know, maybe the men's chess would be extinct, and then it turned out to be totally fascinating. The women, of course, always give us fighting chess. And there's another game we have not paid too much attention to, and it's chaotic too. When we talk about chaotic chess, it's the ones that don't have simple pawn structures, predictable patterns. It's just stuff all over the place. Take a look at the game between Conrad Holtz and Varuzha Jacobian, and they have been fighting for a while. And guys, this one's going to be extremely exciting. It looks like VAR has to find the right moves as well. In this position, you can go over the whole game, but just jumping to this position, young Conrad played the move queen to c1. Now, both kings have been under some fire. You see this f pawn here, but this king is tucked behind a pawn. This black king is trying to get as many pieces as it can around itself. But this move, queen back to c1, and if queen takes, suddenly black is encircled by this check, and he's coming in. He looks like is white. Move like f6 may look logical, but after a check on g7, looks like I can't get my fingers to work there. Give me just 1 second, guys. I will get my mouse. After, in this position, queen to g7, check, and now knight back to f7, and suddenly it's white on the attack. He's going to win this knight and be great in this position. It turns out after queen to c1, black has to find only one move, only one, and that is queen to d2. It's kind of crazy to see that this is your only move. By the way, he's not threatening any mate on g2. There's a rook sitting here. That means that white will be free to play queen to c8. Highly aggressive move. Suddenly it's black's king under heavy fire. Fortunately for black, he can survive this position with different moves. I'm going to go down one line just to show you how fiery this variation is. The move rook to g6, queen f8 check, king f6, and now rook takes on g6. And the only move yet again is to capture with the knight. Knight takes on g6, not a move you would expect, allowing rook takes on f3 check and king to g5. But in this line, black has enough resources around white's king with a check coming and a knight check coming to be able to survive this game. Insane line, for example, like rook g3, king to h4 is one move. Man, I would be terrified having to calculate this if I were VAR. Your king marching to h4, but suddenly it's black with all the play here. Sick position. We will see whether or not VAR tight ropes himself, finding all the moves. And it looks like he has indeed moved, guys. He played rook to g6 instead in this position. Let's see. Rook to g6, and the engines are going nuts because this move is losing by force. This move is a horrible response to white's threats because now check, followed by king f6. Very straightforward check. And after the king moves, isn't this just a free piece? It looks like he's just blundered in time pressure to a very straightforward sequence, and rook e8 check is on the board, and there goes queen f4. Varuzha Jacobian is going down in this game. He is going to lose, dropping a piece suddenly. And look at him, the response. He is miserable now, seeing the piece go off the board. He has blundered in time pressure.
I really like VAR a ton. So when I say this, I'm not singling him out, but I don't think he would come down here and say, "What can you expect? It's men's chess."
No, I don't think he would.
But I mean, the pressure is just
he's just I thought he was playing
But
a
you
beautiful game before we popped in at this moment. Earlier in the game, I really liked his position. Here, it's clear that he just missed something, unfortunately, quite straightforward. That move, Queen D2, by the way, was a very counterintuitive move. I'm not sure I would have found that move myself. Hopefully I would have found something other than what VAR did, because in this position, unfortunately for him, he can just
Poor Varusian.
resign.
Well, that knight on e5 was like such a powerful
Exactly.
and protected piece for so long. Remember, it had that pawn on d6 defending it. It was
Exactly.
untouchable.
Exactly.
And then it had a rook on e6 defending it. And I think that's the root of the blunder, that the knight was an untouchable god for so much of the game. And then all of a sudden, one moment.
Yes. Where it became unstable.
Poor Varusian.
He ended up losing.
One of the, I mean, along with Ray and Wesley, one of the nicest guys
Absolutely.
who plays in the American chess circuit. So it's a little hard to watch that.
Yeah, it doesn't.
But today has been a day of excitement, mistakes, but that's part of the game.
Blunders galore.
Blunders, but I mean, even Nakamura comes down here every day and says that he plays horribly. He's number 2 in the world, so it's all
He plays
relative.
horribly, and he keeps leading the tournament, and he's in first.
It's all relative, that's right. So let's take a look at the championship standings as we go into round 7. We've got Hikaru Nakamura leading the tournament 4.5. Ray Robson back in the driver's seat as well. He's got 4 points. Wesley So behind with 3.5. Kanan Phillips looks like he's going to lose, so he's not going to catch up to Robson. Neither is Gata. So that means
Gata may draw. Very unlikely, but he may.
So Ray Robson and Nakamura are going to be in first and second after this round.
Yes.
Meanwhile, in the women's championship, Katerina Nemtsova in the lead by a full point, and Rusedan Goletiani, despite losing to the defending champion, is now tied for the second with her. Tied for second, and it looks like Nazi Patidze is going to join that group as well.
In second place, yes.
That's right, and Tatev Abrahamian nipping at the heels. So the women's championship wide open. It's been thrilling to commentate the first half. I can only imagine the excitement we have in store in the second half. And we've got a final comment from Grandmaster Maurice Ashley, who has been enjoying today's excitement and twists and turns.
How can you not love this kind of chess? I mean, the players got a rest day, and they came back in a fighting mood on both sides. At first, the men's championship looked like it was a slow go, but that was just an illusion, as all these players want to have a win, and so we saw them going for it, fighting chess, and some victories, some blunders to be sure. On the ladies' side, they also showed tons of rest in their games, lots of energy, lots of excitement, lots of victories, missed opportunities, blunders, twists and turns. Who says chess is boring? This stuff is just great theater to watch, and we expect more of this tomorrow in round 7 as we start going into the home stretch here at the championships.
That's right. From now on, you don't want to miss a round, so cancel your plans. Be sure to be with us every day, 12:50 Central Standard Time. Even better if you can come to St. Louis and watch the action live, but if not, we expect to see you. That's 1:50 Eastern Time.
Good night.